pregnant women. Previously, 1,200 migrants moving from Africa to Europe were rescued. Here's a report.
A German humanitarian maritime ship finally arrived in Italy with 438 migrants who were rescued from the Mediterranean Sea last week. The maritime ship Sea-Watch 3 managed to get a green flag to a safe port from the Italian authorities after spending days at sea temperatures rising at 40 degrees Celsius. The migrants that reached Italy included 117 unaccompanied minors, with 35 women, 4 of them who were pregnant. This comes after more than 1,200 people were rescued in the central Mediterranean Sea over the last few days. Italian vessels have recovered 5 bodies and rescued 674 people packed on a fishing boat adrift in the Mediterranean off the Libyan coast in a previous rescue operation. All of those rescued were brought to ports in Calabria and Sicily. Migrant arrivals in Italy are up by nearly 1/4 from 2021, while still notably fewer than 2015 peak this year. While still notably fewer than the 2015 peak year, the crossings remain deadly. Agency report for Republic TV.
Citizens of California lined up at the Mega Millions lottery jackpot for a massive prize of $1.28 billion. The mega jackpot prize is the United States' third largest prize and is expected to increase if no one wins. Here's the full report.
US citizens lined up to test their fate for a lottery worth $1.28 billion. The Mega Millions lottery jackpot announced the first prize of whopping $1.28 billion hours before the next drawing. The giant jackpot remains the US's third largest prize as a result of 29 consecutive drawings without anyone matching the game's 6 numbers for the first prize. Following the announcement, hundreds of US citizens lined up outside the office to purchase the ticket.
Bluebird Lucky Liquor Store is very lucky, and I've won money here many times, so this is the place to be. You want to be here to get it and to win it. You got to be in it to win it, right?
The lottery officials informed that if no one wins the Mega Millions jackpot on Friday night, the prize is expected to grow to $1.7 billion for the next drawing on Tuesday. The estimated $1.28 billion prize is for players who get their winnings through an annuity that is paid annually over 29 years. This comes as an effort across the country as state lottery systems use lottery revenue to boost education, tourism, transportation, and much more. With the big Mega Millions jackpot, state officials are hoping increased national interest in securing the top prize that will result in more funding for their own causes. Agency report for Republic TV.
A 9-year-old girl was stabbed to death by her sister in Boston. Lincolnshire police made an urgent appeal to the public for help in identifying a man as part of an investigation into the stabbing of the 9-year-old girl. Relatives of captured Ukrainian soldiers held a demonstration in Kyiv demanding information on the situation of their loved ones. Protesters were dressed in black in respect for a rocket strike on a detention center in the village of Olenvika, where over 50 Ukrainian captured personnel were killed and dozens were injured. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi met his Kyrgyz counterpart in a bilateral visit. The ministers discussed trade and economic cooperation, security issues and the regional agenda, as well as future development of bilateral relations. Remember, 2022 marks the 30th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of district legal services authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, tracked, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place.
He heard the question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently, we're asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Top headlines at 7 a.m. India's medal tally goes up at Commonwealth Games 2022. India bags 4 medals, including 1 gold, 2 silver and 1 bronze. Indian weightlifter Mirabai Chanu scripts history, bags first gold at the ongoing Commonwealth Games 2022. Second silver medal for India at Commonwealth Games. Bindrani Devi wins silver in women's 55 kg weightlifting. Bengal cash scam hits Mamata government now. Major cabinet reshuffle expected soon. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath to visit Ayodhya to pay tributes to late Ramchandra Paramhans Das. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast. Straight away, starting with breaking news coming in. And Prime Minister Modi has lauded Bindya Rani Devi for bagging a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games. In fact, taking to Twitter, Prime Minister Modi said, and I quote, "Congratulations to Bindya Rani Devi for winning a silver medal at Commonwealth Games. This accomplishment is a manifestation of her tenacity and it has made indeed every Indian very happy. I wish her the very best for her future endeavours." So Prime Minister there lauding the feat of Bindya Rani Devi for bagging a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games. In fact, she's won a silver medal by lifting a total of 202 kgs after successfully lifting 116 kgs in a third attempt of clean and jerk in the women's 55 kgs weight category.
खुश है आज मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट टाइम है गेम्स, इसमें सिल्वर मेडल लिया, मैं बहुत खुश है।
आप अपना परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? 202 का जो ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस है आपका, उसके बारे में आपको क्या कहना है?
ये आज मेरा लाइफ का बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस है। इसने प्लेटफॉर्म में 86 और 117 ट्रेनिंग में किया, तो अभी तक मैंने कॉम्पिटिशन में नहीं किया। आज फर्स्ट टाइम है मेरा बेस्ट स्नेस और क्लीन अच्छा किया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत शुक्रिया।
आपने 110 सक्सेसफुल लिफ्ट किया था, 114 सही से लिफ्ट किया, लेकिन आपका वो 116 मिस हुआ। आपको लगता है वहाँ से थोड़ा सा अगर नहीं तो गोल्ड आ सकता था?
सालों ने सोचा मेरा स्नेस में थोड़ा वीक है, क्लीनजअप तो अच्छा है, इसके लिए सालों ने अपने क्लीनजअप अच्छा करेगा तो गोल के लिए बहुत सालों ने भी बोला ये अच्छा जरूरी करना है। मैंने 140 फेल किया, इसके लिए मेरा हाथ से गोल चलेगी।
लेकिन आप जैसे आप अपने परफॉर्मेंस से बहुत खुश हैं, और लेकिन जब उस परफॉर्मेंस के बाद आप जब मेडल पहने और पोडियम पे चढ़े और इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर जा रहा था, तो कितना खुशी मिल रहा था, कितने इमोशनल थे?
मैंने भी सोचा आज मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट टाइम है, तो मैं सेंटर में खड़ी ना है, गोल लेना है तो भगवान ने नहीं दिया, नेक्स्ट टाइम ऐसा करेगा।
And Srijani is joining us from the sports desk. Srijani, good morning. It's raining medals for India there at the Commonwealth Games. Take us through the key highlights.
Oh well, Samiksha, good morning. In fact, a very perfect Saturday, I must say. India's medal rush continued, and first of all, it was Sankit Sargar who got us the first silver medal. I beg your pardon. And then it was Gururaj Pujari in the men's 61 kg event, and then it was Mirabai Charu, the first gold medal for India at the Commonwealth Games, and then quickly overnight it was Bindya Rani Devi who got us the silver medal, the 4th medal of India at the Commonwealth Games. She lifted a total of 202 kg overall to get us a silver medal in her event. I would also quickly go across to her competition. She lost by a whisker to Nigerian opponent who also obliterated the Commonwealth Games record in snatch and total effort with an aggregate of 203. That is a matter of just 1 kg to win the gold medal. And the local favourite also finished third with a total lift of 198 kg. So as things stand out, a stiff competition there, Samiksha. But who knows? There's another weightlifting final coming up today. Who knows? We may get a next medal.
Well, absolutely. Srijani, if you could talk to us more about Bindya Rani Devi, how has her journey been so far when we talk about, achieving this feat particularly?
Well, yeah, absolutely. It was expected of Bindya Rani Devi to get us at least another medal. But as we knew, Mirabai Chanu, whose hopes were pinned on her, and I think Mirabai Chanu got us the gold medal. Right after that, we all expected Bindya Rani Devi, to come back and also get us the 4th medal for India, and she lived up to her expectations, and she got us another medal.
Well, absolutely. Srijani, thank you so much. So, Srijani getting us all those highlights from the Commonwealth Games. Remember, India has won a total of 4 medals till now. One gold for that matter, which has been backed by Mirabai Chanu. And then we have a silver in the latest. 4th medal for India at the Commonwealth Games that has been backed by Bindya Rani Devi. In fact, Prime Minister also taking to Twitter congratulating Bindya Rani Devi for her feat. And shifting focus then, Prime Minister Modi has hit out at the politics within power distribution companies, saying that the trouble in the power sector affects the integrity of the nation. Here's what the Prime Minister had to say.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Saturday called out the state governments to clear their electricity dues in order to make way for India's progress over the next 25 years.
पावर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनियों का अनेक सरकारी विभागों पर, स्थानीय निकायों पर करीब 60,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का बकाया है।
Prime Minister Modi emphasized that if the common man can pay the dues on time, why can't the government do the same?
आंकड़े बताते हैं कि बिजली कंपनियां बिजली तो पर्याप्त पैदा कर रही है, लेकिन फिर भी उनके पास जरूरी फंड नहीं है। देश को ये जानकर हैरानी होगी कि अलग अलग राज्यों का 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का बिल बकाया पड़ा है। यानी बिजली बनाने से लेकर घर घर पहुंचाने तक का जिम्मा जिनका है, उनका लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए फंसा हुआ है।
Even former RBI Governor Raghuram Rajan said that the issue results in built-in pressure on the electricity boards.
पावर चार्जेस हैं वो भी काफ़ी नहीं है, तो ये सब लॉसेस में जा रहे हैं। कई कंपनीज 10,000, 20,000, 15,000, 30,000 करोड़ लॉसेस हैं, तो इनको रिफॉर्म करना चाहिए। अभी 2-3 प्लान्स आए हैं, एक और प्लान आ रही है गवर्नमेंट का।
Under the Union Budget 2021-22, the provision for release of an additional 1 crore LPG connections under the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana has been added. The scheme dates back to May 2016. The Prime Minister also stressed that the dues ought to be cleared as soon as possible to strengthen the energy sector, which plays a crucial role in ramping up India's growth. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, trouble seems to be mounting for former West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee, as well as the ED continues to raid several locations across the state while on the hunt for Arpita's missing luxury cars. The ED has found a conveyance deed as well that was signed between the two. Even as Arpita reportedly spilled the beans on 14 other people in connection with the scam, ED raided her residence in Bulgaria yesterday. We also spoke to Arpita's mother and driver to piece together the entire plot. Here are the shocking revelations.
More skeletons have tumbled out in the Bengal cash scam, with shocking confessions coming to light. Speaking to Republic TV, Arpita's driver told us about her luxury cars which had gone missing.
আমি যখন জয়েন করি প্রথম থেকে গাড়িগুলো ছিল, তো গত 3 মাস ধরে গাড়িগুলো নেই, শুধু একটা গাড়ি ওখানে পড়ে থাকে, হন্ডা সিটি, যেটা আমি চালাই আর কি। বাদ বাকিগুলো আমি জানতাম না, আমি কে চালাতাম, ও গাড়িগুলো আমার পড়ে থাকতো, আমার দেখা নেই কে চালাতো গাড়িগুলো, আমি তো ছেড়ে দিতাম, আমাকে চলে আসতাম মিলিগুড়ি থেকে।
Arpita's driver claimed that while he used to see Partha Chatterjee, no one used to go into the room in the flat where the money was recovered.
এত টাকা যে থাকতে পারে এটা আমি কোনো বুঝতেই পারি না। এত টাকা তো সব আমাদের ফ্যামিলির কাছে স্বপ্নের ব্যাপার, এত টাকা স্বপ্ন দেখলেও স্বপ্নও তো দেখা যাবে না এত টাকা। দেখেছি, অনেকবারই দেখেছি। এবারে ওখান থেকে আমি যখন ডিউটিতে ফিরতাম যখন, তখন মাঝে পাথর আসতো, পাথর আসা মানে আমার ডিউটি অফ, আমি ওখান থেকে বেরিয়ে আসতাম।
যে এই যে ধরো যে টাকাগুলো ওখানে যে ফ্ল্যাটটা বলতে হবে, ওই ফ্ল্যাটের ভিতরে তুমি
না, ফ্ল্যাটে আমি ঢুকতাম না আগে, আমি যেতাম ওর যে রান্না করে ছেলেটা আছে, রান্না করে ওখানে চাবি চাইতাম, তাহলে চাবি ও দিয়ে দিত, আমার ঢোকার পর্যন্ত আমি গাড়ি চলে আসতাম।
ফ্ল্যাটের ভিতরে
না, ঢুকতাম না।
আর যে রান্না করে সে কি ওই যেখান থেকে টাকা উদ্ধার হয়েছে তার ওখানটা দিয়ে?
না, উনি তো রান্না করে, টাকা উদ্ধার শুনলাম ঘর থেকে হয়েছে।
মানে কোনোদিন ওই যেখান থেকে কি টাকাটা উদ্ধার হয়েছে সেখানে কি ইজি অ্যাক্সেস ছিল না, মানে কেউ যেতে পারতেন
না? ওখানে কেউ যেত না।
Republic TV spoke to Arpita's mother, who claimed her daughter had fallen prey to a conspiracy and was being framed.
আমার মেয়েকে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার হয়েছে, সত্য একদিন উদ্ঘাটন হবেই। আমার মেয়ে অত টাকা পয়সা থাকতে পারে না, ও এমন কিছু করেনি যে ওর টাকা পয়সা এত থাকতে পারে, ওকে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার।
But the trouble seemed to only mount for the former West Bengal minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide, as the Enforcement Directorate continues to raid their properties.
Over here, we are trying to speak to a number of residents. A large number of residents have come out and spoken to us about him, but surprisingly, there is an anxiety, there is some amount of fear, and there is some amount of being reserved of coming on the camera and speaking about Partha Chatterjee directly.
Republic TV has also accessed the conveyance deed signed between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, which came to the hold of Enforcement Directorate. The deed dates back to 2012 and has a reference to a property in Bholapur in the name of Mukherjee and Chatterjee as co-purchaser. In hot pursuit for the missing luxury cars, the ED team also reached Arpita Mukherjee's Belgoria residence, where they checked the CCTV cameras and visitors register for any clues. We have learnt that during questioning, Arpita Mukherjee reportedly disclosed the names of 14 people involved in the scam, while claiming that Partha was the only one who had access to the flats. With TMC trying to minimize the damage after more cash was seized and properties being raided by the ED, it looks like the end game is not far for the once powerful minister in Mamta's cabinet. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking updates coming in, this one from JNK, where an encounter has been reported in Baramulla. One terrorist, we are told, has been gunned down and has been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Patan, Baramulla. So that is the latest coming in from JNK, where one terrorist has been neutralized. In fact, incriminating materials have also been recovered. Zeenat is joining us for the details on that. Zeenat, give us more details.
You see the encounter that was underway in Baramulla or North Kashmir, where one terrorist has been killed, and the one who has been killed has been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt, who was active since 2022 May. And he was associated with elite terror outfit. What we are picking from the Jammu and Kashmir police is that one AK-40 AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds to have been recovered from the encounter spot. Yes, this is the update coming that the encounter that was launched by JNK police, in which one terrorist now have been killed, and the killed one has been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Patan, Baramulla. Arms and ammunition, dead bodies to have been recovered from the spot.
All right, Zeenat, thank you for the latest on that. So Zeenat getting us all those details of the encounter that broke out in Baramulla, where one terrorist, we are told, has been neutralized. Irshad Ahmed is what his name has been identified as. Arms and ammunition that have also been recovered from this terrorist in the Baramulla encounter. A quick roundup of all that's making news. Indian weightlifter Mirabai Chanu won India's first gold in women's 49 kg weightlifting at the Commonwealth Games. With this, the total tally for India at the Commonwealth stands at 4. So that is India bagging 4 medals at the Commonwealth Games, so with the latest silver in India's kitty. India secured its silver medal in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Sanket Sagar has won the silver medal in the weightlifting category, 55 kgs. Speaking to media, Mahadev Sagar, father of Sanket Sagar, who won the silver medal, informed that he runs a tea shop. He said that his daughter had previously won gold for Maharashtra in Khelo India Youth Games, and now his son has the first medal in the Commonwealth Games.
भारत को पहला मेडल दिया और सांगली को भी पहला मेडल दिया, उसको बहुत खुशी है। ये खुशी आज हमको मुंह से बात इतना हो गई तो बात नहीं चल रही, इसलिए इतना ज़्यादा हो गए। जो एक बार नाना ने जो बच्चे को डाला था तो छोटा था, लेकिन नाना ने उसको बच्चे तब तक बाबा मेरा लड़का है पोता है करके ऐसा समझ के इतना बड़ा उसको किया है। और नाना ने एक बार बोल दिया था कि ये ओलंपिक खेलेगा, अगस्त को खेलेगा। और अभी नाना देखने के लिए नहीं है, लेकिन हमको जरा थोड़ा सा ये हो गए, लेकिन नाना अब तो बहुत खुशी मनाया जा रहा है।
Congratulating Sanket Sagar on the win. Nishit Pramanik, the sports minister, hailed Minister of Sports, hailed Prime Minister's vision. He claimed that he hoped the whole team will win at the Commonwealth Games 2022. Weightlifter Gururaj Pujari won a bronze medal for India in men's 61 kg weight category in the total of 269 kgs. It is the second medal for. In fact, with this, the total number of tally for India now stands at 4. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Bengal cash scam hits Mamta's government now. Major cabinet reshuffle on the cards. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath to visit Ayodhya to pay tributes to late Ramachandra Paramhansdas.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is a big news. Boy from Maharashtra has secured a super silver. More medals are yet to come because this is just the beginning. The All India Council of Sufi Leaders is seeking a ban on PFI. This is a big breakthrough coming in. The chorus to ban PFI is getting louder.
PFI हो या उससे संबंधित और भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो जो रेडिकलिज्म की तरफ लोगों को ले जाते हैं, अगर उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस हैं तो उनको बैन किया जाना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Welcome back. Now, in a massive development, a Gujarat court has denied bail to activist Teesta Setalvad and former DGP RB Srikumar in a case pertaining to the fabrication of evidence in connection with the 2002 riots on 30th of July.
It's a big setback for Teesta Setalvad and former DGP RB Sri Kumar in Gujarat riots case. The Gujarat court refused to grant the bail. The court in its observation said that looking at the facts and circumstances, it appeared that Setalvad and Sri Kumar were actively involved in the conspiracy against the then CM and ministers, police officers as well as bureaucrats.
आज ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने तीस्ता सेतलवाड़ और आरबी श्री कुमार की जो बेल एप्लीकेशन थी वो रिजेक्ट किया है.
Last month, the Supreme Court dismissed Zakia Jafri's plea, who is the widow of late Congress MP Ehsan Jafri, alleging a larger conspiracy in the aftermath of the 2002 riots. The court further noted that Zakia Jafri's complaint against the SIT closure was also instigated and inspired by Teesta Setalvad. Both Teesta and Sri Kumar were arrested on June 25th, a day after the Supreme Court gave a clean chit to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and 63 others. They were arrested by the Special Investigation Team in the case of fabricating false evidence against the innocents of 2002 riots. Setalvad, who was a journalist at that time of riots in 2002, was accused by the Gujarat SIT of defaming Gujarat and the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi. The SIT further accused Sri Kumar of being a part of a larger nexus. They claimed that a larger conspiracy was hatched from a political motive against the elected representatives, bureaucracy and police administration, calling him disgruntled government officer.
It is a case which is sub judice, so I think the court, they would be going to a higher court right now, and when a case is sub judice, I don't want to comment on it.
With Teesta Setalvad and RB Sri Kumar being denied bail, investigation continues in the 2002 Gujarat riot case. It remains to be seen if the case will now come to its logical end. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, while India has stepped up vigil in wake of rising cases of monkeypox in the country, a new suspected case has emerged in Karnataka. The 55-year-old has been identified as an African national. Remember, 4 confirmed cases have been reported in the country till now.
A suspected 4th case of monkeypox from the state of Karnataka has given rise to both scare and precaution. The Ethiopian national with symptoms of monkeypox has been quarantined at a private hospital. State health officials added that his samples have been sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune for confirmation. The 55-year-old African national has been isolated and is undergoing treatment of multiple health issues, including renal problem. Karnataka Health Minister K. Sudhakar said that there was no need to panic as it is not a deadly disease. Meanwhile, India's first monkeypox patient from Kerala is reported to have completely recovered from the disease. And as another sign of relief, the minister added that the health condition of the other 2 persons who had also tested positive for infection remained satisfactory. However, India cannot lower its guard against the new fast-spreading virus, which has already breached the boundaries of 75 countries globally. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, world this morning. Coming up on the other side, US President Joe Biden tests COVID positive once again, says feeling fine. At the end of day 2, Australia at the top of tally with 13 gold medals. India at number 8 with 1 gold and 3 other medals so far.
You are whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
In World This Morning, let's begin with the headline. Setback to Sunak's campaign for UK PM as former candidate backs his rival, Liz Truss. Owing to hot weather conditions, wildfires in California and Montana explode further, several evacuated. US President Joe Biden tests COVID positive once again, says feeling fine. Ukrainian president says government ordering mandatory evacuation of people in Donetsk region. At the end of day 2, Australia at top of the tally with 13 gold medals. India at number 8 with 1 gold and 4 medals so far in the Commonwealth Games at Birmingham. Hello and welcome to World This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma and our top story. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez met with members of Bosnia's tripartite presidency in Sarajevo, pledging his support for the nation's bid to join the European Union. Here's a detailed report.
Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez met with the members of Bosnia's tripartite presidency in Sarajevo and pledged his support for the nation's bid to join European Union. Sanchez called for the implementation of reforms in the country which would strengthen that process. The Spanish leader also paid tribute to those who perished in Srebrenica.
Quise estar presente en el 25 aniversario del genocidio de Srebrenica en el año 2020. Desgraciadamente la pandemia lo impidió y por eso quisiera aprovechar la oportunidad para rendir ahora homenaje a ese trágico hecho, como quisiera también recordar a los miembros del contingente español de las Fuerzas Armadas que fallecieron defendiendo la paz.
Sanchez began his Western Balkans trip on Friday. He is expected to visit Montenegro, North Macedonia and Albania in the coming days.
En mis encuentros de hoy he querido trasladar la oportunidad que supone para Bosnia y Herzegovina que la Unión Europea aborde la ampliación con un nuevo sentido de urgencia. España es un país amigo que defiende la integridad territorial del país y también defendemos la perspectiva europea de Bosnia-Herzegovina. De hecho, en el último Consejo, como bien ha dicho el presidente, tuve ocasión de transmitir.
The Balkan nations are in all different stages of the EU accession process. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans. Spanish Prime Minister said that the war in Ukraine has prompted the European Union to rethink its enlargement policies and open its doors to countries in the Eastern Europe, with Ukraine and Moldova recently becoming membership candidates. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Hundreds of migrants rescued from the Mediterranean Sea last week finally reached Italy. A total of 438 migrants were rescued from the sea, which included 117 unaccompanied minors and 4 pregnant women. Previously, 1,200 migrants moving from Africa to Europe were rescued. Take a look.
A German humanitarian maritime ship finally arrived in Italy with 438 migrants who were rescued from the Mediterranean Sea last week. The maritime ship Sea-Watch 3 managed to get a green flag to a safe port from the Italian authorities after spending days at sea temperatures rising at 40 degrees Celsius. The migrants that reached Italy included 117 unaccompanied minors, with 35 women, 4 of them who were pregnant. This comes after more than 1,200 people were rescued in the central Mediterranean Sea over the last few days. Italian vessels have recovered 5 bodies and rescued 674 people packed on a fishing boat adrift in the Mediterranean off the Libyan coast in a previous rescue operation. All of those rescued were brought to ports in Calabria and Sicily. Migrant arrivals in Italy are up by nearly 1/4 from 2021, while still notably fewer than 2015 peak this year. While still notably fewer than the 2015 peak year, the crossings remain deadly. Agency report for Republic TV.
Germany's Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock visited women's rights and migrant solidarity support organizations during a trip to Ankara in Turkey. Speaking to the media, Baerbock said Germany is backing Turkey's commitment to the integration and support of migrants who have sought refuge in the country.
Germany's Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock visited women's rights and migrant solidarity support organizations during her trip to Ankara. Baerbock said that Germany backs Turkey's commitment to the integration and support of migrants who had sought refuge in the country.
Das Gleiche gilt für das zivilgesellschaftliche Engagement, auch das kommunale Engagement von der Aufnahme von Geflüchteten. Auch das eint unsere beiden Ländern, dass Integration vor allen Dingen dann gelingt, wenn sie vor Ort in der Kommune gelingt. Deswegen werde ich jetzt gleich noch ein Projekt besuchen, wo auch die Bundesrepublik Deutschland unterstützt finanziell, dass Menschen, die in die Türkei geflüchtet werden, nicht nur versorgt werden, sondern integriert werden, dass Kinder eine Möglichkeit haben, nicht nur die Sprache zu lernen.
Baerbock's meeting with the Turkish foreign minister comes after holding talks with officials in Greece, where she criticized Turkey for disputing the sovereignty of Greek islands near its coastline. She urged Greece to make sure it stamps out any illegal pushbacks of the migrants at the border. Turkey's foreign minister called on Germany to be an honest broker. The German minister is scheduled to meet the refugees in the Turkish capital. Currently, Turkey hosts some 3.7 million Syrians who have sought refuge from the war. Agency report, Republic TV.
Iraq's caretaker Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi made a plea for dialogue and concessions among political parties after supporters of the Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr stormed the Iraqi parliament. Here's a detailed report.
Slogans, protest, violence. Supporters of Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr stormed into Iraq's parliament to protest the government formation efforts led by Iran-backed groups. An expected parliament session did not take place and there were no lawmakers in the parliament. Protesters claimed that they barged into the parliament to root out the corrupt political parties and the military.
لا لقد دخل مجلس النواب والمرة الثالثة لطرد الفاسدين والاحزاب والميليشيات وتصليح العراق وارجاع العراق الى وضعه الصحيح وانقاذ الناس البريئة بأمر الشعب بفضل الله والسيد القائد مقتدى الصدر.
Iraq's caretaker Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi called for restraint and asked for a negotiation and reached an understanding for the sake of Iraq and Iraqis.
إن الظرف صعب جدا وهذه حقيقة مرة مع الأسف الشديد وعلينا أن نتعاون ونتكاتف جميعا حتى لا ندفع بأنفسنا إلى الهاوية. علينا أن نحكم عقولنا ضمائرنا وجداننا ونلتف حول العراق والعراقيين لا حول المصالح الضيقة.
Kadhimi also said that Iraq is looking for a future that is equal to the size of sacrifices and the struggle they have gone through.
شعبنا تواق إلى الحياة وهو لا يهوى الفتنة والدم والاقتتال والانتقام والتناحر ولا يهوى الحقد والكراهية ويطلع لمستقبل يوازي حجم التضحيات والمعاناة التي مر بها. وعليه لابد أن تجلس الكتل السياسية.
Kadhimi also stressed an immediate solution and hope for a meaningful dialogue for a fruitful future.
سنتحمل المسؤولية وحاضرون لنفعل أي شيء من أجل العراق ودون تردد. المعضلة سياسية وحلها سياسي والحل ممكن عبر الحوار الصادق البناء وتقديم التنازلات من أجل العراق والعراقيين.
With political unrest brewing in Iraq, protesters continued their march towards the parliament and demanded for the proper rule of law and governance. Agency reporter, Public TV.
And now let's take a look at more international stories. A 9-year-old girl was stabbed to death by her sister in the United Kingdom's Boston. Lincolnshire police made an urgent appeal to the public for help in identifying a man as part of the investigation into the stabbing of the 9-year-old girl. Relatives of captured Ukrainian soldiers held a demonstration in Kyiv demanding information on the situation of their loved ones. Protesters were dressed in black as a mark of respect as they demonstrated for information after a rocket strike on a detention center in the village of Olenivka, where over 50 Ukrainians captured personnel were killed and dozens were injured. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi met his Kyrgyz counterpart in a bilateral visit. The ministers discussed trade and economic cooperation, security issues and the regional agenda, as well as future development of bilateral relations. Remember, 2022 marks the 30th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Protesters breached Iraq's parliament for the second time in a week to protest against the government formation efforts led by Iran-backed groups.
Demonstrators occupied the parliament floor, raising the Iraqi flag and portraits of Iraqi leader al-Sadr. Authorities claim that the protests are a pressure tactic to derail government formation efforts led by his political rivals in the coalition framework. The Russian defense military has stated that 50 Ukrainian military prisoners were killed by a rocket strike in Russian military establishments. Russian defense spokesperson Igor Konashenkov also declared that a pre-trial detention center was hit by munitions launched using high-mobility artillery rocket systems. And in news coming up on World this morning, a major setback for Sunak's campaign for premiership of the UK as former candidate backs his rival, Liz Truss. Also coming up, Ukraine's president says the government is ordering mandatory evacuation of people in the Donetsk region.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
Of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal has arrived at his native residence. People, there are thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this brave heart that has laid down his life.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is a big news. Boy from Maharashtra has secured a super silver. More medals are yet to come because this is just the beginning. The All India Council of Sufi Leaders is seeking a ban on PFI. This is a big breakthrough coming in. The chorus to ban PFI is getting louder.
PFI
Breaking news coming in now from Mumbai. Mega early morning action. ED officials are at Sanjay Raut's residence And raids in the Patrachal land scam case, the ED, as you can see in those visuals, at Sanjay Raut's residence. It's an early morning raid by the Enforcement Directorate in Mumbai. Can we say that trouble is mounting for the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena leader, as early morning raids are being conducted? And Alisha joining us with this news, all the details with her. Alisha, it's over to you to tell us about when the raids began. Was there any information given? And also tell us about which case they are related to.
Rukma, we know that the Enforcement Directorate is right now at a Sanjay Raut residence in Mumbai, and they have been conducting searches at his residence. This is a case where the probe linked in a money laundering case related to the redevelopment of Patrachal project at Goregaon, and also by, this is the case that was registered by Enforcement Directorate. We know that Sanjay Raut was summoned several times. He was summoned third time, but he has already made an assumption before the Enforcement Directorate that right now he is in Delhi, and there is a session going on through which he could not be able to join the summons or join the investigation. But what we know that now Enforcement Directorate has reached Sanjay Raut residence where the searches has been conducted, and it is something, a case that was related to Patrachal case, because not only Sanjay Raut but his wife Varsha Raut, because it is something, a deal between Sapna Patkar and Varsha Raut, and that is something also related where also Sanjay Raut is under the scanner. But importantly, there was summons that was sent to Sanjay Raut several times. We know that Sanjay Raut has already recorded a statement before the Enforcement Directorate, and in that statement where he was questioned for 6 to 7 hours. But now later, Enforcement has also sent the second summons to him. But he did not appear before the Enforcement Directorate, after which we are seeing that the agency has already reached to his residence in Bhandup, where the searches has been carried out.
Just to clarify, Alisha, this is not a raid but a search. That's one point. And secondly, well, we are also hearing that even as trouble is mounting for him with these searches and the continuous ED surveillance and being continually under the ED scanner, there are also allegations of trying to intimidate witnesses. That's what some media reports suggest. Can you confirm this?
Well, we have to wait and watch what will be the further course of action of the agency, because as of now we know that the searches has been carried out at the Sanjay Raut residence, and this is related to the redevelopment of the Patrachal scam. Well, agency earlier has claimed in this statement that money trail investigation has revealed that around 100 crores was transferred from Housing Development Infrastructure Limited, that is HDIL, to the account of Pravin Raut. Pravin Raut was been known to very close to Sanjay Raut, and as per the agency, this amount was further diverted by Pravin Raut to various accounts of his close associates, family members, and his business entities. It is also revealed that in 2010, a part of a proceed of crime amounting to rupees 83 lakh was received by Varsha Raut directly, indirectly from Madhuri Pravin Raut, who is the wife of Pravin Raut. So, which is why now we see that Enforcement Directorate has called Sanjay Raut several times. He was there right after we saw that after this all Maharashtra crisis, where Sanjay Raut has tweeted clearly saying that he is going to appear before the ED, and he appeared, and there were several hours that he was questioned related to case. But this is for sure that the agency is not really satisfied with the answer that has been given by Sanjay Raut, and this is why he was called again. There were two summons that was given to Sanjay Raut, but Sanjay Raut has given us some exemption. The exemption of he won't be able to appear before the agency is just because there is a session, the parliament, that has been ongoing, and he is in Delhi. so he won't be able to appear, and that is the only exemption letter that was given by his legal team. But now we saw that there is something concrete and material that has been come forward with the ED, which is why now Enforcement Directorate team has reached Sanjay Raut residence where the search has been carried out.
Right, and as you tell us, this is a search. These are searches being conducted after summons were issued to him. Sanjay Raut, well, although saying that he will appear, not yet making that appearance before the ED. Now, well, Alisha, there's also this information which has gone before about the ED provisionally attaching properties over 11 crore rupees in April in this case.
Well, yes, ED has been looking into the matter since the time the case was registered and this whole broke out. And well, yes, according to the official statement that was given by ED, that ED has professionally attached a property for nearly worth rupees 11.15 crore in the case. And this attached property were in the form of land that was held by Praveen Raut. Because Praveen Raut was a former director of Guru Ashish Constructor Private Limited, and the land we have been talking about, that is something in Palghar, Padga, that is all a flat and Dadar of Varsha Raut, and plot at Tikki Beach in Alibag that was jointly held by Varsha Raut, which is wife of Varsha Raut, and Sapna Patkar, wife of Sujit Patkar. So we have been seeing that ED is being looking into the matter, calling every person. We even know that there was a recent threat letter that was given by Sapna Patkar that she was asked to not to give statement, and we even heard Sanjay Raut into whether the fact the case has been, the complaint has been filed with the police, and the police has already registered an FIR against the unknown person, not the FIR, but the NC has been registered that they have been looking into the matter, and if someone found guilty, the FIR will be registered. But yes, this is a case we have been talking about of 100 crore, because it has really came to a light that it was 100 crore that was transferred from DHIL. And again, this was a case where ED has registered against even the Wadhwans and again the Praveen Raut. But now, when it comes to the Sanjay Raut, he is also under the Stana. There were, as I said earlier, there was statement that was recorded early, but now he was again being called again. But Sanjay Raut, we know that has given already an exemption letter of could not be able to, he won't be able to join the probe, which is why now Enforcement Director has reached to a resident and searches has been carried out. We have to wait and watch what will be the further course that is going to be happen, because if ED has already reached to his residence, so there could be some of the seizure, but we will wait for an official confirmation. Yes.
Well, Alisha with us on this story. Sanjay Raut under the lens. Sanjay Raut as already having suffered a major setback as far as his political career is concerned. Now, under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, an early morning call by the Enforcement Directorate at his residence, Sanjay Raut has already skipped 2 summons issued to him, although he continues to maintain that he has no fear of appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. These searches are in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case. Already, properties worth 11.15 crore rupees attached by the Enforcement Directorate in April itself in relation to this case. Our correspondent Alisha Nair on all the updates and bringing them to us. So we'll have to wait and watch, as she says, about what happens in this. Moreover, there are reports, not confirmed yet, of allegations of, trying to intimidate witnesses who are appearing in the case as well.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
Of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal has arrived at his native residence. People, there thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this brave heart that has laid down his life.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, track, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And straight away starting with breaking news coming in, those are the live visuals that we are getting of ED searches which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. So ED is currently raiding Sanjay Raut's residence. For now we are told his Bhandup residence is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, Sanjay Raut had earlier skipped 2 summons by the Enforcement Directorate, and the latest what we are learning is that the Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at Sanjay Raut's residence. We'll go across to Alisha as well, who's tracking all the latest on that, but what we are learning so far is that the searches are being held at Sanjay Raut's residence. Those are the early morning raids being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, Sanjay Raut had earlier skipped 2 summons by the Enforcement Directorate. We have Alisha tracking all the latest on that. Alisha, give us the latest that you're picking up. The search is being carried out at Sanjay Raut's residence.
Well, yes, Amisha, it's a search that has been carried out by Enforcement Directorate at Sanjay Raut's residence. They reached this morning itself. We know that there were several summons that was given to Sanjay Raut, asking him to appear before the agency, and even in the same Patrachal redevelopment case where statement of Sanjay Raut has already been recorded. We know that they were it was around for 6 to 7 hours where Sanjay Raut was grilled at the Enforcement Directorate, but there could be possibility that there are some of the answers that need to be given before the Enforcement Directorate, and more questions to be asked to Sanjay Raut, which is why they were another summon, the first summon that was issued to Sanjay Raut, but there was an assumption letter that was given by Sanjay Raut and his legal team, clearly stating that he could not be able to join the probe just because he's in Delhi, the parliament is going on. He also asked for an assumption post 7th August, but even he was asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate, and for not appearing, this could be an action that has been initiated by Enforcement Directorate, and some of the there are some of the evidence that has been put forward, and which is why Enforcement Directorate has reached to his residence. Now the search has been conducted.
Yes. Alisha, also if you could put this into context and give us some details of this Patrachal scam for which Sanjay Raut is under the ED scanner.
Well, it's a case that has been registered by Enforcement Directorate. It's a redevelopment. The case is being alleged of money laundering that is linked to the redevelopment of Patrachal in Mumbai suburb. It is what agency that has been come to know, because at the first the case that was registered by Economic Office Wing of Mumbai Police in 2018. After which Enforcement Directorate initiated an investigation under the PMLA Act. So the case that initially was registered was EOW. That was against Rakesh Wadhwan, Sarang Wadhwan, that is the promoter of HDIL and others, on the complaint filed by Mahada Executive Engineer. In the probe where the enforcement directorate arrested even Pravin Raut, who is a former director in Guru Ashish Construction and an alleged aide of Shiv Sena MP, that is Sanjay Raut. We know that overall in the case, in the month of April, where the enforcement director attached property that is worth rupees 11.15 crore belonging to Sanjay Raut's wife, that is Varsha Raut, Pravin Raut and Swapna Patkar, that is the wife of this Sanjay Raut's close associate Sujit Patkar. He was questioned earlier as well. This is something about the 100 crore that was transferred from HDIL to Pravin Raut, and further there was some amount that was 83 lakh that was transferred to Varsha Raut, that is the wife of Sanjay Raut. So now this is something, a case, enforcement directorate has been looking into it. Varsha Raut has already been questioned. Even Sanjay Raut has itself has tweeted that he is going to join the probe, and where he was questioned for around 8 to 10 hours. After which there are again a summons that was pressed, summons that was given to Sanjay Raut, but Sanjay Raut could not be able to appear. He was sending an exemption letter to the enforcement directorate stating that he is in a Delhi, he is in a parliament, and which is why he could not be appear before the 7th August. Despite that, he was summoned. The last summon that we saw, that was on 27th of July. But then he has given a letter, an exemption letter from his legal team stating he could not be able to appear and he needs some more time. After which we are seeing the action that has been coming in from enforcement directorate by early morning. We can see that there are paramilitary forces as well that has been deployed during the action that has been initiated by enforcement directorate, because we know that the searches that has been ongoing at Sanjay Raut residence in Mumbai.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. Just a follow-up question. If you could give us more details on those who are under the scanner other than Sanjay Raut. We understand Sujit Patkar and Varsha Raut, like you mentioned. If you could give us more details as to the alleged role of these people as well in this Patra Chaul scam.
Well, we know that Pravin Raut that has already been arrested and he was questioned, and after which the link has come out. Because as I mentioned earlier, there was 100 crore that was sanctioned and that was transferred from HDIL, that is from Sarang and Rakesh Wadhwan, and later that was around 83 lakh that was transferred to Varsha Raut, which is wife of Sanjay Raut. Now that is something under the scanner. We know some question that Sanjay Raut need to be answered. There are some links that Sanjay Raut need to be answered, because the link that has been emerged before the agency is something now has to be answered by Sanjay Raut, and which is why he's been asked to come to the enforcement directorate. But we are seeing that he is keeping the summons regularly, whether the fact he came at once, but later he was summoned where he did not join the probe, after which we are seeing that enforcement director has already reached to his residence. The searches has been carried out. We have to wait and watch what can be seized or what are the material that has been seized by the enforcement directorate, because there are teams that has already reached at his residence this early morning.
Yes.
It is also we will wait for an official confirmation, but yes, it's a big development that has been coming in Patra Chaul redevelopment scam, where the enforcement director has reached Sanjay Raut residence and searches has been carried out.
Yes, so Alisha, what we understand as of now is that one of the residences is being raided belonging to Sanjay Raut. Anything you're learning from your sources as to more locations probably linked to Sanjay Raut that could be raided by the enforcement directorate today?
Well, nothing as of now that has came forward, because what we know that the searches has only been carried out and Sanjay Raut has a property in Bhandu area only of Mumbai. And there, that bungalow is being, the searches that has been carried out at his bungalow itself. So we will wait where are the other properties that is in it. But because what of the sources that has been informed that it is only the resident is what's now been raided. Because this was also something under the scanner, whether the fact the money that has been diverted from Pravin Raut to Varsha Raut, or between the partners, that is Swapna Patkar and Sujit Patkar. So they have been just looking whether this even property comes under the the same money trial. So this is a money laundering case that has been enforcement has been looking into it, and of course that was a Mahada executive engineer who given a complaint in 2008 before the economic wings of Mumbai police, and on their FIR, where the enforcement directorate has been looking into the matter under the PML Act, and now they have been calling. We even saw that Sapna Patkar was questioned. She was asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. Even Varsha Raut has appeared before. Even the Sanjay Raut statement has been recorded. But this is a major development that has been coming in. There are some questions that, as I mentioned earlier, there are some questions that Sanjay Raut need to be answered. And now agency has reached to his residence and the search has been carried out.
Yes, Alisha, just a last question before we let you go. If you could tell us, we understand that Sanjay Raut had skipped earlier 2 summons by the Enforcement Directorate. What is the reasoning that Sanjay Raut gave for for failing to appear before the ED in connection with this scam?
Let's be clear that there are many summons. Like there are 4. At first, in the summons that was issued against Sanjay Raut, whether Sanjay Raut has given an assumption states that there is a Maharashtra political crisis and need to be here, and I won't be able to join the probe. But since the time Eknath Shinde took oath as a chief minister and Devendra Fadnavis as a deputy chief minister, the other day itself he has tweeted that that could be around at. He said that he will be joining the probe and he will appear before the Enforcement Directorate. So that is the day when he was questioned for around 10 hours is what we have been told. But later there were again 2 summons that was issued to Sanjay Raut because as I said earlier, there are many questions that need to be answered and that is why he was summoned. But he has given an assumption by his legal team stating that he is in Delhi. The parliament session is ongoing, which is why he could not be able to appear, and he also asked for an assumption till 7th of August. But again, there was a new press summon that was issued against Sanjay Raut and he was asked to appear before the agency on 27th of July. But as we know that Sanjay Raut has already asked for an assumption, and another assumption letter that was given by his legal team to Enforcement Directorate stating he could not be able because this is still in Delhi. So this was the reason that he stated before the agency, but we see that the action has already been initiated because now ED has already reached at his residence in Maluk in Mumbai where he stays with his family, where now with the paramilitary forces, so we can see that Enforcement Directorate has already been conducting searches at his residence.
All right. Alisha, stay with us. So just to bring our viewers up to speed, those are the searches being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate at the residence of the Bhanduk residence in Mumbai of Sanjay Raut. This is in connection with the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees alleged land scam that is related to the redevelopment of the Patra Chaul in Mumbai's Goregaon area. We have the reaction as well of BJP leader Kirit Somaiya. Let's listen into what he had to say.
1200 करोड़ का पत्राचाल घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएससीएल बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। संजय राउत को आखिर हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। 1200 करोड़ का पत्राचाल घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएससीएल बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा।
It was Kirit Somaiya demanding answers with respect to the Patra Chaul scam and saying that Sanjay Raut will have to answer questions pertaining to this scam that amounts to over crores of rupees. Alisha continues to be with us. Alisha, if you could give us more details that you're picking up from your sources. We'll connect with Alisha again, but those are the visuals that we're getting of the mega ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. This is in connection with the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over crores of rupees, over 1,000 crore rupees. Remember, a close aide of Sanjay Raut has already been arrested in connection with this case, and now we have the mega ED action conducting raids at one of the residents belonging to Sanjay Raut. So trouble they're mounting for Sanjay Raut there in connection with the Patra Chaul scam. Remember, Sanjay Raut was earlier summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with this scam for which Sanjay Raut failed to appear 2 times. And as you can see, the live visuals that we are getting to you from Sanjay Raut's residence, where the mega ED raids are underway as we speak. Remember, as I just mentioned, Sanjay Raut had earlier skipped these summons by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with this scam, which amounts to over 1,034 crore rupees. And of course, Sanjay Raut there will have to answer several questions pertaining to this scam, which amounts to crores of rupees. His aide earlier was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the same scam that is related to the redevelopment of the Patra Chaul in Mumbai's Goregaon area. So more details are awaited. What we understand as of now is that the ED reached Sanjay Raut's residence at around 7:20 a.m. this morning and began with its mega raids at Sanjay Raut's residence. And as Alisha was telling us, Sanjay Raut had skipped earlier summons as well. So several questions that will have to be answered by Sanjay Raut now as mega ED raids are underway at one of his residence in Bhandup area. Now this is a scam which amounts to thousands of crore rupees. It amounts to over 1,034 crore rupees to be precise, related to the redevelopment of Patra Chaul in Mumbai's Goregaon area. Remember, Praveen Raut was arrested in February. The ED had said that he appears to be acting as a front or a collusion with some influential persons. Our senior editor Shravan Sen is also joining us for more details. Shravan, if you could give us more details that you're learning from your sources on the mega ED raids which are currently underway. Well, we'll connect with Shravan again. I'm told Shravan is back with us. Shravan, if you could share more details with us. Well, there seems to be a network problem there. We'll connect with Shravan again.
बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा.
Shravan is back with us. Shravan, if you could share more details with us.
Well, Samiksha, in fact, Sanjay Raut was basically sent out multiple summons. He's only appeared before the Enforcement Directorate once, is what we have been told. He had basically sought a time at least till the first week of next month, but before that has happened, the Enforcement Directorate is now carrying out searches in the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam. Now, let's just look at what are the basic charges. So the agency here has basically claimed that Praveen Raut has received about 100 crore rupees from a real estate company which goes by the name of HDIL, and he's diverted it to various accounts of his close associates, family members, his business entities, including the family members of Sanjay Raut. So from this particular 100 crore rupees that was received, the allegation is that some amount of the proceeds of crime has been received by Sanjay Raut's family members. The ED essentially has alleged that back in 2010, about 83 lakh rupees, which was basically part of the proceeds of crime, was transferred to Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut, who had basically used the money to buy an apartment in Dadar. In fact, this apartment has already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. Apart from this, they also allege that at least 8 plots of the land that were purchased at Alibag in Maharashtra was also in the name of Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar. This is the allegation that has been leveled with regards to the money or the proceeds of crime, part of it that has been received by Sanjay Raut's family members. Now, with regards to the project itself, remember the project was basically, as per the agreement, the developer had to pay rent to all the 672 tenants every month till the completion of the project. ED claims that this project was never completed despite the kind of permissions that were granted, which they suspect was because of the influence of Sanjay Raut. They basically said it was Sanjay Raut who had basically influenced the officials, and that is the reason why the project was granted the kind of permission it was from the authorities, from MADA particularly. And that is the reason why, remember, Sanjay Raut has also now come under the scam.
Yes. Shravan, just a follow-up question. If you could tell us from the details what we know so far, is it possible that Praveen Raut could be the front man of Sanjay Raut?
Well, that's what the enforcement directorate suspects, that it is after all Praveen Raut who's the man who's actually received the loans and the money that he had basically received from HDIM. And that too, this money was received by Praveen Raut despite no work being done. They say that this is part of the profit that was made, but the fact of the matter is that the project never took off. So how exactly were profits made in this particular case? More importantly, it is only after the enforcement directorate had filed the case that we are going to understand that part of the money that was received by Varsha Raut was returned. So why exactly would the money be returned, that too without paying any particular interest, if they had, Varsha Raut was essentially showing that the money that was received by her was on the basis of some sort of a loan.
Yes. Shravan, just a last question before we let you go. Also, another major question arising at this point is, did Sanjay Raut return bribe money to Praveen Raut after the ED launched its probe in connection to the scam?
Well, in fact, the enforcement directorate said that these are proceeds of crime. About 100 crore rupees that was received by Praveen Raut. Now, with regards to Sanjay Raut and his family members, the enforcement directorate has been able to trace the money to about 83 lakh rupees. Some part of the money, we have been told, was already sent back by Varsha Raut to Praveen Raut, but this was only after the enforcement directorate has basically stepped in. The suspect that this was the money that was received by Varsha Raut as part of the proceeds of crime, simply because they say that when that money was returned, no interest was paid. If no interest was actually paid, then how could it be considered as a loan to begin with? Secondly, a large part of the money that was received by them was diverted to buy properties in Mumbai as well as outside Mumbai. Some of these properties have already been attached when the investigation had actually begun, is what we are being told. And in fact, what we also claim is that not just one, but several householders were basically duped by in this Patrachal redevelopment scam. And the fact that Sanjay Raut at that point in time was considered to be someone who was influential, using his name, Praveen Raut has also been able to influence certain officials within MADA and get certain permissions for this particular project.
All right, Shravan, thank you for taking us through the details. So as Shravan was telling us, this scam amounts to crores of rupees, and as you can see from the visuals, the ED searches are underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. Now, among the big allegations that Sanjay Raut is facing at this point is violation of MADA norms for sale of flats. He received another allegation is receiving booking from 458 home buyers, to be precise, and 138 crore rupees, what we are told, among the major allegations that was collected while booking. So those are some of the big allegations that have been leveled against Sanjay Raut and his aides as well. In fact, what we are also told is that another question that is arising at this point is if Praveen Raut is the front man of Sanjay Raut, Praveen Raut, who's said to be the close aide of Sanjay Raut, who's now been arrested as well. And now from the visuals, as you can see, these are the early morning searches that are being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Patrachal scam. So this is one of the residents. This is one of the residents in Bhandup belonging to Sanjay Raut, which is currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. So ED team there undertaking mega searches at Sanjay Raut's residence. So several questions arising at this point, if there is a political link behind this over 1,000 crore rupees scam. Another question is, did Praveen Raut take bribes in lieu for project clearance? And another question is if Raut returned bribe money to Praveen Raut after the ED launched its probe in connection to this 1,000 crore rupees scam. Among the big allegations include violation of MHADA norms for sale of flats, receiving booking from 458 home buyers to be precise. Alisha is back with us. Alisha, take us through the details of this Patra Chaul scam for which the ED is currently raiding one of the residents belonging to Sanjay Raut.
Well, yes, Samisha, what we know that now not only they have been conducting searches, but also they have been questioning Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut is present at his residence in Mandup, where the searches has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, and at a certain where one team is being searching at his residence, there are also the team, one is questioning Sanjay Raut. So, of course, where the Sanjay Raut was trying to skip the summons, clearly citing that he won't be able to join the probe just because he's in Delhi and the parliament sessions has been ongoing. But now we see that the Enforcement Directorate getting an information that Sanjay Raut is back in Mumbai, after which they have reached to his residence. And now there are the searches that has been carried out by Enforcement Directorate. And not only this, but also he's been questioned, is what we know. So it will be a very important to see the further development that will be taken up by Enforcement Directorate. We have to see whether the fact they found something at his residence or not, because this is something a case that was initially registered by Economic Offence Wing of Mumbai Police in 2008 after a complaint that was given by MHADA authorities. The FIR that was registered against Sarang and Rakesh Wadhwa, that is a promoter of HDIL, and the other officials also including Pravin Raut. And later, Enforcement Directorate has registered ECIR on the same FIR that was registered with Mumbai Police, and ED registered under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, where they were questioned, we know that even Sanjay Raut has the earlier question for around 10 hours when he appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. They clearly mentioned, he also mentioned in his tweet that he is going to go to Enforcement Directorate to join the probe. But there are some other questions that need to be answered by Sanjay Raut, because it's a money trial that went between Pravin Raut, wife Madhuri Raut, and between Varsha Raut, which is wife of Sanjay Raut. So there were some of the 83 lakhs, the transactions of 83 lakhs that has been diverted to Varsha Raut, and there was some of the property that has been brought in that money. Now, Enforcement Directorate has been questioning, and there are some of the role that has been emerged of Sanjay Raut as well, which is why he's been questioned. Being a politician, there could be some of the profit that has been taken up by Pravin Raut, who is being known to be a very close associate aide of Sanjay Raut. So while skipping the summons, we know the last summons that was given to Sanjay Raut, that was on 27th of July. But again, there were his legal team has reached to the Enforcement Directorate office saying that they could not be able to appear the probe. He would only be appear after 7th of August. But now when Enforcement Directorate got to know that Sanjay Raut is in Mumbai and at his residence, after which Enforcement Directorate team has reached to his residence at around 7 a.m. in the morning at a certain where they have been conducting searches, and on the hand, even Sanjay Raut has been questioned in the case.
Yes. Alisha, also, can you, if you could give us more details, what you're learning from your sources, how is the line of questioning going to be like, especially in connection with this, the aides as well of Sanjay Raut, who's been arrested as we speak? Well, stay with us, Alisha. We have Ram Kadam also joining us on the phone line. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction on the mega ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. He's also being questioned, we are told, by the ED officials.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, there are two important points. Point number one, as we know that ED has asked Mr. Raut to attend with their office. They have given him summons 2 days ago. When Shiv Sena leader has not done anything wrong, this is what he said, then why he has been avoiding ED's summons? What is the reason? When person has been avoiding ED officials, what does it mean? It's a clear-cut evidence that he wants to hide something. An ED department or any income tax or CBI department, they do not take any action overnight. They study all the documents thoroughly for several months, and when they find some financial fraud, then only this department take action. And ED has been asking questions to Shiv Sena leader for several months, and he has been avoiding all those questions. Shiv Sena leader has time to address media 3 times in a day, but unfortunately they do not have time to answer ED officials' questions. This is the point. And this is now new India. The law is same for everything. Whether the person is a leader, or he is an industrialist, or he is an actor, or he is a common man. The law is equal for everyone. So as for the rules and regulations, ED has been taking action, and that is all because of Mr. Raut did not attend it when they have summoned him 2 days ago.
All right, sir, we'll have to leave it at that. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Ram Kadam giving his response to the mega ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage as ED raids Sanjay Raut's residence in connection to the Patra Chaul scam.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is a big news. Boy from Maharashtra has secured a super silver. More medals are yet to come because this is just the beginning. The All India Council of Sufi Leaders is seeking a ban on PFI. This is a big breakthrough coming in. The chorus to ban PFI is getting louder.
PFI हो या उससे संबंधित और भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो जो रेडिकलिज्म की तरफ लोगों को ले जाते हैं, अगर उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस हैं तो उनको बैन किया जाना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए.
So mega early morning action in Mumbai. ED officials at Sanjay Raut's residence. Raids being conducted even as we speak. The raids are in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case. The ED officials conduct early morning call at Sanjay Raut's residence in Mumbai. And we're trying to get in touch with our reporter who's there on the ground covering this story. Alisha, what's happening now? Early morning raids, early morning searches at Sanjay Raut's residence.
Enforcement director that we see that has reached already to his residence, and the searches has been carried out. Not only that, we have been told that even Sanjay Raut is going to he's been questioned by the enforcement directorate, and this is a case, Rukma, of 2008, where Sanjay Raut was, there was a case that was registered by Economic Offence Wing of Mumbai Police over the Patra Chaud redevelopment scam, and this case was registered against
HDIL promoters, that is Sarang and Rakesh Wadhwan, and also Guru Ashish Development Private Limited, that has been owned by Praveen Raut, who has been close aide of Sanjay Raut. Earlier, we saw that Sanjay Raut, who was questioned for around 10 hours, he appeared before the enforcement directorate because there is a transaction, the money trial that came put forth during the ED investigation, that there are 83 lakhs that was transferred from Praveen Raut, the wife, that is Madhuri Raut, to Varsha Raut, who is a wife of Sena MP Sanjay Raut. So, and even there was something land that was taken place, and there was land that was purchased in the same money. After which we saw that even Varsha Raut was summoned before the enforcement directorate. Even she has been questioned for several hours. Later now, we know that Sanjay Raut has been summoned. That was in total, he was given a summons of 4 summons that was issued against Sanjay Raut. At first, he could not be able to appear because he clearly cited that there is a Maharashtra political crisis, and being a senior Sena leader, he has to be there and could not be able to join the probe. But later, the time Eknath Shinde took oath as a Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he itself has tweeted saying that he is going to appear before the agency, is going to join the probe, and there were several statements even earlier that was made by Sanjay Raut stating that this is nothing, a pressure tactics is what been made, and that was claim that was made by Sanjay Raut. But again, there are some questions that need to be answered, because in the entire case, whether the fact the case is of 2008, as I earlier mentioned, that at first it was registered by Economic Offence Wing of Mumbai Police, and this was given a complaint by Mahada officials, and right after that there was an FIR that was registered by Mumbai Police, and later Enforcement Directorate has registered ECIR under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and they have already started the investigation. In the month of April,
Alicia, what you're basically saying is that there's an entire sequence that has been followed, steps and procedure followed by the Enforcement Directorate in this case. As the BJP just said on our channel itself, he has received the summons twice. He has not appeared before the ED many times, and well, you cannot blame the ED now for conducting these searches. Let's listen to what the BJP's Kirit Sumaya had to say on this.
राउत को आखिर हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। 1200 करोड़ का पत्राचाल घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएससीएल बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा।
Kirit Sumaya of the BJP dared, the BJP backing the ED action. Going back across once again to Alisha. Alisha, well, you were just telling us about how an FIR, or if I'm not wrong, many FIRs, could you clarify, have been filed in this case? Which FIRs are these? Who are the other people? We also believe that there are a number of other prominent names in this particular land scam. Please continue.
Well, yes, Rukma, let me put things into perspective for our viewers, because this is the first case that was registered in 2008 by Economic Offence Wing of Mumbai Police with the complaint that was given by Mahada officials. Later that, even Mumbai Police was looking into it, but when Enforcement Directorate get to know that this is not something about, into the lakhs, but this is something around the crore rupees, because during the course of investigation, where Enforcement Directorate got to know that there are hundreds 100 crore that was transferred from HDIL. That is, the case, even it was registered against Rakesh and Sarang Wadhwan, that is a promoter of HDIL, and it is because 100 crore that was transferred from HDIL to Pravin Raut, who has been known to be a close aide of Sanjay Raut. So there could be a political benefit that has been taken up by Pravin Raut, because in overall money trial there are 83 lakhs that has been given to Varsha Raut from Madhuri Raut. That is Madhuri Raut, who is a wife of Pravin Raut, to Varsha Raut, a wife of Sanjay Raut. So even in this money trial, where Enforcement Directorate is already looking into the matter, and what we know that in the month of April, where Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached a set of around 11.15 crore, including the property that has been belonging to Varsha Raut, that is, and also Pravin Raut, and even Swapna Patkar, Sujit Patkar, in the overall case where Pravin Raut, who was earlier arrested by Enforcement Directorate, and after which these are the link that has come before Enforcement Directorate. We even talking about Sanjay Raut, because he was summoned several times. At first, when he was summoned in the case, he clearly mentioned that he could not be able to attend the probe just because of whatever the political crisis that has been happening in the state of Maharashtra. He has to be there as a senior leader, as a Shiv Sena leader, through which he could not be able to attend. But the time Eknath Shinde took oath as a chief minister, and even the Fadnavis as the deputy chief minister, we saw that Sanjay Raut itself has tweeted about it, that he is going to join the probe. And later, the second day, he itself went to the Enforcement Directorate office in Mumbai, where he was questioned for around 10 hours. But again, there are certain questions that need to be answered. There are some more information that Enforcement Directorate has already gathered, which is why Sanjay Raut was summoned again. But then there was an assumption letter that was given by Sanjay Raut, the legal team, stating that there is Sanjay is in Delhi, the parliament session is ongoing, which is why he could not be able to join the probe till 7th of August.
Alicia, breaking news coming in, a breaking development at this point. Alicia, if I can interrupt you for a little while. Sanjay Raut, we believe, is inside his residence and he is being questioned by the ED. Can you confirm this?
Well, yes, what we got to know from our sources that Enforcement Directorate has already reached to his, जहां पर देख रहे हैं कि संजय राउत के घर पर ऑलरेडी एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के जो ऑफिशियल्स है वो सुबह 7 बजे पहुंचे थे। अब बताया जा रहा है कि संजय राउत खुद अपने घर पर मौजूद है। वहीं पर एक तरफ उनकी एक टीम जो उनके घर पर भांडुप में, मुंबई के भांडुप में जहां पर उनका बंगलो है, उसी बंगलो पर जहां उनके घर पर सर्चेस कंडक्ट किए जा रहे हैं, वहीं दूसरी ओर संजय राउत से भी पूछताछ की जा रही है। लेकिन ये हमने देखा कि ये एक नहीं लेकिन 2 समन्स थे जिसको संजय राउत स्किप करते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। लेकिन जैसे ही एजेंसी को इसके बारे में जानकारी मिली कि संजय राउत अपने घर पर ही मौजूद है, उसके बाद ही आज सुबह ही करीबन 7 बजे जहां पर ईडी की टीम उनके घर पर पहुंचे और ये पत्राचौल रीडेवलपमेंट स्कैम को लेकर जहां लगातार क्वेश्चनिंग संजय राउत से करने वाले थे, लेकिन संजय राउत कहीं ना कहीं पर इस पूरे मामले को स्किप करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे थे। जितने भी समन्स थे उसको स्किप करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे थे, जिसके बाद अब जैसे ही जानकारी ईडी को मिली कि वो घर पर ही मौजूद है और वहीं पर अब एक तरफ जो टीम है उनके घर पर सर्चेस किए जा रहे हैं, उनके बंगलों पर सर्चेस कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं, वहीं दूसरी ओर संजय राउत से भी पूछताछ कर रही है। अब देखना यह है कि आगे की क्या कार्रवाई ईडी की ओर से रहेगी, क्योंकि न कि सिर्फ उस सर्चेस में क्या निकलकर सामने आता है या फिर क्या चीज़ों को लेकर सीज किए जाता है, क्योंकि ये वन ऑफ द प्रॉपर्टी है जो संजय राउत के बिलोंग करते हैं। और ये पूरे मामले को लेकर अगर फिर से हम बात करें, क्योंकि 2018 में ईओडब्ल्यू की ओर से, मुंबई ईओडब्ल्यू की ओर से ये केस रजिस्टर किया गया था, जिसके बाद एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने ईसीआर यानी मनी।
Alisha, coming to you once again. Alisha, interrupting you once again. 12 ED officials, we believe, are inside the Raut residence, conducting searches at the Raut residence since early this morning. They arrived there at around 7 a.m. That's what Alisha, our reporter, has been telling us, giving us all the updates. Now they are questioning Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray loyalist and Shiv Sena leader, Shiv Sena MP. Can we say he is a member, senior member of the Uddhav Thackeray faction? And this is the Patra Chol land scam case.
ये दिसने आलेलं आहे. हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं. हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं. हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं. सुडाचं राजकारण चालू आहे. सुडाचं संजय राऊत साहेबांना खूप प्रयत्न करत संजय राऊत कोणाला दाबत नाहीये. सर्वांना सडेतोड उत्तर देतात आहे. आज संजय राऊत साहेब सर्वांना उरून पुरतात आहे. सर्व भाजपला सर्वांना उरून पुरत आहे आणि भाजपला सोडायचा प्रयत्न करत आहे. शिवसेनेच्या आप सबको मालूम है, ये सब जानबूझ के किया जा रहा है, इंटेंशनली टारगेट है. आप सब मीडिया वालों को मालूम है, आपको सबको मालूम है कि सेशन चालू है और सामने बताया
ऐसा ईडी का कहना है कि उन्होंने बुलाया था लेकिन नहीं आया. बाहर निकलूं.
And joining us now on the phone line is the BJP's Atul Bhatkalkar. Mr. Bhatkalkar, what would you like to say? ED searches underway, questioning of Sanjay Raut underway. The ED clearly in action in the Patra Chaul land scam case. Your reactions?
It is very welcome step, though it is a little bit delayed, but it is much needed step because Patra Chaul is the best example of Shivasena's double dholki. They have done politics in the name of Marathi Manus, and in Patra Chaul, they, on the name of Marathi Manus, they minted crores of rupees. And after 15 years, not a single Marathi Manus in Patra Chaul has not got his own home. That is on the road. All Marathi families, around 725 families are still road. They are not getting their dues. They are not getting rent. And these Shivsena people, they done their whole politics around the aspita of Marathi Manus. But right from vacating their places to the selling their sale component to the different builders, from at all levels, Shivsena people were involved to make them vacant their houses. Local Shivsena corporator, that time corporator Shinde, his brother-in-law, who was in police custody right now because of Sachin Waze's scam, he himself threatened people at that time to vacate their houses. And these all leaders of Shivsena, they sold FSI to the different builders and they did not build single each on the rehab portion of the Marathi Manus. So it is a very welcome step and Sanjay Raut should be thoroughly inquired regarding this matter.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Bhatkalkar, for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts there. And the BJP's Atul Bhatkalkar there, speaking with Republic, says that it's a very welcome step. The ED searches underway at Sanjay Raut's home alleges massive corruption in the Patra Chaul case.
Enforcement Directorate has reached Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut resident where the searches has been conducted and also Sanjay Raut has been questioned in the Patra Chaul redevelopment case. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
That is Christian Michel.
जो सरेंडर हो गया उनकी ईडी खत्म। इन लाखों कितने लोगों को हमारे जो शिवसेना में थे उनको बाकायदा बहुत अच्छे नोटिस है, वो बीजेपी चले गए या तो बीजेपी प्रणीत लोगों के पास चले गए, उनकी ईडी खत्म। पर संजय राउत साहब अकेले हैं जो लड़ रहे हैं, उसके लिए उनको नहीं दिया। आप ये बोलिए कल राउत साहब अगर चले जाए बीजेपी में सब सेटलमेंट कर ले, पर हम सेटलमेंट करने वालों में से नहीं है। हम लोगों को काम पे लगा देंगे। हम अभी तो देखिए, अभी तो जमावड़ा आ रहा है, हमारा जन सैलाब आएगा और जब जन सैलाब आ जाएगा तो भाजपा को कंट्रोल करना नामुमकिन हो जाएगा और शिवसेना अपने स्टाइल से जवाब देगी।
So mega early morning action in Mumbai. Enforcement directorate officials at Sanjay Raut's residence. And now a political war of words. Allegations fly thick and fast. The BJP welcoming the ED action, even as the Shiv Sena. Well, there's also a dispute over who is the real Shiv Sena, the matter being in court as well. Going across to Alisha now. Alisha, we have supporters of Sanjay Raut saying that, well, this is vendetta. Once again, you know, that refrain that most politicians who are now under the ED scanner we've been hearing continuously. Now, Sanjay Raut supporters say the same, even as the BJP has clearly said that in the Patra scheme, well, there was not a single Marathi Manus, as it was claimed earlier, who actually got a home. It's over to you to take us through these latest developments.
Well, yes, we know that Enforcement Directorate has been probing of 1,034 crore rupees in the Patrachal redevelopment case. But, you know, Rukma, what we know that Sanjay Raut has now tweeted clearly stating that Maharashtra and Shiv Sena ladat rahil. This means that Maharashtra and Shiv Sena will keep fighting is what Sanjay Raut has been tweeting. We know that at a certain point when Enforcement Directorate has been conducting search at Asset resident, and also there was questioning that has been ongoing with Raut, because this is something, a case that was registered first with Mumbai Police Mumbai Police of Economic Offensive Wing in 2008 with the complaint of the Mahada officials. But later when Enforcement Directorate got to know that it is something, transactions that was taken place of 100 crore from Praveen Raut to the HDIL for the redevelopment, but there were no house that was given to the people, whether the fact they have been taken such a loan from HDIL to give houses to the people, but there were no, resident that was given to the needy person. That was the actually reason that the money that was taken. But we know that overall it is something of 1,034 crore rupees where the Enforcement Directorate has been looking into the matter, and this is a case of a money laundering case. At a certain point now, Sanjay Raut has tweeted stating that Maharashtra and Shiv Sena will keep fighting. But on the other hand, enforcement directed at the morning 7 a.m. Where they reached at the Sanjay Raut residence, and the searches has been underway. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footage.
So massive searches at Sanjay Raut's residence. Breaking news coming in now. Amid ED raid, Sanjay Raut tweets. Our correspondent Alicia on this story. Sanjay Raut says false action and false allegations and says will not leave Shiv Sena. So Sanjay Raut tweeting there saying that the Shiv Sena will continue the fight, even as he says that the raids and the ED action is a political vendetta. These are all false allegations. He claims innocence after having evaded ED summons twice. The ED has summoned him time and again. However, he has been evading on various excuses. The BJP, meanwhile, a political war of words has erupted as was expected, and the BJP welcoming the ED action. So Sanjay Raut tweeting, even as we believe that questioning is underway. Questioning is underway. 12 ED officials inside the Raut residence. The ED officials arrived at Sanjay Raut's residence in early this morning at around 7 a.m. and since then they've been conducting searches. These are searches in relation to the Patra Chaul case and where there are many allegations of corruption and embezzlement and of fraud against Sanjay Raut and a number of his associates, including his wife. And the ED now questioning him. That was the latest we had heard. The ED questioning Sanjay Raut inside his residence. So Sanjay Raut present inside his home, and the Enforcement Directorate, 12 officials of the Enforcement Directorate questioning him even as we speak. But in the midst of that questioning, we hear, in fact, we see that Sanjay Raut is tweeting saying that the Shiv Sena will fight on.
Enforcement Directorate is probing 134 crore Patra Chaul redevelopment scam. ED has reached Sanjay Raut resident at 7 a.m. in the morning, and searches and the questioning with Sanjay Raut is underway. Minute-to-minute and exclusive information only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
Of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal has arrived at his native residence. People, there are thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this brave heart that has laid down his life.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live is stream with you everywhere. Republic Live is stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is a big news. Boy from Maharashtra has secured a super silver. More medals are yet to come because this is just the beginning. The All India Council of Sufi Leaders is seeking a ban on PFI. This is a big breakthrough coming in. The chorus to ban PFI is getting louder.
PFI हो या उससे संबंधित और भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो जो रेडिकलिज्म की तरफ लोगों को ले जाते हैं, अगर उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस हैं तो उनको बैन किया जाना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, what check?
Congress worker was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं. पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है.
Was Suchita Dalal the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan?
Top headlines at 9 a.m. Early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. After skipping 2 summons, ED raids Raut's Bhando residence. Fresh trouble for Sanjay Raut. The ED hot chase gets hotter. Mega raids continue. India's medal tally goes up at the Commonwealth Games 2022. India bags 4 medals now. Bengal cash scam hits Mamata government now. Major cabinet reshuffle expected soon. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava, tracking the big story this morning. The ED raids, which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. So, 12 ED officials, we are told, are currently raiding Sanjay Raut's residence. We are told he's also being questioned as we speak. In fact, as ED conducts raids at Sanjay Raut's residence, Sanjay Raut in fact has taken to Twitter saying that he has not done anything wrong and saying, and I quote here, "I have nothing to do with any scam. I'm saying this by taking the oath of Shiv Sena chief Bala Sahib Thackeray. Bala Sahib has taught us to fight. I will continue to fight for Shiv Sena." So Sanjay Raut there invoking Bala Sahib Thackeray and saying that he has done no wrong. And this is in connection to the Patra Chaul scam for which the ED is currently conducting raids as we speak. In fact, Sanjay Raut's supporters there also protesting the ED raids which are currently underway as we speak. So this is a scam which amounts to crores of rupees. A reaction also coming in from Ram Kadam. Let's listen in.
कर नहीं, उसे डर किस बात का? यदि शिवसेना नेता ने कुछ गलत पैसों की धांधली नहीं की है तो ईडी अफसरों ने जब उन्हें जांच के लिए बुलाया 3 दिन पूर्व, वे क्यों नहीं गए? अफसरों के सवालों से बचने का क्या कारण? उनके पास सुबह दोपहर शाम पत्रकार वार्ता करने के लिए समय है, पर ईडी के अफसरों के सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए उनके पास समय नहीं है। क्या देश इस बात की सच्चाई नहीं जानता? यह बदला हुआ भारत है। इस भारत में नेता हो, अभिनेता हो, उद्योगपति हो, छोटा हो, बड़ा हो, कानून के सामने सारे समान हैं। कानून अपनी कार्रवाई करेगा।
संजय राउत को आखिर हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। 1200 करोड़ का पत्राचार घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएससीएल बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा।
So BJP there demanding answers from Sanjay Raut. This is in connection with the Patra Chawl scam, for which the ED is currently conducting raids also as we speak. In fact, those are the visuals also that we are playing out of the ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. Now Sanjay Raut in the latest has also taken to Twitter saying that he has done no wrong, and in fact invoking Balasaheb Thackeray, saying that he has done no wrong and that this is crying in fact a political vendetta there. A witch hunt is what Sanjay Raut is claiming at this point. Now, this is in relation to the Patra Chawl scam, which amounts to crores of rupees. Remember earlier, Praveen Raut, who's said to be an aide of Sanjay Raut, was arrested as well in connection with this scam. And now Sanjay Raut, who's currently being questioned as well as raided. We have Alisha reporting live from Sanjay Raut's residence. Alisha, if you could give us the latest details that you're picking up on the questioning as well as the raids which are currently underway.
Sure, let me put into things into perspective, because this is something an enforcement directorate approving 1,034 crore Patra Chawl land scam case, where earlier Sanjay Raut's case was summoned twice. That is first on July 20th and on 27th July due to ongoing parliament session. In the overall matter, in the month of February, where the other accused, Praveen Raut, who was arrested, and during his statement, it has come to know that there are other roles as well, which related to Sanjay Raut and his wife, Varsha Raut. The other accused, if we talk about, because even this action that has been initiated by enforcement district comes after the letter that was given by Swapna Patkar. Swapna Patkar and Sanjay Raut's wife jointly help land parcels in Alibag, which were attached by enforcement directorate in an alleged link audio clip. Where we can see that Raut threatened and abused Swapna Patkar, where we won't watch for the authenticity of the audio, but that was going viral, where we have been seeing that Sanjay Raut has been threatening and abused Swapna Patkar, that is wife of Sujit Patkar, who is a close aide of Sanjay Raut, for giving statement against him. So when the enforcement, the agencies also confirmed this, that they were, when Swapna Patkar, when she was questioned before the enforcement directorate, at that point of time, where there was some of the evidence and documents that was given by Swapna Patkar, and that was against Sanjay Raut. We know that the case that has come across Sanjay Raut, that there was an agreement that was signed between GACPL, the tenant society, and Mahada for redevelopment of Patra Chawl. It has been 14 years where the people were waiting for houses, but according to the agreement, that to provide flats to 672 tenants of Patra Chawl, there were no, house that was given to the people. And after that, the case registered in the complaint of Mahada to economic offence wing of Mumbai police. And later the case has been taken over by the Enforcement Directorate, where they filed a money laundering case against HDIL, Sarang and Rakesh Wadhwan, and also some other associates. Now the ED case is... Yes.
Alicia, stay with us. We also have Ankit who's reporting live. Ankit, if you could tell us what is the latest you are picking up. We understand that there's high drama unfolding as ED is conducting raids. We understand some protests also taking place. Give us all the latest details.
We have just reached Samiksha at the residence of Sanjay Raut in Bhandup, where the raids of the Enforcement Directorate are in progress. As you can see here, there are a number of supporters of Sanjay Raut who have placed themselves right in front of the gate of his residence. His residence is called Maitri, and in front of it, a number of them are standing. There are a number of them that have seated themselves also, and they are unleashing a constant volley of chants in support of Sanjay Raut. There are various chants that have been doing the rounds right now here in front of us, and they've also reached almost simultaneously with the ED. Just a short while later, after the ED arrived here at about 7:30, is when a little while later the media as well as the supporters from the locality started reaching. Now, just to tell viewers who are unfamiliar with the terrain here a little bit, Sanjay Raut is one of the leaders who does not necessarily stay in the South Mumbai area where the Mantralaya is, for instance, where the CM's bungalows. He stays roughly towards the Thane area, towards the northeast of Mumbai, and this is a heavily populated area. In fact, on the walk here, it's through narrow lanes, and you can see that there are political posters that are put up just about everywhere. So these, I presume, are some of the local supporters of Sanjay Raut. I'd just like my VJ Samir to show you the building as well. This white building that you can see is part of the residence of Sanjay Raut. It's a gated residence, and there Samir can show you that it says Maitri over there. There is a signboard that reads Maitri, and below that it says Sanjay Raut. So very clearly this is the residence of Sanjay Raut. There are 12 ED officials, is what we have been told, who went in to this residence at about 7:30 a.m. And also alongside, while we were walking here, there are a number of other agencies also providing security. Most notable among them, of course, the Mumbai Police, which is here in quite strength. In fact, while walking here, there were 2 checkposts that have been placed here, where there are police officials to ensure that the safety and security of the area is not compromised in any way. And alongside that, there are a number of Shiv Sena supporters also. We'll just move ourselves now to a position from where we can show you a wider frame, and we can show you exactly what's going on, because in a very small area there are a lot of people here and there is a lot of action currently ongoing. So Samiksha, this once again, Samir is my VJ, and we're just going to turn around. And so right now, behind us, you can see the scene in front of you. This is the Maitri bungalow of Sanjay Raut, this 3-story bungalow, and this is where the raids are in progress. In this packed sort of area, right in front of the gate, seated are the supporters of Sanjay Raut, who can be seen. Some of them are seated. Behind them are a number of people who are standing, and there has been constant chanting that has been going on. That essentially the line of the sloganeering is that Sanjay Raut is the type of Neta that is desirable. Of course, none of that has anything to do with what is going on inside. That is to do with the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam case, in which Sanjay Raut has been issued at least 2 summons, if I'm not mistaken. The most recent one was on July the 27th. And on July the 27th also, he did not appear. He cited first time that there was the Maharashtra political crisis in progress, and if I'm not mistaken, the second time he cited that there were the presidential elections also that were slated. And so with that reason and another reason, he did not appear. However, he is now in Mumbai. He's of course a Rajya Sabha member of parliament. We covered his election. It was fairly recent. He retained his Rajya Sabha seat. However, his runner in the Rajya Sabha race from the Shiv Sena did not, but Sanjay Raut made it, and now he's back in Mumbai. And even as we speak, while he's said to be being grilled, he is tweeting defiantly. He said that the Shiv Sena and Sanjay Raut would continue their fight, but it has little to do with that, Samiksha. This is a specific case.
Yes, Ankit, that's the tweet I was coming to. Sanjay Rao taking to Twitter, invoking Balasaheb Thackeray. The question being that if he has done no wrong, why did he have to skip the summons in the past? And what is the problem if he is if he has done no wrong, why would he have problems in ED questioning him in regard to the Patra Chaul scam?
No doubt, and in fact, if I'm not mistaken, just a short while ago, while Ram Kadam was speaking to us, he too raised the same point, that why has Sanjay Raut skirted 2 summons that have been issued. Of course, like Alisha has been telling us as well, there has been an occasion in the past when he has been questioned for about 10 hours or so, and this is a scam that dates back many years, almost 15 years, 14 years or something like that. And so there have been multiple developments. There are different people who are involved, some of whom are also under arrest, and Praveen Raut is a person who has been often linked to Sanjay Raut.
Ankit, just hold your thoughts there. Yes, I'll just come back to you. We have Brij Mohan Srivastav as well of the NCP joining us on the phone line. Sir, what do you have to say about Sanjay Raut being questioned and raided by the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chaul scam?
Actually, Sanjay Raut has been saying this thing since last 1 or 2 years that he is on the ED radar, so it's not new to us actually. And in last TV interview I saw him, he was saying that I am waiting for the ED raid at my home. So he was having this information because it's having no meaning that if ED has raided somewhere, it means he's really a culprit. And we have seen that ED, since last 17 years, ED raided more than 6,000 places. And they registered cases more than 4,000 cases. But only 33 persons are convicted. So the raid of ED is not only on the facts, but sometimes they got information from the higher ups of the government, and they indicate go and make the raid on Mr. Sanjay Raut or some other person. So it is going on. Everybody is watching. Everybody is seeing. You people also know. The nationalists also know. So now the ED raid has been having no meaning because it is purely a political vendetta. It's not more than that.
Sir, if this is a political vendetta as you are claiming, then why would Sanjay Raut have a problem in answering to the questions that are being asked by the Enforcement Directorate? If he's done no wrong, might as well answer the questions that are being asked by the Enforcement Directorate.
Okay, I totally agree. You see, when the agency decided to grill you, you say anything, they will not listen. They will not accept that thing. They will create another question. If you will satisfied on that question, they will create another question. Because they got the job to harass the concerning person. So anyhow they will harass. This is the real scene of the ED inquiry or the ED interrogation. So it's very difficult to satisfy them. Because they came with the mindset that they will not accept anything. So if a concerning person saying anything, they will not accept. If he is keeping mum, then it's okay. This is the issue.
Sir, this scam, yes. Yes, this scam, over 1,000 crore rupee scam happened under the nose of Mahavikas Aghadi government. If I can get your response, how is it possible that the Mahavikas Aghadi had no clue when this scam happened during the tenure of the Mahavikas Aghadi government?
I'm surprised. How you got this figure, 10,000 crore scam in Mahavikas Aghadi? I am saying there was not a single penny scam in the government. Because the government was not giving money. The central government has not given the share of the state. And the total, when our government has taken over in Maharashtra, there was a COVID after 3 or 4 months. So and you will not find a single person in Maharashtra who can their figure that the COVID treatment was not provided to affected person. So the total money was spent in this COVID management. So how these, I am unable to understand who is giving this figure 10,000
Okay.
crore.
All right.
It's small amount.
All right, sir, thank you for speaking to us. Yes. Yes, all right. So that was NCP leader giving his response to the ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence as we speak. And Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, if you could share more details with us that you're learning. We understand that 12 ED officials are currently at Sanjay Raut's residence.
Right, Samiksha, and I'm going to speak in Hindi for a brief bit because we are on Republic Bharat as well. तो जैसे मैं दिखा रहा हूँ अभी इस समय, ये है संजय राउत का घर, इसका नाम है मैत्री, और उधर आप देख सकते हैं लिखी हुई है हिंदी में मैत्री संजय राउत, हिंदी या मराठी आप कहेंगे। और ये इसके पीछे जो एक सफ़ेद रंग की 3 मंजिली जो इमारत है, ये है मैत्री रेजिडेंस जहां संजय राउत रहते हैं, और इधर ही ये छापे पड़ रहे हैं इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के। हमें बताया गया है कि संजय राउत अभी इधर अंदर हैं, और इनके घर के बाहर जैसे आपको दिखा रहे हैं हम ये विजुअल्स, उधर संजय राउत के जो सपोर्टर्स हैं, उधर कुछ लगभग 30 सपोर्टर मैं कहूँगा इधर हैं, काफ़ी कोई बैठे हुए हैं ज़मीन पे, और उनके पीछे काफ़ी लोग खड़े हुए हैं। इधर ज़्यादा जगह नहीं है इकट्ठा होने की, और ये लोग इधर नारेबाजी कर रहे थे, संजय राउत के सपोर्ट में कर रहे थे। बट ये भी कहना उचित होगा कि जो उनके जो नारे हैं वो ये केस के साथ उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। जो नारेबाजी है वो जनरली उनके सपोर्ट में थी। ये कह सकते हैं कि ये जो लोग हैं ये बेसिकली ये जो एरिया है भांडुप मुंबई का जहां संजय राउत का घर है उस लोकेलिटी से हैं। हम इधर जब आ रहे थे तो पैदल आ रहे थे, काफ़ी नैरो से रोड्स हैं, पतले पतले रोड्स हैं, तो उधर काफ़ी मुंबई पुलिस के भी पर्सनल थे क्योंकि इधर बहुत सारे लोग रहते हैं, और 12 लगभग ईडी के ऑफिसर्स इधर आए हुए हैं छापा लगाने। उनके साथ अलग अलग सिक्योरिटी के ऑफिशियल्स भी हैं, हमने देखा 1-2 अलग यूनिफॉर्म्स भी थे। उनके अलावा मुंबई पुलिस की काफ़ी डिप्लॉयमेंट है। तो ऐसे 7:30 7:30 बजे से इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट का इधर छापा लग रहा है, लगभग 1.5 घंटे से ऐसे चल रहा है इधर मुंबई के भांडुप एरिया में। अभी संजय राउत उन नेताओं में से हैं जो मुंबई में नहीं रहते, मुंबई के जस्ट थोड़े से बाहर रहते हैं। तो इसीलिए ये जो एरिया है, सम पीपल काफ़ी लोग उतनी अच्छी तरह नहीं जानते होंगे, तो ये भांडुप है, मुंबई के और थाने के बीच में ये एरिया है। और जो केस है, जो संजय राउत के अगेंस्ट जो केस है, उसमें ईडी ने उनको पिछले महीने में 2 बार बुलाया था। दोनों बार संजय राउत नहीं आए। पहली बार उन्होंने कहा कि जो महाराष्ट्र में जो पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस चल रहा था उसके वजह से वो बिजी थे तो वो नहीं आ पाए। दूसरी बार आई थिंक उन्होंने कहा कि जो राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव था उसके वजह से वो उनको दूसरा काम था इसलिए नहीं आ पाए। बट अभी वो मुंबई में थे। वैसे तो वो दिल्ली में भी रहते हैं काफ़ी तक, बिकॉज वो राज्यसभा के मेंबर हैं, बट अभी वो मुंबई में है। और वो ट्वीट किए जा रहे हैं कि बाला साहेब ठाकरे और शिवसेना की लड़ाई चलती रहेगी, बट उसका और ये ईडी के केस का कोई लेना देना नहीं। ईडी के केस में उन्होंने क्या कहा है अभी तक हमारे सामने तो नहीं आया है, पब्लिक के सामने नहीं आया है, बट उनकी अंदर पूछताछ चालू है। एंड सो दैट इज व्हाट वी कैन टेल यू राइट नाउ फ्रॉम द मैत्री रेजिडेंस ऑफ संजय राउत in Bhandup, where these raids are in progress. The crowd is constantly swelling over here. There are a number of people behind me, there are a number of people in front of me, because there is essentially not very much space to gather over here. This is also mercifully right now a time when there is not much rain happening, but it's essentially a difficult place to gather. Maitri is the name of the residence. It's a 3-story bungalow of Sanjay Raut, where he is a very talkative person to the media. He is a spokesperson of the Shiv Sena. He is often controversy's child, and he has been in one or the other daily. There are other cases also against him. He had been asked earlier to appear in a case filed by Medha Kirit Somaiya, the wife of the BJP leader Kirit Somaiya, in a defamation case. He had not, if I'm mistaken, appeared for that either, citing one reason or the other. But today, in the 2008 Patra Chawl scam redevelopment case, The ED has arrived at his residence. About 12 officers is what we're told, accompanied by various other security officials are at his house inside. Outside there is mass deployment of the Mumbai police at different roads in the lead up to this place. Essentially that is how we found the place as well, even though it is very well known, because this is where Sanjay Raut holds court daily for the media, where he says things that have often riled up various leaders, particularly of the BJP. We know, for instance, that Devendra Fadnavis does not like answering questions posed to him about what Sanjay Raut has said. But this is to do with the Patra Chawl redevelopment scam case. It's a 2008 case in which there is an aide, a purported aide of Sanjay Raut who is under arrest, Praveen Raut. There is also the purported exchange of money that has gone on between the wives of both of these people, Sanjay Raut and Praveen Raut. And so somewhere or the other they are also likely to come under question. They already have been in a number of occasions. Sanjay Raut has himself been questioned for about 10 hours, but this is over a long period of time. And so in substantive terms, we can say that since the recent summons, he has not appeared before the ED, and so now the ED has appeared before him. And that is what's going on at the moment.
All right. Ankit, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So Ankit reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence, where the ED is currently conducting raids. And moving on then to more news. In brief, a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet. 3 Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who is on a 3-day visit to the state for the first time after taking over the chief ministerial post, will visit 39 MLAs who extended support to him and led to the subsequent collapse of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. Prime Minister Modi will address all citizens in July edition of Mann Ki Baat at 11 a.m. This comes after Prime Minister shared the June edition of Mann Ki Baat booklet covering topics such as India's strides in space, glory of sports field, Rath Yatra, among others. On the occasion of death anniversary of late Ramachandra Paramahans Das, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will offer tributes in Ayodhya temple today. Yogi Adityanath will also visit Hanuman Ghadi at Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Union Minister Nityanand Rai refuted the claim made by RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav that Rai had expressed to the latter his wish to join the RJD. Rai further called Tejasvi Yadav a liar and further slammed the party, saying that corruption reigns supreme in RJD.
देखिए, वैसे लोग को झूठ बोलने से फुर्सत ही नहीं मिलती है. कभी धन छुपाने के लिए झूठ बोलते हैं अपना, कभी अपनी काली करतूत.
Bidding in the 24th round of Day 5 of India's first 5G spectrum auction continued on Saturday as well for 5th day, with the government already having received committed bids worth 1,49,800 crore rupees at the end of Day 4.
And viewers, we are at the epicenter of the action in Mumbai at Bhandup at the bungalow of Sanjay Raut, the Shiv Sena member of parliament and spokesperson, who has been raided now for 2 hours by the enforcement directorate after having skipped 2 summons in the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam case. We'll be getting you all the updates. We are right here and reporting live, so stay with Republic.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is the big news. Boy from Maharashtra has secured a super silver. More medals are yet to come because this is just the beginning. The All India Council of Sufi Leaders is seeking a ban on PFI. This is a big breakthrough coming in. The chorus to ban PFI is getting louder.
PFI हो या उससे संबंधित और भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो जो रेडिकलिज्म की तरफ लोगों को ले जाते हैं, अगर उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस हैं तो उनको बैन किया जाना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
So early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. Raut skips to summons. ED intensifies action, raids Raut's Bhandup residence. Fresh trouble for Sanjay Raut. The ED hot chase gets hotter. Mega raids continue. India's medal tally goes up at the Commonwealth Games 2022. India bags 4 medals. Bengal cash scam hits Mamata government now. Major cabinet reshuffle expected soon. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. The story we're breaking now is that of mega early morning ED action in Mumbai. Enforcement Directorate officials arrived at Sanjay Raut's residence in an early morning call today after Sanjay Raut, the veteran MP, had evaded its summons twice before these searches were conducted. Meanwhile, we are getting to hear that his questioning is on. Alisha joining us for more. Alisha, we can see a crowd. Is that outside Sanjay Raut's residence? Who are they? What are they? What are they doing there? What's happening?
Well, we can see that there are Shiv Sena workers who has reached outside Sanjay Raut residence and they have been protesting over the action that has been initiated by Enforcement Directorate. We heard telling while speaking to the media that this is something false allegations that has been leveled against Sanjay Raut, and it is nothing but a political vendetta, the use of Bharatiya Janata Party of the agency, which is why Enforcement Directorate has reached to his residence and now searching, the searches has been conducted. But we know that this is a case of 2008 at first that was registered with Economic Offence of Mumbai Police, where there was an agreement that was made between DIFL and as well as Guru Ashish Constructions Private Limited, that is the owner was Pravin Raut, who has been known to be the close aide of Sanjay Raut. And the agreement is to give 672 houses to the Patra Chaul people. But it's been 14 years, but no houses has been given to them. But the money that was taken, it was around 100 crore that was taken from HDIL to Pravin Raut. And later the same, land, the rehab which never happened. But the same...
पूरे सबूतों के साथ जाती है। आपने देखा होगा कि महाराष्ट्र के 2 मंत्री आज भी जेल में जा चुके हैं, अभी तक उनकी बेल हुई नहीं है। तो शायद अगर संजय राउत को अगर कॉन्फिडेंस होगा तो वो छूटेंगे, नहीं तो जेल में रहेंगे। दूसरी बात है कि हमको तो कुछ उसके बारे में ज़्यादा भाष्य भी नहीं करना। जो आदमी हमारे डेड बॉडी लाने की बातें कर रहा था, जो आदमी हमारे पोस्टमार्टम करने की बातें कर रहा था, उसको शायद भगवान ने सजा दी। इसलिए कहते हैं कि जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी, वो समय आज उनके पर आया है। धन्यवाद।
So protests outside Sanjay Raut's residence, even as searches are being conducted inside. Questioning is underway. Ankit, our correspondent at the Bhandup residence of Sanjay Raut. Ankit, it's over to you. What's happening? We can see a lot of people gathered now, even as we speak, outside the Raut residence. We believe that his questioning is still underway.
Definitely. So there are a pair of things that are taking place, contrasting things. One is, you can see here are a lot of Shiv Sainiks that have gathered with their flags. They are supporters of Sanjay Raut and they are chanting slogans to the effect of Sanjay Raut, aage badho, hum tumhare saath hain. Of course, it's important to mention that none of that has anything to do with what is going on inside the bungalow, inside the Maitri bungalow. The gate and the name place of which you can see right now is the questioning of Sanjay Raut, where we are estimating about 12 ED officers along with various other security providers are speaking to Sanjay Raut and are conducting searches. Now this is in relation to, like Alisha was also telling us, a redevelopment project that was initiated in the year 2007 for the redevelopment of the Patra Chaul, in which the HDIL and a company owned by a purported associate of Sanjay Raut, Pravin Raut, were two of the companies involved. Now, what is said is that while Pravin Raut's company did not deliver the flats that were to be given as part of the redevelopment, he did, however, receive an equity infusion of about 95 crore rupees. And that is the first claim that has been made. It was only much later in 2018 that the MHADA, the Maharashtra Housing and Urban Development Body, which is in charge of all the redevelopments, that filed a case and an FIR against him. However, things really reached ahead earlier this year and Pravin Raut came under the scanner. He was arrested and he continues to remain under arrest. And after a number of other things came to light, including the purported transfer of money in the form of an interest-free loan over 10 years from the wife of Pravin Raut to the wife of Sanjay Raut, that is Varsha Raut, that is when Sanjay Raut also began to be questioned in this case. He has been grilled for about 10 hours on July the 1st. However, 2 summons were issued to him to appear before the Enforcement Directorate, one, if I'm correct, on July the 20th, and he did not make those summons because he cited the Maharashtra political crisis that was in progress. And then on the 27th of July, in which he said that because the vice presidential elections are ongoing and the campaigning is on for the same, he would not be able to appear. However, today, at about 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. 12 of their officers in Bhandup. This is towards the northeast of Mumbai, roughly halfway between Mumbai and Thane. It's not a normal place where a lot of politicians stay. It's a little bit inaccessible, and which is why it's slightly cramped here, where a lot of people have gathered. So if I may say, the Shiv Sena protesters, even though there are only about 30 of them, they're punching a little bit above their weight in terms of the sound that they're creating. There are not all those many of them here. There are roughly as many media persons, and there are roughly as many people standing behind us who have not taken any open stance in the matter. They're just people who live around the area. It's a packed area. There is a lot of security being provided right now by the Mumbai police. A number of the roads of approach here are blocked by Mumbai police vans. And so these are the scenes right now outside his residence. And you can see there are about 7 or 8 Shiv Sena flags. We'll also speak in Hindi so that our viewers on Our Bharat can know.
Right, Ankit, we'll be coming back to you.
शिव सैनिक सपोर्टर संजय राउत के इधर आए हैं. संजय राउत के सपोर्टर्स इधर उनके घर के सामने खड़े हैं. उनके घर का नाम है मैत्री, और ये आप उधर देख सकते हैं, एक 3 मंजिली इमारत है सफ़ेद रंग की. इधर इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के जो ऑफिसर्स हैं, लगभग 12 ऑफिसर्स, वो संजय राउत के साथ पूछताछ कर रहे हैं और इधर छापा मारा जा रहा है. उसके सामने लगभग 30 शिव सैनिक हैं. इधर काफ़ी कोई जो बैठ चुके हैं, उनके पीछे लोग खड़े हैं जो आपके अभी तस्वीरों में हम दिखा रहे हैं. उनके साथ शिवसेना के झंडे हैं, और वो बहुत समय से, अभी लगभग 1 घंटे से शिवसेना और संजय राउत के पक्ष में नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं. तो उनके नारे हैं, नेता कैसा हो, संजय राउत जैसा हो, संजय राउत आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं. बट ये नारों का ईडी का जो केस है उसके साथ कोई लेना देना नहीं है. ईडी के केस के बारे में संजय राउत का क्या कहना है, वो अभी तक उन्होंने चुप्पी साधी हुई है. उन्होंने नहीं कहा है कुछ. उन्होंने कहा है कि बाला साहेब ठाकरे और शिवसेना की लड़ाई चलती रहेगी. बट ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट हुआ. ये एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट का जो जांच में पाया गया है, ये पात्रा चौल रीडेवलपमेंट स्कैम केस में, उसके बारे में उन्होंने नहीं कहा है. संजय राउत को 2 बार पिछले भी सप्ताह में, पिछले महीने में भी बुलाया गया था एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने, बट वो आए नहीं थे. पहली बार उन्होंने कहा था कि उनकी जो सरकार
as you're
थी,
saying, Ankit, a political war of words already beginning, even as you're telling us. Well, let's Alisha and Ankit, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you throughout the day. Major developing story. Let's listen into what the BJP has to say on the matter.
कर नहीं उसे डर किस बात का? यदि शिवसेना नेता ने कुछ गलत पैसों की धांधली नहीं की है, तो ईडी अफसरों ने जब उन्हें जांच के लिए बुलाया 3 दिन पूर्व, वे क्यों नहीं गए? अफसरों के सवालों से बचने का क्या कारण? उनके पास सुबह, दोपहर, शाम पत्रकार वार्ता करने के लिए समय है, पर ईडी के अफसरों के सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए उनके पास समय नहीं है. क्या देश इस बात की सच्चाई नहीं जानता? यह बदला हुआ भारत है. इस भारत में नेता हो, अभिनेता हो, उद्योगपति हो, छोटा हो, बड़ा हो, कानून के सामने सारे समान हैं. कानून अपनी कार्रवाई करेगा.
संजय राउत को आखिर हिसाब देना पड़ेगा. 1200 करोड़ का पत्राचाल घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएससीएल बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा।
विरोधक आणि ईडी, सीबीआय, इन्कम टॅक्सच्या रेड्स, आता हे एक समीकरण झालेलं आहे. भाजपसाठी ईडी, इन्कम टॅक्स, सीबीआय ह्या आता तपास यंत्रणा नाही राहिलेल्या आहे. हे एक राजकीय टूल झालेलं आहे विरोधकांना नमवण्याचं. आणि त्याच्यातलाच एक भाग म्हणजे आज संजय राऊतांकडे रेड होते आहे. मला एक गोष्ट कळत नाही की तुमच्याकडे सगळ्या गोष्टी डॉक्युमेंटेड आहे. तुम्ही म्हणता इथे इथे घोटाळा झालेला आहे, मग तुम्ही सरळ चार्जशीट का दाखल करत नाहीत? सारखं एन्क्वायरीला बोलवायचं आणि रेड टाकायची आणि घाबरवण्याचा प्रयत्न करायचा. याच्या मागचा उद्देश अगदी स्पष्ट आहे आणि तो असा आहे की तुम्ही एक तर आमच्या पक्षामध्ये सामील व्हा, नाही तर मग जेलमध्ये जायला तयार राहा. कदाचित आता जे विरोधी पक्ष नेते आहेत उरलेले ते स्पष्ट आहेत, त्यांनी काही गुन्हा केलेला नाही आहे, त्यामुळे ते संघर्षाचा मार्ग नक्कीच पत्करतील.
And going back once again to our correspondents Ankit and Alisha. Ankit, coming to you once again. Ankit, well, we were just listening to reactions coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. As you said earlier, clearly a political war of words now likely to erupt. It has. And the BJP has questioned Sanjay Raut's evasions of ED questioning. It has alleged corruption, it has alleged fraud, and he said that the BJP says this is a different India where the law will take its course. Well, when we talk about politics there, even as Eknath Shinde is getting ready, to expand his cabinet, here it's a question, the question of which is the real Shiv Sena, who will inherit the symbol, who will inherit the name. That is still a battle that Sanjay Raut and other Uddhav loyalists are continuing to fight.
Yes, that is an ongoing battle, and it is likely that is a battle that will be resolved in court over a number of issues, including the symbol and the name of the Shiv Sena. That is something that is unavoidable at this moment, because what is very clear is that Eknath Shinde has made away with a large portion of the elected leaders of the Shiv Sena in both the Maharashtra Assembly as well as in the Lok Sabha. There are, of course, the Shiv Sena has a lot of corporators. It is in charge of the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and that is an election that is set to take place very shortly, because directions have been given to initiate the process and issue the dates for those elections. So that is a battle that is ongoing, and a key protagonist for the Uddhav Thackeray section and an antagonist in terms of the BJP and Eknath Shinde alliance in that matter has been Sanjay Raut. Of course, none of that needn't have anything to do with what is going on at present, which is the Enforcement Directorate's case. And if you really look at it, since the year 2007, when the redevelopment of this Patra Chawl, the contract for this and the agreement for this was signed, the fact of the matter is that 672 flats were to be handed over to the occupants of the Patra Chawl as part of the redevelopment. None of that has been handed over. Instead, the allegation is that that land parcel was instead sold to private companies and private entities. And so that contract was unfulfilled. And yet, the company that was run by Praveen Raut, Guru Ashish Constructors, that had received an almost 100 crore rupees equity infusion from HDIL. I believe that is what the agency's findings are. And also there is said to be a purported
Ankit, we'll be coming back to you and Alisha as well. Stay with us. But right now on the phone we have Ravi Rana. Mr. Rana, your reactions to these breaking developments coming in now, Sanjay Raut being questioned after he evaded those summons. What do you have to say? The BJP on its part, a political war of words clearly erupting at this point, while Sanjay Raut supporters say that it is political vendetta. The BJP, well, your reactions. Yes, sir, please.
नहीं, ऐसा देखिए, आपने देखा है संजय राउत जी को कई बार ईडी ने जांच के लिए बुलाया है, और जांच करने के बाद ही आज उनके घर पे ईडी की टीम पहुंची है, सीआईएसएफ के जवान पहुंचे। ईडी पूरी निष्पक्ष जांच कर रही है। संजय राउत पत्रा चाल के अंदर जो घोटाला हुआ है, उसके अलावा उनके अलीबाग में बड़ी संपत्ति है, बॉम्बे में कई फ्लैट है। एक पत्रकार होने के नाते करोड़ों रुपए की संपत्ति जमा करना, और महाविकास आघाड़ी जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी सीएम थे, महाविकास आघाड़ी के एजेंट करके वो काम करते थे। और मुंबई महानगर पालिका जो है वो करोड़ों रुपए की जो टेंडर है, करोड़ों रुपए जो काम बांटे जाते थे, उसमें भी एजेंट के बतौर वो काम करते थे। जब संजय राउत को पैसा पहुंचाया जाता था उसके बाद ही महाविकास आघाड़ी में और बीएमसी मुंबई महानगर पालिका के अंदर कई बड़े बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्टरों को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया जाता था। और आज आपने देखा है ईडी जो कार्रवाई कर रही है, आपने देखा जिस तरह से हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने के ऊपर हमें लॉकअप में डाला गया। महाविकास आघाड़ी में मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे थे, बार बार संजय राउत कह रहे थे कि उनको अरेस्ट करो, और हमको ये भी धमकियां दी गई थी कि हमको 20 फुट गड्ढे के अंदर गाड़ेंगे, हमारी मशान के अंदर गौरिया पहुंच चुकी है। आपने देखा है जिस तरीके से हमारे घर में पुलिस आके हमें अरेस्ट करती है, लॉकअप में डालती है, वहाँ पानी भी दिया नहीं जाता है, बैठने के लिए सतरंजी दी नहीं जाती है, 14 दिन जेल में रखा जाता है। तो महाविकास आघाड़ी में सही मायने में पावर का दुरुपयोग अगर किसी ने किया है तो संजय राउत ने किया है। और बाला साहब ठाकरे के जो शिवसैनिक थे ओरिजिनल, वो एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ है। आज एकनाथ शिंदे जी मुख्यमंत्री है, उसका कारण ही है कि बाला साहब ने कभी ये नहीं कहा था कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी को कांग्रेस की गोदी में जाके बैठाओ या कांग्रेस के घर में जाके उनको खड़ा करो या कांग्रेस के साथ सत्ता बनाओ। जिस दिन कांग्रेस के साथ उद्धव ठाकरे जाएंगे उस दिन बाला साहब ने कहा था, उस दिन मैं शिवसेना का सेक्टर बंद कर दूंगा, ये बाला साहब ने कहा था। पर संजय राउत ने पूरी तरह से एजेंट का काम करते हुए, पूरी तरह से एजेंट बन के शिवसेना को डुबाने का काम किया है।
Many allegations, Mr. Rana, from all quarters against Sanjay Raut. Right now, even as we speak, he's being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in an early Sunday morning call by the Enforcement Directorate. And we are getting you all the updates. Mr. Rana, many thanks for speaking with Republic.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
Of flight
Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal has arrived at his native residence. People, there thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Manamdan Paditsu.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
Of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal has arrived at his native residence. People, they are thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this brave heart that has laid down his life.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है. किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं.
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है. एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी.
Top headlines this Sunday morning, early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. Raut skips 2 summons. ED intensifies action, raids Raut's Bhandup residence. Fresh trouble for Raut. The ED hot chase gets hotter. Mega raids continue. India's medal tally goes up at the Commonwealth Games 2022. India bags 4 medals. Bengal cash scam hits Mamata government now. Major cabinet reshuffle expected soon. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with our big story this Sunday morning, the mega ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. So tracking all the updates coming in on the ED raids which are currently underway as we speak, we are told 12 ED officials are present at Sanjay Raut's residence as we speak. In fact, those are the live visuals that are coming in from outside Sanjay Raut's residence, where the supporters of Sanjay Raut have gathered in large numbers to protest the ED action against Sanjay Raut with respect to the raids which are currently underway. Now, remember, these raids are in connection with the Patra Chaul scam. We have Ankit reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence. Ankit, if you could give us the latest that you're picking up from your sources.
So the latest is that we'd seen how earlier there were about 30 Shiv Sainiks who were present here with their half a dozen flags, and now another estimated 20 of them have turned up. So in total there are about 50 Shiv Sainiks here who are in support of Sanjay Raut. There are also just as many people who are here who are not playing any part but are somehow just here to see what is happening, because this is a densely packed sort of area. These visuals of what we are showing you are those who are in support of Sanjay Raut. Their slogans are of the variety that we've heard before while tracking the Shiv Sena. नेता कैसे हो, शिव संजय राउत जैसा हो, संजय राउत आगे बढ़ो हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं, and there are equal number of slogans that are about the Shinde government and the Modi government and how these governments are scared, and when they are scared they send the ED forward. Now behind them is the residence of Sanjay Raut, and we'll just show you the residence also, and it's called Maitri, and you can see that it says Maitri and Sanjay Raut is the name below it, and it is a 3-story white building, and there is a garage in front of it, and within that is where the questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress. There are a number of Mumbai police officers also inside. There is Mumbai police deployment in the lead up to this area as well. It's located in Bhandup, which is roughly between Mumbai and Thane. The other area that is important to mention is the Patra Chaul, which is located in Goregaon, which is also on the northwest of Mumbai. So the allegation is that in the year 2007, an agreement was signed for the redevelopment of this chaul. And unless I'm much mistaken, what happens in Mumbai is when a slum area is redeveloped, a portion of it is sold to a builder who builds his private apartments if he so chooses, but he must also build a certain construction which will allow the people of the slum to live, and so he has to give them area also to live, and so that is what was allegedly not done seemingly, and so that is the reason why the ED is here at this moment. And you can see that the Shiv Sainiks are here. There are about, my numbers are being contested, but there are about 50 of them here, and there are about 50 of them who are also behind the camera. And so you can see that there are a number of them who are seated and there are a number of them who are standing. And so they have their flags here with them, and there are behind them the officers of the Enforcement Directorate who are also standing inside, the police officers who are inside the residence of Sanjay Raut. We are showing you the visuals right now of the Shiv Sainiks who are here. We are showing you the visuals of the people who are here, and there are people who are heckling us for the numbers, but as you can see, viewers, there are about as many as we have said who are here. They have brought their flags along with them, and the ED raids are in progress. It's been about 2.5 hours that these raids have been on, and we are being told that there are over 100 people here. We are being told, and we are being told that the numbers are incorrect, but we are showing the viewers what we are showing them. There are other people also on their way here, and there is quite a lot of police deployment as well here, Samiksha.
Yes.
This is the Bhandup area where these raids are in progress. They've been going on for about 2.5 hours. And as you can see, this is the area where the police is on standby. There are more police officials which are coming in right now. While we were en route here, we saw a bus where the police personnel had come by, and that was parked on some of these lanes here. And that is the latest that we can tell you from the Bhandup area, from the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut, where these raids are currently in progress.
Yes, Ankit, stay with us. Let's also listen into the reactions coming in by the BJP. So as Ankit is telling us, the raids are currently on for over 2.5 hours now, and 12 ED officials, we are told, at the moment are present at Sanjay Raut's residence. So let's play out that reaction as well of the BJP with regard to the ED raids on Sanjay Raut.
कर नहीं उसे डर किस बात का? यदि शिवसेना नेता ने कुछ गलत पैसों की धांधली नहीं की है, तो ईडी अफसरों ने जब उन्हें जांच के लिए बुलाया 3 दिन पूर्व, वे क्यों नहीं गए? अफसरों के सवालों से बचने का क्या कारण? उनके पास सुबह दोपहर शाम पत्रकार वार्ता करने के लिए समय है, पर ईडी के अफसरों के सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए उनके पास समय नहीं है। क्या देश इस बात की सच्चाई नहीं जानता? यह बदला हुआ भारत है। इस भारत में नेता हो, अभिनेता हो, उद्योगपति हो, छोटा हो, बड़ा हो, कानून के सामने सारे समान हैं। कानून अपनी कार्रवाई करेगा।
संजय राउत को आखिर हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। 1200 करोड़ का पत्राचाल घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएसए बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा।
जिस तरह से देश में जांच एजेंसियों का इस्तेमाल राजनीतिक प्रतिद्वंदियों को या विपक्ष के नेताओं को झुकाने के लिए या अपने पक्ष में शामिल करने के लिए किया जा रहा है, मेरे ख्याल से 70 साल में ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। आज जिस तरह से संजय राउत जी पे रेड हुई है, वो कोई नई बात नहीं थी, वो तो हमारे लिए भी मेहमान बने हैं। अगर किसी विपक्ष के ईडी नहीं पहुंचती है तो हमें अचरज होता है, आश्चर्य होता है कि ईडी अब तक कैसे नहीं आई। तो ये जो इस्तेमाल है, ये इस्तेमाल करते समय ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आप अच्छे लोगों को अगर तकलीफ दोगे, जो लोगों के मुद्दे को लेकर लड़ते हैं, उसे विपक्ष न मानते हुए अगर आप दुश्मन मानोगे, तो इस देश की जनता वो अंतिम सत्य है। इस देश की जनता जानती है कि क्या सच है और क्या झूठ है। तो इस तरह का जो वेंडेटा पॉलिटिक्स जो है, उसको हम नकारते हैं, सिरे से ठुकराते हैं और हम संघर्ष के लिए तैयार हैं। सारा विपक्ष जो है अब ईडी सीबीआई इनकम टैक्स से नहीं डरता है।
So, tracking closely all the developments in the mega Patra Chaul scam, for which ED is currently conducting raids at a residence belonging to Sanjay Raut. Now, remember, this is over 1,000 crore rupees scam for which the ED is currently raiding Sanjay Raut. Earlier, his aide Praveen Raut was also arrested in connection to the same scam. But Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, interesting tweets there that have been put out by Sanjay Raut. If you could take us through those tweets that have been put out by Sanjay Raut, where he has invoked Bala Sahib Thackeray, saying that he has done no wrong.
Yeah, no doubt. In fact, the first tweet that Sanjay Raut had posted after this grilling began was that the battle of Maharashtra and the Shiv Sena will continue. So it was once again a statement of defiance that had been put out. We had seen also during the entirety of the Maharashtra political crisis, every now and then he would tweet things along the lines of Satyameva Jayate. They needn't necessarily have anything to do with the issue at the moment, but they would portray a strong front, because that's what Sanjay Raut is known to do. He is a problem solver many of the times for the Shiv Sena, but right now it is he himself who is in the eye of the storm on a number of fronts. But right now the one that has caught up with him is the Patra Chaul redevelopment case, because of which the enforcement directorate is at his home. All his supporters are here. They're gathered en masse from the locality, and now they've come from other places as well, and they have been sloganeering in his support. We've told you about some of the slogans that have been raised for him. Neta kaisa ho, Sanjay Raut jaisa ho, and that is the nature of things. And the other line of sloganeering is that when the government is afraid, then they send the ED forward. And so that is essentially the polemic that is going on in front of his residence. What is going on inside his residence between the 12 ED officials, the other security personnel, and Sanjay Raut and whoever else is being interrogated, that is anyone's guess. But we know for a fact that this dates back to 2007, when the contract was awarded and the agreement was signed for the redevelopment of the Patra Chaul in Goregaon in Mumbai. However, 672 tenants who were supposed to be given and relocated, and they were to be given flats after they were removed from the Chaul area, they were apparently not done so. Instead, 900 or so crore rupees were collected by giving FSI and selling of FSI by a business led by Praveen Raut to private builders. So that is where there was a breach. In 2018, it was that MHADA, the Maharashtra Housing Development Authority, filed an FIR in the case. There is also the question of a transfer of money in the form of some kind of interest-free loan between the wife of Praveen Raut and the wife of Sanjay Raut. And that is the allegation. In the process of this probe, about number of properties totaling 11 crore rupees, we are told, has been attached. One of them is a flat in Dadar that is under the name of someone related to Sanjay Raut, and there are also 8 parcels of land, we are told, in Alibag. So that is, in summary, some of the facts of this case, and that explains why we are here today. Another reason, of course, is that 2 summons that were previously issued to Sanjay Raut, he did not comply with for whatever his reasons are. One was that the political crisis was in progress, and the other was that the vice presidential elections are going on. But right now, he is being interrogated.
Yes, Ankit, thank you so much for summarizing the details of this over 1,000 crore rupees scam. We'll keep coming back to you as Ankit continues to get us latest reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence, where the ED raids continue for over 2.5 hours now.
At least one terrorist has been neutralized in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla district. Several incriminating material, including arms and ammunition, were found, including one AK-47 rifle and 2 magazines. The terrorist has been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla. He was active since 2005 and was linked with the terror outfit group Lashkar-e-Taiba. The gunfight started on Saturday evening after a joint team of police and security forces received an input about the presence of terrorists in the area. One more terrorist is believed to be trapped, and a search operation is going on in the area. This is second such operation in Baramulla in less than 24 hours. Meanwhile, the security forces have cordoned off the area. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking news coming in, this one with respect to Maharashtra cabinet expansion. We are told Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis met Union Home Minister Amit Shah and JP Nadda late last night in the national capital. The meet lasted for 4 hours, we are told, and sources now telling Republic that cabinet expansion of Maharashtra is likely very soon. While Chief Minister Shinde was firm on a 50-50 formula, the BJP has stressed on a 60-40 formula. So inside details coming in with respect to the cabinet expansion. Alisha is tracking all those details for us. Alisha, when can we expect the cabinet expansion in Maharashtra to take place?
Well, Samiksha, we know that Maharashtra cabinet expansion is going to take place in the next 2 to 3 days, because today where Eknath Shinde is in Aurangabad, but even yesterday he was in Sambhajinagar, but he left for national capital by around 8:39, where he met the top leaders. Now, what we got to know that Devendra Fadnavis, who was already in Delhi, he reached national capital by around 7 p.m. and later where Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has reached Delhi, where he met Amit Shah and JP Nadda. What we know that JP Nadda, who was in Patna yesterday, it is not confirmed whether he came to Delhi or he was present during video conferencing. Is something there's a question, but yes, he was there in the meeting, and the meeting that lasted for 4 hours. Now, what more, we have been told that the expansion of cabinet in Maharashtra has been sealed in this meeting. At initial, where Eknath Shinde was on 50-50 formula, but BJP has stressed out at 60-40 formula, and that has been solved in the same meeting. So importantly, where we know that the cabinet expansion in the state of Maharashtra is going to take place in the 2 to 3 days, where the meeting that held yesterday late night for around 4 hours with the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister with Amit Shah and JP Nadda. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now, as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal has arrived at his native residence. People, they are thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this brave heart that has laid down his life.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is a big news. Boy from Maharashtra has secured a super silver. More medals are yet to come because this is just the beginning. The All India Council of Sufi Leaders is seeking a ban on PFI. This is a big breakthrough coming in. The chorus to ban PFI is getting louder.
PFI हो या उससे संबंधित और भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो जो रेडिकलिज्म की तरफ लोगों को ले जाते हैं, अगर उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस हैं तो उनको बैन किया जाना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India? Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Breaking updates coming in from JNK where flash floods have been reported in Kathua. We are told that 3 people were washed away due to the flash floods that were reported in the Kathua area. So those are the visuals in fact also coming in of the flash floods that have been reported in Kathua, and rescue operations we are told are underway as 3 people reportedly got washed away due to the flash floods in the area. So situation there grim as far as the flash floods in the area is concerned due to incessant rainfall and the inclement weather conditions that prevail in JNK's Kathua. The flash floods that have been reported in Kathua, 3 people we are told were washed away. The rescue operations are underway to find those missing who as per reports were washed away in these flash floods that happened in Kathua area. So visuals also coming in of the flash floods that have been reported. Incessant rainfall meanwhile continues in several districts of JNK, and this particular incident coming to light from Kathua where the search is on to find those 3 missing people who reportedly have been washed away as a result of the flash floods in the area. And in the visuals, you can see how the rescue operations are underway. Gursimran is reporting live. Gursimran, if you could talk to us about the situation as of now. We understand that flash floods have been reported in multiple areas, and this news coming in from Kathua where 3 people have gone missing as well.
See, due to the heavy rainfall in the upper reaches, massive flash floods have occurred in the low-lying areas, especially in the Uj River and the Tarna Nala area that is in the Kathua district. The Special Operations Group, Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF and the Indian Army have also been roped in for the relief and rescue operations. 3 people have gone missing who have gone into the Tarna Nala at around 4 in the morning to excavate the sand from there. They have been washed away. Now the searches have been launched in the area, but due to the sudden rise in level of the Tarna Nala and Uj River.
Yes.
See, now the relief and rescue operations are on, but it is really very difficult for the forces to go in the high flow water, and that's why the SDRF help is also being taken. They are looking into every possible angle so that those 3 missing can be taken out if they are alive at an earliest.
Yes. Gursimran, thank you for getting us all those details. So as Gursimran was telling us, the search is on to find those missing. 3 people who have gone missing as a result of flash floods that have been reported in Katwa. Quick roundup from the world of sports. India's Bindya Rani Devi has won a silver medal in women's 55 kg weightlifting at the Commonwealth Games in dramatic fashion to take India's tally to now 4. 23-year-old Bindya Rani lifted a total of 202 kgs. Bindya Rani lifted 86 kgs in snatch round and registered a Commonwealth Game record lift of 116 kgs in the clean and jerk round.
बहुत ज़्यादा खुश है। आज मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट टाइम है गेम्स, इसमें सिल्वर मेडल लिया, मैं बहुत खुश है।
Lalrinnunga started her Commonwealth Games 2022 campaign on a winning note as she defeated New Zealand's Ariane Nicholson in light middle weight 70 kg category on Saturday. Lalrinnunga will next lock horns in Commonwealth Games 2018 silver medalist Rosie Ackley's of Wales in the quarterfinals, which will take place on Wednesday. Indian heavyweight boxer Sanjeet crashed out of the Commonwealth Games after losing to Samoa's Atualoa by a split verdict. Being defensive in the last 2 rounds cost training Asian champion Sanjeet Dior as Fogley came from behind to take the fixture 3-2 on Saturday. Indian badminton team scored another victory in the group match of the Commonwealth Games by thrashing Australia by 4-1 in their fixed team event to enter the quarterfinal on Saturday. Meanwhile, Virat Kohli's name was missing again as the Board of Control for Cricket in India's BCCI All India Senior Selection Committee announced the India squad for the 3-match ODI series against Zimbabwe from August 18. Shikhar Dhawan was in fact named the captain. Dhawan had led the Indian side to 3-0 win in West Indies with 3 ODIs in Zimbabwe scheduled to be held on 18th of August, starting 18th of August till the 22nd. Incessant rains continue to lash Uttarakhand, causing landslides in several districts. An incident of cloudburst has come to light in Sobla, Dharachula in Pithoragarh district. As per the Met Department, heavy to very heavy rains in isolated areas of both hilly and plain areas of Uttarakhand are expected over the next few days. As heavy rains triggered a cloudburst, the valley bridge near the Dholi Ganga river was washed away as the cloudburst triggered flash flood in the area. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is a big news. Boy from Maharashtra has secured a super silver. More medals are yet to come because this is just the beginning. The All India Council of Sufi Leaders is seeking a ban on PFI. This is a big breakthrough coming in. The chorus to ban PFI is getting louder.
PFI हो या उससे संबंधित और भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो जो रेडिकलिज्म की तरफ लोगों को ले जाते हैं, अगर उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस हैं तो उनको बैन किया जाना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power. I get a lot of feedback from Checkmate viewers saying that, Major, we should discuss weapons. Why don't you tell us about the weapons that India is procuring? It's very important that the Indian armed forces are armed with the best-in-class weaponry and the best-in-class equipment. I agree with you. And today, we're going to discuss some of the weapons that have already been inducted or are being inducted into the Indian armed forces, but with a twist. And the twist is the question, why is India arming itself at such a rapid pace? Hi, I'm Major Gauravari and you're watching Checkmate. My mind goes back to the time when India decided and informed the rest of the world that we are going ahead and buying the S-400 air defense systems. These were bought from Russia and most of them have been delivered, some are yet to be delivered. This rubbed everybody the wrong way, our friends and enemies alike. The Pakistanis didn't like it, of course. The Chinese didn't like it. The Americans didn't like it. The Europeans didn't like it, but they didn't say very much. In fact, apart from Russia, nobody liked it. And what were the reasons? The reasons were simple. The Chinese thought that if the Indians have S-400, they would have the best air defense system that we, the Chinese, also have. That would nullify any edge that China has over India in terms of air defense systems. Why didn't Pakistan like it? For obvious reasons. Pakistan does not have anything remotely close to the S-400. Very recently, there was a missile, Indian missile, that landed by mistake, a BrahMos missile no less, inside Pakistan. It flew almost 3.5 minutes inside Pakistani airspace before landing. It had no warhead, but it spooked the Pakistanis. They could not believe that something like this could have been a mistake. Why didn't America like it? America did not like the S-400 because America thought that India was going to the Russian camp. Nothing could be further from the truth. But this is what the Americans believed. They said that, well, you can buy the latest from us and we'll give it to you. But the thing with the Russians is that we trade in rupees with the Russians. We pay the Russians rupees when we buy from them. And the S-400 is the finest air defense system in the world. For a moment, America rattled its sabers and said they will sanction India under CATSA. But then after a few months came the expected waiver. America realizes that America needs India to counter China. And China realizes that there is no bigger impediment, no bigger danger to its global ambitions than India. India is at China's doorstep. India, a country of 1.35 billion people. India, with an A-grade military, a rising economic superpower. Only India can look China in the eye and call China's bluff. This is exactly what we did in Doklam. This is exactly what we did in Galwan. And China knows when it confronts India what is coming. So why is India buying all these weapons? Let me be very categorical and frank. People from the Foreign Office may say that India needs it for its defense, which is also true. The armed forces may say that we need to upgrade our defense infrastructure. We need to upgrade our weapons and equipment. That is also true. But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power. And hard power comes from the military. And let me explain how and why. I've often said this and I'll say this again. When you go and negotiate with another country, that other country must know how powerful you are. Global diplomacy is also a game of brinksmanship. It is also a game of good relations and how far you can push the envelope. For too long, the Indian military has remained on the sidelines, while global diplomacy was the preserve of the Foreign Office. And I must admit that the Foreign Office did a pretty fine job. But if we want to align ourselves to the world, if we want to counter China, if we want to counter adversaries, it is important to bring the military into our negotiating power, if I may say, the entire power profile of how India negotiates diplomatically. Military diplomacy is something new to India. It was never practiced in India before, but it started now under the Modi regime. And now it's picking up with a vengeance. What does military bring to the table when we talk about diplomacy? Today I'm going to be extremely candid and frank. My friends, what the military brings to the table is fear. And fear is an excellent weapon when you want to negotiate with either a friend or an adversary. It is said, Bhai bin hoy na preet, which means that there is no friendship without fear. I've said it in the past and I'll say it again. When the Prime Minister of India negotiates with another power, the head of state of the other country must know that somewhere behind in the oceans lurks INS Arihant, a nuclear submarine. The ability to tell the other nation that we have the capability or the capability to inform, communicate to the other nation that while we have friendly intentions, but if things go from bad to worse, we have the capability of visiting violence at your doorstep. This is a capability that India seeks. For too long, we have depended on just yoga. We have depended on the magic of our herbal medicine, of Ayurveda. We have depended on the legends of the Kama Sutra. We have depended on Indian food, Indian music. We have depended on Bollywood. And these have stood us in good stead over a period of years. But today, it is time. In this new century, it is time for India to project hard power. And what I'm going to tell you, the weapon systems that I'm going to discuss are about projection of that hard power. So, why do we need weapons? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid pace? Much of our legacy equipment, almost 60-65% of it, is of Soviet/Russian origin. Some of our helicopters are more than half a century old. The technology is half a century old. This equipment, while it is good for day-to-day work, but operationally speaking, much of it is outdated. And the previous governments, and it is with a great degree of sadness that I say this, previous governments did not bother about modernizing the armed forces like they should. We are surrounded by two neighbors. It's not just about China to the north and China to the east. It's not just about Pakistan to the north and Pakistan to the west. That's not the problem. The problem is China to the north and China to the east, and China to the north and China to the west. Pakistan is nothing but a Chinese proxy. Pakistan itself has no military identity. It does what it's told by China. Today, China is funding Pakistan whether through CPEC, which is the flagship venture of the Belt and Road Initiative, or giving Pakistan loans that Pakistan cannot afford. But the fact of the matter is that the Chinese know very well that the Pakistanis cannot say no. So the Chinese use territory not just in Pakistan, but also in Myanmar and other countries neighboring India to send in forces inimical to India. And China has given full protection to Pakistan in this. There was a time when India wanted to blacklist Maulana Masood Azhar in the United Nations, and it was China that was blocking this initiative by India. Why would China block India's attempt to blacklist a terrorist and blacklist a terrorist organization? Why would China even be remotely interested in a terrorist who's causing harm to India, a terrorist who is responsible for the Pulwama attacks? But China did that, not once, but time and again. So, again, why is India arming itself? Yes, India wants to become a global power. It's true that India has enemies on the east and on the west. But it's also true that India wants external projection of its military might, which is why India is looking at military bases abroad. Now, I have compiled a list of the weapon systems that India has already bought or is signed for and is bringing from outside or manufacturing inside India. The first one for the army is the AK-203. Now, the AK-203 is the latest in line of the Kalashnikov weapon systems. You're aware that the AK-47, the grandfather of all the AK series of weapons, was launched and shown to the world as part of the Russian forces, the Soviet forces in 1947, hence the name AK-47. AK-203, as I said, is the latest variant, and it is supposed to replace the 5.56 mm INSAS. Now, what is wrong with the INSAS? INSAS, the Indian Small Arms Systems 5.56, is a rifle that the Indian Armed Forces use. Why are they being replaced? They're being replaced because they're bad rifles. There is no other way to say it. The INSAS is a terrible rifle. Now, there will be many people who will not like this statement and say that no, it has stood us in good stead in Kargil. That's not true. We could have given our forces better weapons for Kargil. What won Kargil was the grit of the young Indian officer and the Indian Jawan. That is why we have Kargil Vijay Divas. It was certainly not because of the INSAS 5.56. Now, this rifle jams. This rifle cannot deliver a terminal blow to an adversary. If you shoot somebody at 300 yards, 400 yards with an INSAS, you can't be sure if a person is dead. This is a heavy, unwieldy weapon with a plastic magazine that tends to crack. Sometimes when you fire, you have oil coming out of the rifle into your eye, onto your face. This is a rifle which is accurate, and of that there is no doubt. But this rifle is not effective. I will tell you because I've used this rifle for a long time. When we were in the academy, we were not taught the INSAS. We were taught with the 7.62 mm SLR or the self-loading rifle. We later on came to the INSAS. In the YO course or the Young Officers course, which happens in Mau, which I attended in 1994, is the first time that I had a clear look at what the INSAS looks like. It looked very good because it was smaller than the SLR, better looking than the carbine. But then slowly we realized that it is not a rifle that will stand you in good stead operationally. The Indian Army has been crying hoarse about the need for replacing this rifle, and finally it is being replaced. They're setting up a factory somewhere in Amethi, and from there, with collaboration with the Kalashnikov concern, which is the company in Russia that manufactures the Kalashnikov, they're going to manufacture these AK-203 rifles and give it to the Army, Navy and Air Force. And maybe some paramilitary forces or CPOs like the BSF, CRPF, should they ask for it. But the fact of the matter is, why did we choose INSAS in the first place? Well, at that time, the thinking was that NATO uses 5.56 and so should we. So we started using 5.56. We also thought that rather than killing an enemy, the best way would be to wound the enemy. At least that was what was told to me when I was in the army. That wound the enemy, so rather than dying, you see, there are 3-4 people required to carry the enemy outside the battlefield and carry him to the hospital. An enemy who's alive and screaming and kicking and shouting in pain also lowers the morale of his own brothers, of his own comrades, And this was the thinking behind the 5.56. I'm sure there are many other things that were related to this, but this is what I personally know. Well, it didn't pan out so well. And many times in Kashmir, in the earlier years, it was realized that you shoot a terrorist, but with the 5.56, he does not stay dead. There have been cases in which terrorists have been shot and they have gotten up and moved away. It does not, as I said before, deliver a terminal blow. Hence, we went for the AK-203. AK-203 uses a 7.62 into 39 mm ammunition, and once you hit your enemy with an AK, he stays hit. You kill him, he stays dead. That is the point of an AK-47, and this is what the AK will deliver now. The second thing is the India-made Israeli Tavor X95. Now, already the CRPF and the BSF are using this rifle. It's a wonderful rifle. And this is something that the Israelis, this technology was shared by the Israelis and we're making it. This is a wonderful rifle that they use. The Indian Army, to the best of my knowledge, does not use this. The Indian Army uses the Tavor. And especially the special forces, the para commandos, the para SF, they use the Tavor. It has a bullpup design. A bullpup design essentially means that the magazine is behind the trigger. Normally you will see, especially in case of an AK-47, you will see that the magazine is ahead of the trigger. In a bullpup, the magazine is behind the trigger. So it makes for more accuracy and a more compact weapon system when you fire that weapon. So the India-made Israeli Tavor X95 rifle. Then radio tactical, we are using old legacy items for communication now. India is manufacturing DRDO with a lot of Indian companies. They are making the latest in-class radio equipment. We have the latest satellite imagery and satellite communication at our disposal. And from my time, when I was in the army, the communication system was pretty primitive. Now it's improved. For the last 10-15 years, it's improved by leaps and bounds. And especially lately, it's really come up very well. So this is something that we need to give to the army. The ability of the army to network itself, the ability to fight as a singular network. So everybody knows what is going on in that battlefield space. This system will help in that. Agni 5 missile that has been tested, Agni Prime also, which has the ability, they're calling it the intercontinental ballistic missile, has the ability to travel 5,000 to 8,000 kilometers. Some say maybe more. They say that the range of Agni is actually being hidden because it is confidential, it is secret. But Agni is something that has badly spooked China. I don't know why it has spooked Pakistan, because Agni has nothing to do with Pakistan. Pakistan we can deal with a Prithvi missile. Agni is more China specific. You know, some say it can reach Europe, but that is hardly what we want to do. We want to be able to touch Beijing, and Agni touches Beijing.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Police vans
We have the Arjun Mark 1. the Arjun Mark 1 Alpha, more than 100 tanks, the orders for more than 100 tanks were given, and the Arjun is a good tank. It's been in the making, in the process of improvement for a very, very long time. There were a lot of complaints against the Arjun at one point in time, that it is too heavy. Many of the parts of Arjun are imported. I'm talking about 20 years back, 25, 30 years back. And I saw Arjun for the first time in 1994 in the Mahajan field firing ranges. I saw, there is a road in Mahajan field firing ranges. I wonder if the road is still there, but during my time it was called Arjun Path. And while driving down Arjun Path in an old Jonga, in an old RCL Jonga, Indian Army issue, that was the first time I saw the Arjun tank. It looked magnificent to me, because till then I had only seen T-72s, and then suddenly out comes the Arjun, and honestly speaking looks like a Ferrari in front of a T-72. So, but they had many complaints about the Arjun, and one complaint which stuck to my mind was that inter-theatre movement was very difficult because of the railway tracks, and the Arjun was too heavy and it was too wide and it could not cross certain bridges. I don't know the exact reason why it was rejected by the army, but now I believe some of the objections have been sorted out, and the ordnance factories are again manufacturing the Arjun, and the order for 100 plus odd Arjun tanks has been given, and this is good. It conforms to the government's ambition of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we should be able to make world-class tanks for ourselves. A lot of people after the Ukraine war have been saying that, tank warfare is dead. That's not true, actually. That's not true. One war and we say this system is dead. One conflict and we say, oh, the rifle is outdated. One small conflict and we say that no, artillery is of no use and everything is going to be on the computer. All these are suppositions by people who assume the worst or the best in any scenario. I think the tank is still useful. It delivers the final punch in battle. When you have enemy infrastructure in front of you and you want to punch through it, is only the tank that has the ability to punch through it. It is only the artillery, that can smash and pulverize the opposition, and the complete infrastructure of the enemy is only the infantry that can hold ground. So I think these will remain relevant. However, this is how it is, and how can we forget the M777? The M777 is a howitzer, is a 155 mm gun, which is, I will not say it is replacing the Bofors, but in many places it can be lifted by a Chinook helicopter. It can be taken in high altitude areas. It is light, it is effective, it is one of the best medium guns in the business today. The Bofors is equally good, and one of the reasons why India performed so well in the Kargil war is because of Bofors. But in a few years, the Bofors technology is going to be half a century old. Bofors was bought in the mid-80s, if I'm not mistaken, and it's already 35 years, 40 years plus. And this technology in a few years is going to be almost half a century old. So it's high time we got new systems. This is not to take away anything from Bofors. I think it's a crack shot of a system. I think it's a crack shot of a gun. And I have seen Bofors firing in front of me. I was in Devlali and I saw Bofors firing, extremely accurate, excellent. But the fact of the matter is that there are better weapon systems available today, and M777 is the best of the best. We have the Agni 5 missile that has been tested, Agni Prime also, which has the ability, they're calling it the intercontinental ballistic missile, has the ability to travel 5,000 to 8,000 kilometers. Some say maybe more. They say that the range of Agni is actually being hidden because it is confidential, it is secret. But Agni is something that has badly spooked China. I don't know why it has spooked Pakistan, because Agni has nothing to do with Pakistan. Pakistan we can deal with the Prithvi missile. Agni is more China specific. Some say it can reach Europe, but that is hardly what we want to do. We want to be able to touch Beijing, and Agni touches Beijing. We have the Pinaka rocket systems. I'm sure you've seen in army field firing videos that you often see on social media or on television, multi-barrel rocket launchers. Now, Pinaka essentially is a Sanskrit word which means the bow of Lord Shiva. This is an indigenous system that has been designed by the DRDO and manufactured in India. And the Pinaka rockets have various ranges, and they say that 60 kilometers, even 80 kilometers the Pinaka can reach. And the Pinaka is a deadly system. It can saturate with fire an area of 800 meters into 800 meters, or 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, and turn that area into ash. This is what the Pinaka does, and the Pinaka is being inducted into the Indian Army at a furious and a rapid pace. About the Indian Air Force, we all know about the Rafale. We know why it's important. Actually, the Indian Air Force is supposed to have 42 squadrons. If we have to deal with China and Pakistan, we need 42 squadrons. But unfortunately, because of various factors, because of the bureaucracy within the system, because of our own faults maybe, we are down to 28/30 squadrons. And if there is war on two fronts, if there is a two-front war, we will be hard-pressed to use the Indian Air Force to the best of their capability. It's a wonderful organization, and the Indian Air Force has amongst the best pilots in the world. But what good are pilots if they don't have planes? And this is something that the country needs to do. So 36 Rafales, and also getting more light combat aircraft in terms of Tejas. Now, apart from the Rafale, there is the MMRCA, the medium multi-role combat aircraft. I think 126 were supposed to be ordered, and there was Gripen, which was Gripen, and there were a series of MiGs that were in contention. The F series of the American aircrafts also pitched in. There was the Eurofighter, the Rafale. Now everybody wants a piece of this. It's possibly more than $20 billion US, one of the largest defense contracts that any country will ever give. India wants this to be manufactured in India, and rightly so. It is aligned to Atmanirbhar Bharat. It will mean transfer of technology. So these 126 aircraft, I've already spoken about how we are getting more Tejas. Tejas is being accepted in quite a lot of countries, and quite a lot of countries have shown interest in buying the Tejas. Then you have the AMCA, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, to build a 5th generation stealth jet. This is also in the works. It'll take a lot of time, frankly, because all aircraft planning and manufacturing and research and development takes a lot of time. It is not something that even a battle rifle takes a lot of time, but this is an aircraft with the latest software and the latest hardware. So this is expected to take a lot of time, but it will happen. And India has finally got its act together, and it says that we will manufacture a stealth 5th generation aircraft. Long range guided bombs, 500 kg class precision bombs. These are also something that India is manufacturing. And advanced shaft technology. Shaft is something that, when you have a heat-seeking missile or an anti-aircraft missile, you press a button, the pilot presses a button, the shaft comes out of the aircraft, and the missile is, it is sort of diverted, it is confused. My pilot friends from the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy must be laughing, because I am from the Army and I don't understand this technology very well, but this is a layman's explanation for you. And coming to the Indian Navy, INS Vela you've heard of. INS Vela is there, and then we have INS Vikrant, which is about to be launched this very month. The INS Vikrant will be operational. People are talking about INS Virat, a 3rd aircraft carrier, but I'm not sure. I've heard rumors, but I'm not sure. I've read 1 or 2 articles, but nothing substantial that I can bring to the table today and tell you that yes, this is being done. But as far as INS Vikrant is concerned, INS Vikrant is going to be launched in August 2022. A magnificent aircraft made in India. AK-203 is something that the Navy is very keen on, and they're getting, like we are getting AK-203 in the Army, the Navy people are getting AK-103, again an excellent weapon system. Then we have the 15 Bravo class INS Vishakhapatnam, another destroyer which is coming in. This is something that the Navy was very keen on. It's finally there. Talwar class frigates, or Project 11356. The Navy has very complicated names for its projects. Project 11356. And then there is the naval anti-drone system. Apart from this, there are a lot of drones, swarm drones that the Army, Navy and Air Force are getting into. A lot of systems like the Guardian or the Reaper, armed drones. India is again buying the Heron armed drones from Israel, and many of these systems are coming in. So we have briefly touched upon, and this is by no means a comprehensive list, because we would require another program or maybe 2 programs just to discuss all the weapon systems that India is buying. But from the Navy, I can tell you that 34 ships are being made in India. 34 ships are being made in India. This was told to me by a senior serving naval officer 2 years back. So many of the ships are going to be delivered shortly. I've already mentioned the aircraft carrier. And again, to reiterate, why is India doing this? India is doing this because India has global ambitions. India is surrounded by 2 nuclear armed neighbors with which it has fought wars. India needs to protect its interests. And in today's world, it is no longer, you know, there was time when there was only America and USSR. With the fall of the USSR, then there was only America. For a very long time, America was the sole superpower. Later on, what happened was you had America and China, especially in the last 20 years, we saw the rise of China. Now, I think we are moving to a multipolar world. We are moving to a world where there are no fixed power centers. It's up for grabs. And India is a superpower in the making. India is an economic superpower and a military superpower in the making. And India has a lot of goodwill. You go to Afghanistan, you go to Sri Lanka, you go to so many countries. Ask the common people there. Forget about the government. I'm not talking about the government. The common people love India. And that is India's true power. Backed with these weapons, backed with an A-grade, professionally led armed force. There is no stopping India. Thank you for watching Checkmate. Have a great weekend. I'll see you around next week. Jai Hind.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
Of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal has arrived at his native residence. People, they are thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this brave heart that has laid down his life.
Early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. ED action intensifies. Raids at Raut's Bhandup residence. Fresh trouble for Sanjay Raut. ED hot chase gets hotter. Sanjay Raut likely to be taken to ED office. India's medal tally goes up at Commonwealth Games 2022. India bags 4 medals. Bindya Rani ups India's medal tally in Birmingham, lifts another silver for India. You're watching those visuals there. Breaking news coming in the Bengal cash scam. Arpita and Partho are being taken for medical checkup at the ESI hospital in the Bengal. In latest updates in the Bengal cash scam, main accused Partho and Arpita
taken for medical to the ESI hospital.
बहुत खास है। इसका कारण है इस बार का स्वतंत्रता दिवस, जब भारत अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे करेगा। हम सभी बहुत अद्भुत और ऐतिहासिक पल के गवाह बनने जा रहे हैं। ईश्वर ने यह हमें बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य दिया है। आप भी सोचिए, अगर हम गुलामी के दौर में पैदा हुए होते तो इस दिन की कल्पना हमारे लिए कैसी होती। गुलामी से मुक्ति की वो तड़प, पराधीनता की बेड़ियों से आजादी की वो बेचैनी कितनी बड़ी रही होगी। वो दिन जब हम हर दिन लाखों लाख देशवासियों को आजादी के लिए लड़ते, जूझते, बलिदान देते देख रहे होते। जब हम हर सुबह इस सपने के साथ जग रहे होते कि मेरा हिंदुस्तान कब आजाद होगा, और हो सकता है हमारे जीवन में वो भी दिन आता जब वंदे मातरम और भारत मां की जय बोलते हुए हम आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए अपना जीवन समर्पित कर देते, जवानी खपा देते। साथियों, 31 जुलाई यानी आज ही के दिन हम सभी देशवासी शहीद उधम सिंह जी की शहादत को नमन करते हैं। मैं से अन्य सभी महान क्रांतिकारियों को अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं, जिन्होंने देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर कर दिया। साथियों, मुझे देखकर बहुत खुशी होती है कि आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव एक जन आंदोलन का रूप ले रहा है। सभी क्षेत्रों और समाज के हर वर्ग के लोग इससे जुड़े अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। ऐसे ही एक कार्यक्रम इस महीने की शुरुआत में मेघालय में हुआ। मेघालय के बहादुर योद्धा यू टिरोत सिंह जी की पुण्यतिथि पर लोगों ने उन्हें याद किया। टिरोत सिंह जी ने खासी हिल्स पर नियंत्रण करने और वहां की संस्कृति पर प्रहार करने की अंग्रेजों की साजिश का जमकर विरोध किया था। इस कार्यक्रम में बहुत सारे कलाकारों ने सुंदर प्रस्तुतियां दी, इतिहास को जिंदा कर दिया। इसमें एक कार्निवल का आयोजन भी किया गया, जिसमें मेघालय की महान संस्कृति को बड़े ही खूबसूरत तरीके से दर्शाया गया। अब से कुछ हफ्ते पहले कर्नाटका में अमृता भारती कन्नडार्थी नाम का एक अनूठा अभियान भी चलाया गया। इसमें राज्य की 75 जगहों पर आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव से जुड़े बड़े भव्य कार्यक्रम आयोजित किए गए। इनमें कर्नाटका के महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को याद करने के साथ ही स्थानीय साहित्यिक उपलब्धियों को भी सामने लाने की कोशिश की गई। साथियों, इसी जुलाई में एक बहुत ही रोचक प्रयास हुआ है, जिसका नाम है आजादी की रेलगाड़ी और रेलवे स्टेशन। इस प्रयास का लक्ष्य है कि लोग आजादी की लड़ाई में भारतीय रेल की भूमिका को जानें। देश में अनेक ऐसे रेलवे स्टेशन हैं जो स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के इतिहास से जुड़े हैं। आप भी इन रेलवे स्टेशनों के बारे में जानकर हैरान होंगे। झारखंड के गोमो जंक्शन को अब आधिकारिक रूप से नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस जंक्शन गोमो के नाम से जाना जाता है। जानते हैं क्यों? दरअसल इसी स्टेशन पर कालका मेल में सवार होकर नेताजी सुभाष ब्रिटिश अफसरों को चकमा देने में सफल रहे थे। आप सभी ने लखनऊ के पास काकोरी रेलवे स्टेशन का नाम भी जरूर सुना होगा। इस स्टेशन के साथ राम प्रसाद बिस्मिल और अशफाक उल्लाह खान जैसे जाबाजों का नाम जुड़ा है। यहां ट्रेन से जा रहे अंग्रेजों के खजाने को लूटकर वीर क्रांतिकारियों ने अंग्रेजों को अपनी ताकत का परिचय करा दिया था। आप जब कभी तमिलनाडु के लोगों से बात करेंगे तो आपको थूथुकुडी जिले के वांची मणियाच्ची जंक्शन के बारे में जानने को मिलेगा। ये स्टेशन तमिल स्वतंत्रता सेनानी वांची नाथन जी के नाम पर है। ये वही स्थान है जहां 25 साल के युवा वांची ने ब्रिटिश कलेक्टर को उसके किए की सजा दी थी। साथियों, ये लिस्ट काफी लंबी है। देश भर के 24 राज्यों में फैले ऐसे 75 रेलवे स्टेशनों की पहचान की गई है। इन 75 स्टेशन को बहुत ही खूबसूरती से सजाया जा रहा है। इनमें कई तरह के कार्यक्रमों का भी आयोजन हो रहा है। आपको भी समय निकालकर अपने पास के ऐसे ऐतिहासिक स्टेशन पर जरूर जाना चाहिए। आपको स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के ऐसे इतिहास के बारे में विस्तार से पता चलेगा जिनसे आप अनजान रहे हैं। मैं आसपास के स्कूल के विद्यार्थियों से आग्रह करूंगा, टीचर से आग्रह करूंगा कि अपने स्कूल के छोटे छोटे बच्चों को लेकर के जरूर स्टेशन पे जाएं और पूरा घटनाक्रम उन बच्चों को सुनाएं, समझाएं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के तहत 13 से 15 अगस्त तक एक स्पेशल मूवमेंट हर घर तिरंगा का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। इस मूवमेंट का हिस्सा बनकर 13 से 15 अगस्त तक आप अपने घर पर तिरंगा जरूर फहराएं या उसे अपने घर पर लगाएं। तिरंगा हमें जोड़ता है, हमें देश के लिए कुछ करने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। मेरा एक सुझाव ये भी है कि 2 अगस्त से 15 अगस्त तक हम सभी अपनी सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल पिक्चर में तिरंगा लगा सकते हैं। वैसे क्या आप जानते हैं 2 अगस्त का हमारे तिरंगे से एक विशेष संबंध भी है। इसी दिन पिंगली वेंकैया जी की जन्म जयंती होती है, जिन्होंने हमारे राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को डिजाइन किया था। मैं उन्हें आदरपूर्वक श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। अपने राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के बारे में बात करते हुए मैं महान क्रांतिकारी मैडम कामा को भी याद करूंगा। तिरंगे को आकार देने में उनकी भूमिका बेहद महत्वपूर्ण रही है। साथियों, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में हो रहे इन सारे आयोजनों का सबसे बड़ा संदेश यही है कि हम सभी देशवासी अपने कर्तव्य का पूरी निष्ठा से पालन करें। तभी हम उन अनगिनत स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों का सपना पूरा कर पाएंगे, उनके सपनों का भारत बना पाएंगे। इसलिए हमारे अगले 25 साल का यह अमृतकाल हर देशवासी के लिए कर्तव्य काल की तरह है। देश को आजाद कराने हमारे वीर सेनानी हमें ये जिम्मेदारी देकर गए हैं और हमें इसे पूरी तरह निभाना है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, कोरोना के खिलाफ हम देशवासियों की लड़ाई अब भी जारी है। पूरी दुनिया आज भी जूझ रही है। होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर में लोगों की बढ़ती रुचि ने इसमें सभी की बहुत मदद की है। हम सभी जानते हैं कि इसमें भारतीय पारंपरिक पद्धतियां कितनी उपयोगी हैं। कोरोना के खिलाफ लड़ाई में आयुष ने तो वैश्विक स्तर पर अहम भूमिका निभाई है। दुनिया भर में आयुर्वेद और भारतीय औषधियों के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ रहा है। ये एक बड़ी वजह है कि आयुष एक्सपोर्ट में रिकॉर्ड तेजी आई है और ये भी बहुत सुखद है कि इस क्षेत्र में कई नए स्टार्टअप्स भी सामने आ रहे हैं। हाल ही में एक ग्लोबल आयुष इन्वेस्टमेंट और इनोवेशन समिट हुई थी। आप जानकर हैरान होंगे कि इसमें करीब 10,000 करोड़ रुपए के इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रपोजल्स मिले हैं। एक और बड़ी अहम बात यह हुई है कि कोरोना काल में औषधीय पौधों पर रिसर्च में भी बहुत वृद्धि हुई है। इस बारे में बहुत सी रिसर्च स्टडीज पब्लिश हो रही हैं। निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छी शुरुआत है। साथियों, देश में विभिन्न प्रकार के औषधीय पौधों और जड़ी बूटियों को लेकर एक और बेहतरीन प्रयास हुआ है। अभी अभी जुलाई महीने में इंडियन वर्चुअल हर्बेरियम को लॉन्च किया गया। यह इस बात का भी उदाहरण है कि कैसे हम डिजिटल वर्ल्ड का इस्तेमाल अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ने में कर सकते हैं। इंडियन वर्चुअल हर्बेरियम प्रिजर्व प्लांट्स या प्लांट पार्ट्स की डिजिटल इमेजेस का एक रोचक संग्रह है जो कि वेब पर फ्रीली अवेलेबल है। इस वर्चुअल हर्बेरियम पर अभी 1 लाख से अधिक स्पेसिमेंस और उनसे जुड़ी साइंटिफिक इंफॉर्मेशन उपलब्ध है। वर्चुअल हर्बेरियम में भारत की बॉटनिकल डाइवर्सिटी की समृद्ध तस्वीर भी दिखाई देती है। मुझे विश्वास है इंडियन वर्चुअल हर्बेरियम भारतीय वनस्पतियों पर रिसर्च के लिए एक इंपॉर्टेंट रिसोर्स बनेगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में हम हर बार देशवासियों की ऐसी सफलताओं की चर्चा करते हैं जो हमारे चेहरे पर मीठी मुस्कान बिखेर देती हैं। अगर कोई सक्सेस स्टोरी मीठी मुस्कान भी बिखेरे और स्वाद में भी मिठास भरे, तब तो आप इसे जरूर सोने पर सुहागा कहेंगे। हमारे किसान इन दिनों शहद के उत्पादन में ऐसा ही कमाल कर रहे हैं। शहद की मिठास हमारे किसानों का जीवन भी बदल रही है, उनकी आय भी बढ़ा रही है। हरियाणा में यमुनानगर में एक मधुमक्खी पालक साथी रहते हैं, सुभाष कंबोज जी। सुभाष जी ने वैज्ञानिक तरीके से मधुमक्खी पालन का प्रशिक्षण लिया। इसके बाद उन्होंने केवल 6 बॉक्स के साथ अपना काम शुरू किया था। आज वो करीब 2000 बॉक्सेस में मधुमक्खी पालन कर रहे हैं। उनका शहद कई राज्यों में सप्लाई होता है। जम्मू के पल्ली गांव में विनोद कुमार जी भी 1500 से ज्यादा कॉलोनियों में मधुमक्खी पालन कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने पिछले साल रानी मक्खी पालन का प्रशिक्षण लिया है। इस काम से वो सालाना 15 से 20 लाख रुपए कमा रहे हैं। कर्नाटका के एक और किसान है मधुकेश्वर हेगड़े जी। मधुकेश्वर जी ने बताया कि उन्होंने भारत सरकार से 50 मधुमक्खी कॉलोनियों के लिए सब्सिडी ली थी। आज उनके पास 800 से ज्यादा कॉलोनियां हैं और वो कई टन शहद बेचते हैं। उन्होंने अपने काम में इनोवेशन किया और वो जामुन शहद, तुलसी शहद, आंवला शहद जैसे वानस्पतिक शहद भी बना रहे हैं। मधुकेश्वर जी, मधु उत्पादन में आपके इनोवेशन और सफलता आपके नाम को भी सार्थक करती है। साथियों, आप सब जानते हैं कि शहद को हमारे पारंपरिक स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान में कितना महत्व दिया गया है। आयुर्वेद ग्रंथों में तो शहद को अमृत बताया गया है। शहद न केवल हमें स्वाद देता है बल्कि आरोग्य भी देता है। शहद उत्पादन में आज इतनी अधिक संभावनाएं हैं कि प्रोफेशनल पढ़ाई करने वाले युवा भी इसे अपना स्वरोजगार बना रहे हैं। ऐसे ही एक युवा है यूपी में गोरखपुर के निमित सिंह। निमित जी ने बीटेक किया है। उनके पिता भी डॉक्टर हैं, लेकिन पढ़ाई के बाद नौकरी की जगह निमित जी ने स्वरोजगार का फैसला लिया। उन्होंने शहद उत्पादन का काम शुरू किया। क्वालिटी चेक के लिए लखनऊ में अपनी एक लैब भी बनवाई। निमित जी अब शहद और बी वैक्स से अच्छी कमाई कर रहे हैं और अलग अलग राज्यों में जाकर किसानों को प्रशिक्षित भी कर रहे हैं। ऐसे युवाओं की मेहनत से ही आज देश इतना बड़ा शहद उत्पादक बन रहा है। आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि देश से शहद का निर्यात भी बढ़ गया है। देश ने नेशनल बी कीपिंग एंड हनी मिशन जैसे अभियान चलाए। किसानों ने पूरा परिश्रम किया और हमारे शहद की मिठास दुनिया तक पहुंचने लगी। अभी इस क्षेत्र में और भी बड़ी संभावनाएं मौजूद है। मैं चाहूंगा कि हमारे युवा इन अवसरों से जुड़कर उनका लाभ लें और नई संभावनाओं को साकार करें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मुझे हिमाचल प्रदेश से मन की बात के एक श्रोता श्रीमान आशीष बहल जी का एक पत्र मिला है। उन्होंने अपने पत्र में चंबा के मिंजर मेले का जिक्र किया है। दरअसल मिंजर मक्के के फूलों को कहते हैं। जब मक्के में मिंजर आते हैं तो मिंजर मेला भी मनाया जाता है और इस मेले में देश भर के पर्यटक दूर दूर से हिस्सा लेने के लिए आते हैं। संयोग से मिंजर मेला इस समय चल भी रहा है। आप अगर हिमाचल घूमने गए हुए हैं तो इस मेले को देखने चंबा जा सकते हैं। चंबा तो इतना खूबसूरत है कि यहां के लोक गीतों में बार बार कहा जाता है, चंबे एक दिन ओना कने महीना रहना। यानी जो लोग एक दिन के लिए चंबा आते हैं वे इसकी खूबसूरती देखकर महीने भर यहां रह जाते हैं। साथियों, हमारे देश में मेलों का भी बड़ा सांस्कृतिक महत्व रहा है। मेले जन मन दोनों को जोड़ते हैं। हिमाचल में वर्षा के बाद जब खरीफ की फसलें पकती हैं तब सितंबर में शिमला, मंडी, कुल्लू और सोलन में सैरी या सैर भी मनाया जाता है। सितंबर में ही जागरा भी आने वाला है। जागरा के मेलों में महासु देवता का आह्वान करके बीसू गीत गाए जाते हैं। महासु देवता का ये जागर हिमाचल में शिमला, किन्नौर और सिरमौर के साथ साथ उत्तराखंड में भी होता है। साथियों, हमारे देश में अलग अलग राज्यों में आदिवासी समाज के भी कई पारंपरिक मेले होते हैं। इनमें से कुछ मेले आदिवासी संस्कृति से जुड़े हैं तो कुछ का आयोजन आदिवासी इतिहास और विरासत से जुड़ा है। जैसे कि आपको अगर मौका मिले तो तेलंगाना के मेडारम का 4 दिवसीय समक्का सरलम्मा जात्रा मेला देखने जरूर जाइए। इस मेले को तेलंगाना का महाकुंभ कहा जाता है। सरलम्मा जात्रा मेला 2 आदिवासी महिला नायिकाओं समक्का और सरलम्मा के सम्मान में मनाया जाता है। ये तेलंगाना ही नहीं बल्कि छत्तीसगढ़, महाराष्ट्र और आंध्र प्रदेश के कोया आदिवासी समुदाय के लिए आस्था का बड़ा केंद्र है। आंध्र प्रदेश में मारीदम्मा का मेला भी आदिवासी समाज की मान्यताओं से जुड़ा बड़ा मेला है। मारीदम्मा मेला ज्येष्ठ अमावस्या से आषाढ़ अमावस्या तक चलता है और यहाँ का आदिवासी समाज इसे शक्ति उपासना के साथ जोड़ता है। यहीं पूर्वी गोदावरी के पेद्दापुरम में मरीदम्मा मंदिर भी है। इसी तरह राजस्थान में गरासिया जनजाति के लोग वैशाख शुक्ल चतुर्दशी को सियावा का मेला या मनखारो मेला का आयोजन करते हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ में बस्तर के नारायणपुर का मावली मेला भी बहुत खास होता है। पास ही मध्य प्रदेश का भगोरिया मेला भी खूब प्रसिद्ध है। कहते हैं कि भगोरिया मेले की शुरुआत राजा भोज के समय में हुई है। तब भील राजा कासूमरा और बालून ने अपनी अपनी राजधानी में पहली बार ये आयोजन किए थे। तब से आज तक ये मेले उतने ही उत्साह से मनाए जा रहे हैं। इसी तरह गुजरात में तरणेतर और माधवपुर जैसे कई मेले बहुत मशहूर है। मेले अपने आप में हमारे समाज जीवन की ऊर्जा का बहुत बड़ा स्रोत होते हैं। आपके आसपास भी ऐसे ही कई मेले होते होंगे। आधुनिक समय में समाज की पुरानी कड़ियां एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को मजबूत करने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। हमारे युवाओं को इनसे जरूर जुड़ना चाहिए और आप जब भी ऐसे मेलों में जाएं, वहां की तस्वीरें सोशल मीडिया पर भी शेयर करें। आप चाहें तो किसी खास हैशटैग का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। इससे उन मेलों के बारे में दूसरे लोग भी जानेंगे। आप कल्चर मिनिस्ट्री की वेबसाइट पर भी तस्वीरें अपलोड कर सकते हैं। अगले कुछ दिन में कल्चर मिनिस्ट्री एक कंपटीशन भी शुरू करने जा रही है, जहां मेलों की सबसे अच्छी तस्वीरें भेजने वालों को इनाम भी दिया जाएगा। तो फिर देर नहीं कीजिए, मेलों में घूमिए, उनकी तस्वीरें साझा करिए और हो सकता है आपको इसका इनाम भी मिल जाए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आपको ध्यान होगा मन की बात के एक एपिसोड में मैंने कहा था कि भारत के पास टॉयज एक्सपोर्ट्स में पावर हाउस बनने की पूरी क्षमता है। मैंने स्पोर्ट्स और गेम्स में भारत की समृद्ध विरासत की खास तौर पर चर्चा की थी। भारत के स्थानीय खिलौने परंपरा और प्रकृति दोनों के अनुरूप होते हैं, इको फ्रेंडली होते हैं। मैं आज आपके साथ भारतीय खिलौनों की सफलता को शेयर करना चाहता हूं। हमारे यंगस्टर्स, स्टार्टअप्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के बूते हमारी टॉय इंडस्ट्री ने जो कर दिखाया है, जो सफलताएं हासिल की है, उसकी किसी ने कल्पना भी नहीं की होगी। आज जब भारतीय खिलौनों की बात होती है तो हर तरफ वोकल फॉर लोकल की ही गूंज सुनाई दे रही है। आपको ये जानकर भी अच्छा लगेगा कि भारत में अब विदेश से आने वाले खिलौनों की संख्या लगातार कम हो रही है। पहले जहां 3,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा के खिलौने बाहर से आते थे, वहीं अब इनका आयात 70% तक घट गया है। और खुशी की बात यह कि इसी दौरान भारत ने 2,600 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के खिलौनों को विदेशों में निर्यात किया है, जबकि पहले 300-400 करोड़ रुपए के खिलौने ही भारत से बाहर जाते थे। और आप तो जानते ही हैं कि ये सब कोरोना काल में हुआ है। भारत के टॉय सेक्टर ने खुद को ट्रांसफॉर्म करके दिखा दिया है। इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स अब इंडियन माइथोलॉजी, हिस्ट्री और कल्चर पर आधारित खिलौने बना रहे हैं। देश में जगह जगह खिलौने के जो क्लस्टर्स हैं, खिलौने बनाने वाले जो छोटे छोटे उद्यमी हैं, उन्हें इसका बहुत लाभ हो रहा है। इन छोटे उद्यमियों के बनाए खिलौने अब दुनिया भर में जा रहे हैं। भारत के खिलौना निर्माता विश्व के प्रमुख ग्लोबल टॉय ब्रांड्स के साथ मिलकर भी काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे ये भी बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि हमारा स्टार्टअप सेक्टर भी खिलौनों की दुनिया पर पूरा ध्यान दे रहा है। वे इस क्षेत्र में कई मजेदार चीजें भी कर रहे हैं। बेंगलुरु में शूमी टॉय नाम का स्टार्टअप इको फ्रेंडली खिलौनों पर फोकस कर रहा है। गुजरात में आर्किड जू कंपनी एआर बेस्ड फ्लैश कार्ड्स और एआर बेस्ड स्टोरी बुक्स बना रही है। पुणे की कंपनी फनवेंशन लर्निंग खिलौने और एक्टिविटी पजल्स के जरिए साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और मैथ्स में बच्चों की दिलचस्पी बढ़ाने में जुटी है। मैं खिलौनों की दुनिया में शानदार काम कर रहे ऐसे सभी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को, स्टार्टअप्स को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारतीय खिलौनों को दुनिया भर में और अधिक लोकप्रिय बनाएं। इसके साथ ही मैं अभिभावकों से भी आग्रह करना चाहूंगा कि वे अधिक से अधिक भारतीय खिलौने, पजल्स और गेम्स खरीदें। साथियों, क्लासरूम हो या खेल का मैदान, आज हमारे युवा हर क्षेत्र में देश को गौरवान्वित कर रहे हैं। इसी महीने पीवी सिंधु ने सिंगापुर ओपन का अपना पहला खिताब जीता है। नीरज चोपड़ा ने भी अपने बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन को जारी रखते हुए वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक चैंपियनशिप में देश के लिए सिल्वर मेडल जीता है। आयरलैंड पैरा बैडमिंटन इंटरनेशनल में भी हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने 11 पदक जीतकर देश का मान बढ़ाया है। रोम में हुए वर्ल्ड कैडेट रेसलिंग चैंपियनशिप में भी भारतीय खिलाड़ियों ने बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया। हमारे एथलीट सूरज ने तो ग्रेको रोमन इवेंट में कमाल ही कर दिया। उन्होंने 32 साल के लंबे अंतराल के बाद इस इवेंट में रेसलिंग का गोल्ड मेडल जीता है। खिलाड़ियों के लिए तो यह पूरा महीना ही एक्शन से भरपूर रहा है। चेन्नई में 44वें चेस ओलंपियाड की मेजबानी करना भी भारत के लिए बड़े ही सम्मान की बात है। 28 जुलाई को ही इस टूर्नामेंट का शुभारंभ हुआ है और मुझे इसकी ओपनिंग सेरेमनी में शामिल होने का सौभाग्य मिला। उसी दिन यूके में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स की भी शुरुआत हुई। युवा जोश से भरा भारतीय दल वहां देश को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है। मैं सभी खिलाड़ियों और एथलीट्स को देशवासियों की ओर से शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि भारत फीफा अंडर 17 विमेन्स वर्ल्ड कप उसकी भी मेजबानी करने जा रहा है। यह टूर्नामेंट अक्टूबर के आसपास होगा, जो खेलों के प्रति देश की बेटियों का उत्साह बढ़ाएगा। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही देश भर में 10वीं और 12वीं कक्षा के परिणाम भी घोषित हुए हैं। मैं उन सभी स्टूडेंट्स को बधाई देता हूं जिन्होंने अपने कठिन परिश्रम और लगन से सफलता अर्जित की है। महामारी के चलते पिछले 2 साल बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण रहे हैं। इन परिस्थितियों में भी हमारे युवाओं ने जिस साहस और संयम का परिचय दिया, वह अत्यंत सराहनीय है। मैं सभी के सुनहरे भविष्य की कामना करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज हमने आजादी के 75 साल पर देश की यात्रा के साथ अपनी चर्चा शुरू की थी। अगली बार जब हम मिलेंगे तब हमारे अगले 25 साल की यात्रा भी शुरू हो चुकी होगी। अपने घर और अपनों के घर पर हमारा प्यारा तिरंगा फहरे, इसके लिए हम सबको जुटना है। आपने इस बार स्वतंत्रता दिवस को कैसे मनाया? क्या कुछ खास किया? ये भी मुझसे जरूर साझा करिएगा। अगली बार हम अपने इस अमृत पर्व के अलग अलग रंगों पर फिर से बात करेंगे। तब तक के लिए मुझे आज्ञा दीजिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
tracking the latest on the ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. So 12 ED officials, we are told, are currently at Raut's residence. So that is the latest coming in. We'll go across to Ankit as well, who's reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence. As you can see, Sanjay Raut there waving to the people there, his supporters who are currently protesting outside his residence as ED continues to question and grill Raut in connection to the Patra Chaul scam. So raids at the residence of Sanjay Raut is what we understand, and protest also being staged outside his residence by his supporters. So huge drama there unfolding at Raut's Bhandup residence. In fact, more details that are now coming is that Sanjay Raut is likely to be taken to ED office for further questioning in connection to the Patra Chaul scam. So that is the latest coming in. Remember, this comes after Sanjay Raut had earlier skipped ED summons in connection to the Patra Chaul scam. We have Ankit reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence. Ankit, we understand that that Sanjay Raut is likely to be taken to the ED office for further questioning. Give us the latest details that you're picking up.
Yes, that is the latest that we are picking up, that at some point it is not possible to speculate at this moment, but it is likely that he will be taken to the ED's office for further questioning. What we can tell you, Samiksha, is just a short while before, behind me you see the Shiv Sena protesters, supporters. He had come to that window over there, which my VJ Samir is showing you, the first window on the first floor. He had appeared there for about 10 seconds. They had been chanting in support of him. He clearly heard them. He came out and he waved at them to give them a little more encouragement to protest on his behalf. We are also, of course, like you've been telling our viewers, we are in receipt of the 3 tweets that he has posted since these raids had begun early in the morning at about 7:30 a.m. The first one, he claimed that both Maharashtra and the Shiv Sena would continue to fight. The second one, he said that he swears on Balasaheb Thackeray's name that he is not involved in any scam. Of course, he didn't put out any specific details because the allegations are very specific, but he did claim his innocence. And in the third one also, he essentially said that no matter what happens, he would never leave the Shiv Sena. And I don't know if anyone had asked that question, but in any case, he has answered it that he is not quitting the Shiv Sena. Not that this is is the subject of the ED's interrogation of him at this moment. What we can tell you is now at about half an hour to go to noon. It's been 4.5, 5 hours of grilling that has gone on at the Maitri bungalow of Sanjay Raut, the 3-story bungalow, the building in white that we've been showing you a short while back. I'll ask my VJ to show you again the building in which he stays. We are told that he lives himself. His personal apartments are on the top floor, but the entire complex is his, and he had appeared on the bottom floor when he had waved a short while earlier, just about 10 seconds. The case is to do with the 2007 agreement of the Patra Chaul's redevelopment. That is a slum area that is located in the Goregaon area of Mumbai. And the claim is that a company that was run by a person, Praveen Raut, who is linked to Sanjay Raut, had won the contract for that redevelopment. However, rather than handing over 672 flats to the occupants of the erstwhile slum, he sold about the entire parcel of land to about 8 builders for 900 crore rupees. And then he received, despite not completing the deal, about 95 crore equity infusion from HDIL. And so that in total takes it to about 134 crore is what the figure being touted is. On top of that, there is a transaction payment of money that has gone from Praveen Raut's wife to Sanjay Raut's wife, and that was returned over 10 years later without any interest paid after the ED launched proceedings, and that was purportedly used to purchase a flat in Dadar. Now, the recent update is that about 11 crore worth of properties of a number of the people who we've named so far, linked to Sanjay Raut, linked to Praveen Raut, have been seized by the ED. They include a flat in Dadar. They include about 8 parcels of land in Alibag, which are in the name of Sanjay Raut's wife and another lady. And these are the claims that are currently being made by the agencies. Praveen Raut is under arrest at the moment since February, and since June and July, Sanjay Raut had been receiving summons. He had skipped at least 2 of the summons, the most recent of which was in July 27th, and now the ED has turned up at his residence. And from what we are told, like you're also informing us, our sources and Alisha are telling us that it is likely that after their searches here, he is likely to be taken to the Enforcement Directorate's office. And so that is what we are awaiting, perhaps at the moment. At this moment, the protests by the Shiv Sainiks continues. They've been chanting their slogans in support of Sanjay Raut and against the Modi government for a while now. The essential theme is that Sanjay Raut has somehow scared the government, and that is why they have propped the ED forward. But this is a case that goes back further before that. And also there are a number of cases that are against Sanjay Raut at the moment, and some of which he has not appeared for either, including, for instance, the Medha Kiritsomaiya defamation case. That is another one. And also there are different legal troubles that have mounted for him. And so certainly there was a feeling that he was living on borrowed time insofar as answering the ED was concerned. And today the ED is at his doorstep in his house right now. 12 officers, we are told, accompanied by a complement of security officers of various departments, including central departments, and also the Mumbai police, which is here in large numbers. And so this is the overall scene that we can present to you right now from Bhandup. It is a congested locality here. Not in general, but certainly this area is, and it took a couple of narrow winding streets to come here. And so when a short while back, when Sanjay Raut's advocate, he entered the premises, he was swamped essentially, he was unable to enter for some time.
Yes.
And then finally the car managed to bring him to the gate.
Yes, we are now getting more updates that after the raids at his Bhandup residence, raids are being conducted at his Dadar residence. So back-to-back ED raids there at the locations linked to Sanjay Raut. If you could give us more details. Also the big question arising that as even if Sanjay Raut has done no wrong, what is the harm in being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, given the fact that he has skipped ED summons in the past? We have Alisha as well joining us live. Alisha, give us more details. We understand that the raids are now being conducted at Sanjay Raut's Dadar residence as well.
Well, yes, Samiksha, we know that Enforcement Directorate has been looking at, they've been searching not only at his Bhandup resident, but also at his Dadar flat as well, because it is alleged that 83 lakh, which includes to the proceeds of crime, that was transferred to Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut, and that was the money that was used to buy a flat in Dadar. We know that this already been attached, we know that many of the provision, specifically when it comes to 11.15 crore of properties assets that has been attached, and one of this is the same property that has been attached in the month of April. But yet we can see in the visuals that there are ED officials who has already reached not only his to the in the Bhandup resident, but also at his Dadar resident as well.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. We understand, like you're telling us, if you could help us understand how is the chain of questioning going to be like. We understand that his aide earlier was arrested. So if you could help us understand the connection with of his aide who has been arrested with Sanjay Raut, because what we understand is that one of the many allegations is that Sanjay Raut was in cahoots with his aide in this particular Patra Chaul scam case.
Well, Samiksha, let me put things into perspective, because this is something, an agreement that was made between Mahada and Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited. While talking, Pravin Raut, who was arrested in the month of February by Enforcement Directorate, who was the founder of this Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, and they had a promise to the people of Patra Chaul that this building is something will go under the rehab construct, and there are around 672 tenants that is going to get a flat. But rather than giving it to the people there, most important, what we know that the floor space index has been given to some private company, which around for 901 crore is what we have been told. After which Mahada officials has registered an FIR with the Mumbai Police Economic Offence Wing, and as we know that this is something a money of 1,000 crore, because ED at this point of time is been probing for 1,034 crore scam, and this is where right after even Economic Offence Wing were looking into the matter, even Enforcement Directorate has filed an ECIR under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act and started the investigation. Well, yes, in the month of April, where around 11.15 crore property asset has already been seized, which also include some of the property of Varsha Raut, which were used alleged in this. There is a money trial which has come across between Sapna Patkar, Sujit Patkar, and also Madhuri Raut, and which has linked to the Varsha Raut. As we know that 83 lakh that was transferred to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, and that property has something been made to buy a flat in Dadar. So Enforcement Directorate at this point of time is been conducting searches at Sanjay Raut, a resident in Bhandup and in Dadar as well. Minute to minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists.
Whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Tracking all the updates on the ED raids which are underway at locations linked to Sanjay Raut. In fact, his residence is being raided as we speak by the Enforcement Directorate after the Bhandup residence. His Dadar flat is currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate officials. Those are the visuals also that we are getting to you. After early morning raids at Bhandup residence of Sanjay Raut, which lasted for over 3 hours, raids are now being conducted at his Dadar flat as well. In fact, more details that are now emerging. Sanjay Raut is likely to be taken to the ED office at 2:30 p.m. So that is the latest coming in. He will be taken to the ED office for further questioning in the Patra Chaul scam at 2:30 p.m. today. So that is the latest coming in. Raut's Dadar flat was earlier attached by the Enforcement Directorate. Ankit is tracking all the details, reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence. We'll go across to Ankit as well in just a bit. But that is a fresh update coming in. Sanjay Raut, who will be taken to the ED office at 2:30 p.m. With regard to questioning in the Patra Chawl scam. Ankit is live with us. Ankit, if you could give us more details. We understand that Sanjay Raut will be taken to the ED office at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon.
Yes, that appears then to be the time that they have chosen, because there was word even from many hours earlier, as the number of protesters here increased, there was speculation that perhaps they would take him earlier, but it appears that 2:30 is the time that has been taken. We also can corroborate it with a very small fact that just now a bike load of water bottles has been taken inside, clearly for the people who are in there. And so that is just an informal indication that they intend to be here for maybe a little while longer as well. So 2:30 is the time that we are looking at. These raids and this questioning and this search process has been on since 7:30 in the morning. So it's been about 4.5 hours that it has already been going on for. It will extend now perhaps for another 2-3 hours is what we are being told. We are also under the impression, because we have been told that there have been senior officers of the ED who are now in Mumbai, and that is the word that has just been circulated around here, that there are perhaps some senior officers who are also here to be a part of this probe, not in this very search, but in the financial capital at this moment. And so maybe they will also be involved when Sanjay Raut is brought to the ED's office. And so that is the latest that we can tell you, Samiksha. The questioning is on. We have got one glimpse of Sanjay Raut for about 10 seconds in total, where he came out and he waved at his supporters. His supporters are still very much here. Every 5 minutes you have sporadic cheering for him, and his slogans are unfurled and their flags are also waved, and then it all settles down again for a little while. And so that is the process where we are at.
Yes, Ankit, stay with us. We understand that the NCP has also responded to the mega ED raids which are underway. Ajit Pawar has, in fact, in a way justified ED action against Raut, what we understand, saying that all these agencies like the ED, CBI and IT have their powers and they investigate as per their powers against any individual. If you could help us read into this statement, latest remark coming in by the NCP, Ankit, saying that the ED and CBI are investigating as per their powers against any individual.
Well, that is an interesting statement. Certainly, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, has said that these are part of a process and they are under the powers of the agencies. And we know just a few days back we have been informed under no uncertain terms what the powers of the ED are, because the Supreme Court has stood for the ED's right to conduct its investigations as it wishes to in terms of Prevention of Money Laundering Act and PMLA cases. And one of them is that the ECIR doesn't need to be produced. Also, if someone needs to be arrested, you don't have to produce the FIR to arrest. And so these are the powers that are available. And to once again, to quote what Ajit Pawar has been saying, he says that in a way, I mean, or rather we are reading into what he has said in Marathi, he has in a way justified the action, and he says like the agencies such as the ED, the CBI and the IT have their powers and they investigate as per their powers against any individual. Why ED is repeatedly probing Sanjay Raut, only Raut can answer.
Roundup of all that's news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why is this bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who is on a 3-day visit to the state for the first time after.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again, trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Back-to-back political reactions as well coming in on the mega ED raids which are currently underway. Ankit continues to be with us, reporting live from outside Raut's residence. Ankit, we understand that the AAP has also responded now. Take us through the details.
So it appears that Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party has taken exception, and he's challenged a couple of things. He says, first and foremost, that the ED works under the PMLA Act and that the PMLA Act is very wrong. So that is a big statement that the Aam Aadmi Party is stating, and it comes at a time when the Supreme Court has upheld the powers of the ED vis-a-vis the PMLA Act. He says the ED can arrest anyone under the PMLA without any FIR. That's why he thinks it's wrong. So the central government is using the PMLA and the ED against the opposition. So the AAP is essentially claiming that the central government is using the ED and the PMLA Act to silence the opposition. And you can see why the AAP would want to say such a thing, because currently one of its senior leaders and a minister, in fact, who remains a minister without any portfolios in the Arvind Kejriwal dispensation, that is Satyendra Jain, is under the arrest of the Enforcement Directorate and has been so for some time, so much so, and the evidence is such that even Arvind Kejriwal has not defended him in some time now. So this is a general defense that appears to have been mounted by the Aam Aadmi Party via Saurabh Bharadwaj over the raid that is currently being held at Sanjay Raut's residence on the Shiv Sena Member of Parliament. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has not gotten into any specifics of this case, and neither did Ajit Pawar get into the specifics of this case when Ajit Pawar spoke about it as well. In fact, that reaction was even more interesting because he says why the ED is carrying out its searches, only Sanjay Raut can answer. So he, in a way, not only justified, but he put the onus also on Sanjay Raut. And meanwhile, Samiksha, the visuals here remain essentially the same. You can see that the flags are being waved right now. We can just provide a better angle. The flags are sporadically being waved at Sanjay Raut's Maitri residence, but we have not seen him apart from that one brief glimpse about an hour ago for 10 seconds when he appeared at a lower floor window to wave at his supporters who continue to stand by him, but there are not those many answers forthcoming against the allegations that are against him and against the allegations in this 2007 Patra Chaul scam case. And viewers, we retain this reporting position outside Sanjay Raut's residence in Bhandup. There is word that he will be taken to the ED office in a couple of hours from now. It could even be before that. So stay tuned and keep watching Republic for minute-to-minute details.
3 Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who is on a 3-day visit to the state for the first time after taking over the chief ministerial post, will visit 39 MLAs who extended support to him and led to the subsequent collapse of the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Prime Minister Modi will address all citizens in July edition of Mann Ki Baat at 11 am. This comes after Prime Minister shared the June edition of Mann Ki Baat booklet covering topics such as India's strides in space, glory of sports field, Rath Yatra, among others. On the occasion of death anniversary of late Ramachandra Paramahans Das, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will offer tributes in Ayodhya temple today. Yogi Adityanath will also visit Hanuman Ghadi at Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Union Minister Nityanand Rai refuted the claim made by RJD leader.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at noon. Early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. ED intensifies action, raids Sanjay Raut's residences. ED ups ante against Sanjay Raut. Titans news raids dart the residence after Bhandup residence. ED hot chase against Sanjay Raut gets hotter. Raut likely to be taken to ED office. In the Commonwealth Games underway at Birmingham, India's medal tally goes up at the Games as India bags 4 medals. Bindya Rani ups India's medals tally in Birmingham, lifts another silver.
So Partho and Arpita, these are latest visuals from the Bengal cash scam case of the two main figures, the central figures in this entire drama. Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee, former TMC minister and TMC bigwig. Arpita and Partho now taken for medical checkup at the ESI hospital. These are visuals that we're getting you from Kolkata. And it's been days of questioning. It's been days since both were picked up by the Enforcement Directorate. And staggering heaps of cash were recovered, mainly from Arpita Mukherjee's various residences. Also cars, luxury cars and bank accounts. We are also hearing that she has spoken about a number of other prominent names. She has disclosed the names of another more than nearly 14 people. And the Enforcement Directorate has seized 8 of her bank accounts. Joining us now on the phone line. On the phone line with us is our correspondent Piyush Ori. Piyush, you are getting those visuals from the ESI hospital in Kolkata. Partho and Arpita there at the hospital premises for checkup. Arpita going in right now. What is the latest as far as breaking developments in this case are concerned? The ED questioning them both, lots of disclosures. Take us through what's happening.
So as you said, that this is for the second time now, Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are being taken to ESI hospital in Joka for the medical examination. The last time when they were taken for the medical examination, we had witnessed a lot of drama where Arpita Mukherjee claimed that she looked physically frail and she looked mentally pressured. So you can understand the kind of toll physically and mentally now which ED interrogation is taking, at least on Arpita Mukherjee, which seems to be now breaking down because of the interrogations which on which both Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are on the back foot. Having said that, the Enforcement Directorate now is also trying to find the sources of income from the huge amounts of cash which they have recovered from the house of Arpita Mukherjee, the close aides of Partho Chatterjee, in this teacher recruitment scam that has rocked the politics of Bengal. The major objective now of Enforcement Directorate to nail the culprits involved in this case is to find the sources of income of all the directors that were involved in the shell companies. Mind you, the proceeds of crime which Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee had got from this, reportedly from the scam, was used in investing a large number of properties and also setting up a lot of shell companies. So now the Enforcement Directorate officials are trying to find the sources of income that was invested in these shell companies as well as in the real estate. Large number of real estate that was purchased in Kolkata and other parts of Bengal. So yes, things are becoming more difficult for Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. And more interestingly, it is being told to us that not only Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, but there can be other names also that may be associated, that may be involved in this scam. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Piyush, in fact, we at Republic, we are carrying reports that, that she has in fact disclosed 14 names, but more on that later. Now tell us, what are you hearing from your sources about the next step today? Is there to be likely to be more ED questioning? Where to after this hospital visit? Or does a lot depend on this particular visit and what the doctors actually tell the ED?
So definitely, that Arpita Mukherjee questioning to be that the of this is huge, and it is neither Arpita or which are
we are having some issues with the audio there, Piyush. We are having some issues with the with the audio now. Let's go across and take a look at those visuals that we are getting. Arpita Mukherjee. Visuals there from Kolkata, where Partho and Arpita, the main accused in the Bengal cash scam case, being taken to the ASI hospital there. Piyush Ori on the spot to give us all the updates there. Piyush, it's over to you to take us through what's happening. We are seeing those dramatic visuals. Partho Chatterjee is surrounded by crowds arriving there at the hospital on a wheelchair. Arpita Mukherjee also. We all remember what happened during the last medical checkup. Over to you now. What next after this medical stop? Or will a lot depend on what the doctors say here? What emerges here?
So as you rightly said that there is a lot of drama, which is involved while Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are being taken for their medical examination. This is for the second time that Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are being taken for the medical examination from the time the court asked the Enforcement Directorate officials to allow both of these people who are involved in the teacher recruitment scam to be examined medically every time mandatorily for 48 hours. Now, the last time, we saw very dramatic visuals of Arpita Mukherjee breaking down and Partho Chatterjee also, saying that he was being framed politically. And there are every chances that, they may try to use the same tactic of trying to gain sympathy. It is going to be interesting to see that, what kind of, tactic would Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee be using this time. Having said that,
well, other breaking news coming in now, this time from Mumbai. Well, Swapna Patkar to get security, Mumbai police to provide security. As we are getting this information, sources telling us that Mumbai police will be providing police security to Swapna Patkar in a complaint filed by her, alleging that she has received a letter. That's Swapna Patkar, and apparently, she has received a letter pressurizing her to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut in the Patra Chaul case. Police yesterday had filed the case against unknowns in the case. Alisha, to give us more details about this breaking development. Alisha, early in the morning too, we were talking about, well, various witnesses in this Patra Chaul case speaking about being intimidated. Now, Swapna Patkar to be provided security. Give us more information. When did she file this case? What are the conditions she is given?
Well, Rukma, it is important to know that Sapna Patkar is one of those whose statement has been recorded by Enforcement Directorate earlier in the same Patrachal case, where now the ED has been questioning and conducting searches at Sanjay Raut resident, whether it is in Bhandup or Dadar. But what we got to know from our sources in Mumbai Police that now Mumbai Police is going to provide police security to Sapna Patkar. So Sapna Patkar a few days back has given a complaint before the police, that is in Vakola Police Station, clearly stating that it's a threat letter that she has received from some unknown people, and they have threatening her to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut. We even know in the same Patrachal case where Sapna Patkar's statement was recorded by Enforcement Directorate, where several documents that has been provided, and that document is said to be is something against Sanjay Raut, and also there are statements that she made against Sanjay Raut before the agency, after which she received a letter that is a threat letter asking her to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut in the same Patrachal case, after which she filed a complaint before the Vakola Police Station. And yesterday, what we know that Vakola Police Station has filed a non-cognizable case that is under section 507, and the investigation is still underway. Even police has informed that they are soon going to file FIR, because this is NC is something against unknown person, and the police has been looking into the matter. They have been investigating who has sent this threat letter to Sapna Patkar. But what we are going to know that now Sapna Patkar is going to get the police security from the Mumbai police, and also soon there will be FIR in the case, so that police can come to a concrete conclusion who are the persons who have been sending her the threat letter to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut.
Well, a threat letter we're talking about. There are more allegations regarding threats to Swapna Patkar. If you're hearing any more about this, Alisha, especially is it only on the basis of this particular letter, or is there more evidence that Swapna Patkar has presented to the police? What are you hearing from your sources that that she needs security at this time?
Well, yes, that was a threat letter that was, put forward before the Mumbai police, because Sapna Patkar has said that it is not only a threat to kill, but also she will be raped is something what has been mentioned in the letter, clearly asking her to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut. We even know there was an audio between Sapna Patkar and Sanjay Raut that was, getting viral on social media. Of course, we don't have the authority of those audio, but that was going around, and we can clearly see that Sanjay Raut is someone who is been, abusing Sapna Patkar in that video. But yes, let me clear that we don't vouch for the authenticity of that audio. But right after, we can see there are the action that has been even initiated by Enforcement Directorate as well. Because what we have been told, Sapna Patkar, while before the Enforcement Directorate, while recording a statement, has clearly mentioned Sanjay Raut and his illegality in this Patrachal case, his how he's relatable, and there are some of the money trial that was between Sapna Patkar and Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, and we even know there was 83 lakhs that was given to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, and that money was allegedly used for the flat, to buy a flat in Dadar. But while talking about Sapna Patkar, the complaint that was filed before Vakola Police Station, the NC has already been registered, and what we know that Mumbai Police is going to provide police security for Sapna Patkar.
Well, Alisha, stay with us. We also have with us Ankit Prasad, who's outside the residence of Sanjay Raut. Ankit, what's happening right now? A short while back, we had seen Sanjay Raut waving to his supporters outside for just a few seconds, can we say. Meanwhile, what are you hearing from your sources? Is his questioning still underway? What's happening there?
There has been an increased movement of Shivsainik towards the residence of Sanjay Raut. Now, there is a constant back and forth that has been going on. There has been if you can hear me,
there has been a constant
Yes.
back and forth
I
that
can
has
hear
been
you,
going on
Ankit.
between the Shiv Sainiks and Sanjay Raut's residence. Yes, so there have been people that have been coming and going, but now for this moment they appear to be coming more than going, and there appears to be some kind of accumulation. If we show you the visuals, we have moved just a little bit further away to capture the full scope of what's going on. So there in your visuals you can see all the Shiv Sainiks, you can see a number of police vehicles as well, and you can see the Maitri bungalow of Sanjay Raut. And it was from the first floor window of that bungalow that he had made his appearance. Just a short while earlier, he had waved at his supporters for about 10 seconds. They had been sloganeering for him on his behalf for some time by then, and I think at the end of one volley he decided to give them a little more encouragement. The word is that in about 2 hours, but it could be even earlier than that, that Sanjay Raut could be taken from his home and taken to the ED's office. We await confirmation on that. That will only come in when we finally see him being taken, if at all. But for the moment, there are many Shiv Sainiks here who are supporting him. They've been here since the morning, shortly after the ED arrived here at about 7:30. But there is equal amount of police presence as well, because the police appear to be not taking anything for granted. There are women police officers as well here in large numbers. And so this is a situation right now that appears as though it is quiet, but it only takes a couple of seconds to charge these Shiv Sainiks up again and the slogans begin anew. Meanwhile, there are constant supplies of snacks and water being taken inside the residence, so that gives us the impression that it could be going on for some more time yet. Just when we think that there is some kind of activity, it turns out the gate is being opened so that bottles of water can be let in. And so that is leading to speculation that the questioning here may also continue for a short while longer. But 2:30 is the estimated time frame that we are looking at when it is possible that Sanjay Raut could be taken to the ED's office. Meanwhile, like you've been telling us, the raids are also in progress in Dadar as well, at the flat that is in his wife's name, that has already been attached by the agency in this case, Rukma.
Well, Ankit, stay with us. Also, Alisha, who is giving us all those updates, Alisha and Ankit. Meanwhile, let's listen in to some reactions that have come in to understand more about the fallout of these latest breaking developments in the case.
मोठा माणूस तो नाहीये. बाळासाहेब शपथ घेण्याचा अधिकार आम्हाला आहे. आम्ही त्या शिवसेनेमध्ये 40 वर्ष काढले, त्याचा अधिकार फक्त आम्हाला आहे. यांनी नोकरी करता करता नेते होणं इतकं सोपं काम नाहीये, आणि त्याची जाणीव आता त्यांना होईल. उद्धव साहेब, एक दिवस असा येईल की यांना स्वतःलाच बाहेरचा रस्ता दाखवतील, त्या टायमाला यांची जागा यांना कळेल. अहो, आम्ही पाहिलेलं आहे, याच माणसांनी शरद पवारच्या नादी
जिस प्रकार से आज सुबह 7 बजे रविवार के दिन राज्यसभा सांसद, शिवसेना के मुख्य प्रवक्ता श्री संजय राउत जी के घर पर ईडी की रेड हुई है, इसकी हम कड़ी निंदा करते हैं. यह घटना दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. जब संजय राउत जी को ईडी का समन्स आया, 2 बार आया, उन्होंने कहा, लिखित में अपने वकीलों के थ्रू एक मैसेज दिलवाया ईडी को कि पार्लियामेंट का सत्र चल रहा है, सत्र में बहुत सारे विषय पर चर्चा होती है, मेरा वहां रहना अति आवश्यक है. जब मैं वहां से समय पूरा करूंगा, मैं आपके पास जरूर आऊंगा. लेकिन पता नहीं क्या आनंद फानन में यह फैसला लिया गया. 10-10 ईडी के अधिकारी किसी के घर में आ जाते हैं सुबह 7 बजे. देश में हजारों लोगों पर ईडी के केसेस चल रहे हैं, उन्हें समन्स भेजे जाते हैं 2 बार, 4 बार, 10 बार, लेकिन ईडी किसी के घर में चली जाती है. ऐसा होता नहीं. यह घटना पूरी तरह से राजनीतिक से प्रेरित है. जहां जहां बीजेपी आगे जाकर काम नहीं कर पा रही है, वहां वहां ईडी को आगे भेजती है. संजय राउत जी बोलना बंद कर दें, संजय राउत जी शांत बैठ जाएं, बीजेपी का विरोध न करें, ऐसी मंशा है. यह दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और आने वाले समय में देश सब देख रहा है. इसका जवाब देश की जनता देगी.
नहीं, ईडी अपना काम कर रही है, वो संजय राउत हो या कोई हो, गड़बड़ कीजिएगा तो ईडी वहां पहुंचेगी और आपसे सवाल जवाब करेगी. इसमें इतना हाय तौबा क्यों मचाया जा रहा है? आप खुद ठीक हो तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
तो ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि 70 सालों के अंदर कभी भी जो एजेंसीज का जिनका इंडिपेंडेंट एक पोजीशन हुआ करता था वो आज सरकार के इशारों के ऊपर नाचती है। तो सिर्फ आप संजय राउत की क्यों बात कर रहे हैं? अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ कोई एक आम आदमी ने भी अगर विरोध करा तो हो सकता है उसको भी इस बात का डर सताएगा कि कल मेरे पीछे भी ईडी लग जाए करके। तो ये ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स, ये जितने भी एजेंसीज है ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपनी जेब में रखी हुई है और वो रोज उठते हैं और कहते हैं कि ये बहुत बोल रहा है, इसके पीछे लगा दो, ये बहुत बोल रहा है, उसके पीछे लगा दो। तो यही काम चल रहा है।
So Sanjay Raut being questioned even as a political war of words has erupted. Our reporters Ankit and Alisha with us. Coming to you, Alisha, now a war of words has begun, as was expected. As his supporters say that it's a political vendetta and the misuse of state agencies. There are those who question why he was not appearing before the ED. What was it that stopped him from replying to the summons in the proper way as expected? It's over to you to give us some perspective regarding that, about the kind of reactions that are coming in.
Well, yes, we are hearing that there are Shiv Sena leaders who have been talking clearly, saying that this is nothing but a political vendetta that has been used while BJP has been using a central agency against whoever talking against BJP. So is what the claim that has been made by Shiv Sena leaders on the raid that has been conducted by Enforcement Directorate. But yes, we know, even we heard Ajit Pawar, who is a former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, clearly stating whether it is Enforcement Directorate or whether it is ED, whether it is IT, whether it is Mumbai Police, Maharashtra Police, or whether it is ACB. So they have the authority and the power to investigate in any case they found, if something, if there is a case that has been registered. So whether Sanjay Raut has been called in continuously and why he's been called is something Sanjay Raut can only give answer to it. So at a certain point we can see a certain change in stand by the NCP while talking about the Enforcement Directorate, the searches that has been conducted, because not only at his residence in Bandu, but there are other team in Dadar as well, because that is the point. Whether we know that even Enforcement Directorate in the month of April has already attached some properties asset, including the flat in Dadar, and what we have been told that 83 lakhs that was given to Sanjay Raut, wife Varsha Raut, and that is where she used those money, this alleged money that used to buy a flat in Dadar, and now that has already been attached. But yes, Enforcement Directorate team is already at the same location where we have been told that Sanjay Raut will be taken to the ED office for the more questioning. While coming back to your question, like he's been summoned many times. Yes, he was summoned 4 times. This is the 4th. The last we know that it was 27th July where he was asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. At first, the first summon that was given to Sanjay Raut, he clearly said that there is a political crisis in the state of Maharashtra, which is why he need to be there and could not appear. While after Eknath Shinde, who took oath as a Chief Minister, and Devendra Fadnavis as the Deputy Chief Minister, we saw that Sanjay Raut itself has tweeted and clearly stated that he is going to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. But there are some more questions that need to be answered, and there are some evidence that has come across before the agency, which is why there was a third summon that was given to Sanjay Raut. But he skipped it, clearly saying that he could not be attended because he is in Delhi and he has to attend the Parliament session. But again, the fresh summon that was given for 27th July, and same reason was made. After which he skipped the 2 summons. He came where the Enforcement Director in the morning at 7, where they reached at Sanjay Raut residence, and the search has been conducting.
Well, a lot of breaking developments coming in back to back. The Congress now deciding to suspend the 3 MLAs caught with cash in West Bengal's Howrah. 3 Congress leaders had been found with cash, and now the Congress has suspended the 3 MLAs who are MLAs from Jharkhand. They were caught with huge amounts of cash in Howrah in West Bengal. Now the party in Jharkhand has suspended the 3 MLAs. And Prakash is joining us with this breaking development. Prakash, the MLAs found with huge amounts of cash, Jharkhand MLAs now suspended by the Congress party. Give us the latest updates.
The Congress party is holding a press conference at 1:30 p.m. in the Congress Bhavan, and they've taken note of the cash recovery allegedly from Irfan Ansari, Naman Viksal, Kongari and Rajesh Kachap as seized by the Bengal police, and the amount pertained to around 49 to 50 lakh rupees. And the Congress has taken notice of it, and we believe that the Congress party is holding a press conference, and soon some decision would be announced, most likely the suspension of 3 party MLAs from the party, not the expulsion. So the exact details would be known then. But what we get to know from the sources that the Congress party has already made up its mind to suspend the 3 party MLAs. An announcement to this effect would be done in the Congress headquarters in Ranchi.
So it has already. So it appears. Well, sources are telling us that's what our editor, Special Projects Prakash is telling us. That sources suggest that there could be a suspension, most likely of the 3 Congress members who were caught with huge amounts of cash.
Tenix who are outside his house protesting on his behalf. But the question is, will Sanjay Raut be taken by the ED to their office for further questioning? We are told that is going to be the case, but stand by and stay tuned to Republic, because this is a situation that has been building up for some time. We'll be back in a short while, viewers.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
On the occasion of death anniversary of late Ramachandra Paramahans Das, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will offer tributes in Ayodhya temple today. Yogi Adityanath will also visit Hanuman Ghadi at Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Union Minister Nityanand Rai refuted the claim made by RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav that Rai had expressed to the latter his wish to join the RJD. Rai further called Tejasvi Yadav a liar and further slammed the party, saying that corruption reigns supreme in RJD.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru,
You are whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines at 12:30. Early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. Raut skips 2 summons. ED intensifies action, raids Raut's residences. ED ups ante against Raut, tightens news, raids Dadar residents after Bhandup residents. Fresh trouble for Raut, the ED hot chase gets hotter. Sanjay Raut likely to be taken to the ED office. Bindya Rani ups India's medal tally in Birmingham, lifts another silver for India. Tally now rises to 4. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday afternoon. Lots lined up for you, tracking the big story coming in this hour of the mega ED raids, which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. In fact, more updates that are just coming in. We are told that the Mumbai police will provide police security to Swapna Patkar. This is with respect to a complaint that was filed by Swapna alleging that she had received a letter pressurizing her to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut in Patra Chaul scam case. In fact, police yesterday, which is Saturday, had filed a complaint against unknown people in this case. An investigation is underway as we speak. Sources inform that an FIR will also be registered in this case. So that's the update coming in. Mumbai police to provide police security to Swapna Patkar, and the fresh visuals that also we are getting of the ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence, not just in the Bhandup residence but also in the Dadar residence. Ankit is joining us live, tracking all those updates, reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence. Ankit, if you could give us the latest updates you're picking up.
Yeah, so the latest we are picking up, Samiksha, is that in about maybe 2 hours from now, Sanjay Raut could be taken to the ED's office. However, don't hold me to that time because it could even happen before that. Because every now and then we see that the police deployment is being increased here. More officers, more women officers are also being brought in. And like you've been telling us, there are key developments in this case that are going on even right now. Such as, for instance, the raids of the Enforcement Directorate extending even to the Dadar flat. And we know that the Dadar flat has already been attached by the ED because the Dadar flat is the one that has this claim that money was sent from Praveen Raut's wife to Varsha Raut, the wife of Sanjay Raut, and that is how that flat was acquired. It is part of the 11 point something crore recovery seizures that have been made in terms of property. So that flat, 8 parcels of land in Alibag. Now that is interesting because the co-owner of those 8 parcels is this Swapna Patkar who we are talking about, who has complained that she has received a letter that contains various heinous threats against her, and there is also different claims that have been made with regards to the threats that she has received, with Sanjay Raut also cited. And so there is a lot of activity that is currently ongoing at this moment. There has been an increase in the number of Shiv Sainiks that are here as well. Right now they are not protesting very hard, but it only takes a couple of seconds and they ramp it up. They have their flags. About an hour back we saw Sanjay Raut appear just for 10 seconds at his window, and that really galvanized them. And their chants are the same. They are along the lines of what the various political parties have been saying. Like, for instance, when we discussed the Aam Aadmi Party a short while back, they are saying that because the government is scared, it's sending the ED. But the ED, it must be said, has very specific charges, and none of those charges have been answered, because there is in total 1,000 crore rupees worth of transaction and deal and agreements that are involved in this entire case dating back to the year 2007, and there are at least 672 people who were owed tenements, but they were not given as per the agreement that was signed. Instead, there were private companies who were sold floor space, index space, essentially development space in those parcels in that Patra land, Patra Chaul area in Goregaon. So we are right now in Bhandup, and the expectation is that in some time from now, it could be any time, Sanjay Raut could be taken out, and wherever there is a hub of activity, whenever there is a slight increase in volume, there's always a thought that he's appeared or he's being taken out somewhere. So this is a developing situation, and it is a fraught situation right now, Samiksha.
Yes, Ankit, stay with us. We are also getting more updates. Kirit Sumaya has tweeted saying that I'm happy that Mumbai police has agreed to register an FIR in Sanjay Raut's CD threat letter case. If you could give us more details on this, In fact, the complaint that was filed by Swapna alleging that she'd received a letter pressurizing her to withdraw the complaint that she'd filed.
In fact, Samiksha, a short while before Alisha gave us this information that at the Wakola police station, this complaint has been filed and an FIR is also likely, and the police is going to give Swapna Patkar security. Kirit Somaiya had already tweeted that he was en route to that same police station to file a complaint against Sanjay Raut. So this is all a tied-in scenario. Actually, audiences would be surprised to know how tied in all of this is, and it all seems to be coming together because the allegations of threats being leveled against Swapna Patkar have also increased and reached a crescendo right now, and so have the summons that were issued to Sanjay Raut in this case. So it's essentially all coming together, and it's no surprise that Kirit Somaiya is also amping up the pressure from his end, whatever he can do, because he and Sanjay Raut, of course, they have other cases also, defamation for instance, and they definitely do not get along. So that is something that is political, but it needn't necessarily have to do with the ED case. The ED case is an ongoing matter that has been developing for some time, and so far Sanjay Raut has skirted it, but no more, they've landed up at his door.
Yes, Ankit, stay with us. Also, if you could help us understand the line of questioning that we can expect by the Enforcement Directorate from Sanjay Raut, because this is a scam for which his aide was also arrested earlier. If you could give us, help us understand how is the questioning likely to be when he's taken to the ED office this afternoon. Yes, Ankit, stay with us. We also have Sudhir Mungatiwar of the BJP also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction to the ED summons and the ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence with respect to the Patra Chaul scam. Sir, if you can hear us, Sudhir Mungatiwar.
नमस्कार.
Yes.
नमस्कार जी, नमस्कार, बताइए.
हाँ जी, आपका रिएक्शन क्या है अगर आप हमें बता सकें जो ईडी रेड्स अभी चल रही है मल्टीपल रेजिडेंट्स जो संजय राउत के हैं वहां पर.
नहीं, ऐसा है, हमारे देश का संविधान कहता है कि चाहे सीबीआई हो, ईडी हो, इनके पास कोई कंप्लेंट रहती है, कोई जांच का मामला रहता है, तो उससे जो जुड़े हुए सवाल जवाब वो किसी से भी कर सकते हैं. और संजय राउत जी का पत्राचाल के मामले में उनको जवाब चाहिए. आप भी जानते हो, ये हर सरकार की तपास यंत्रणा है, संविधान उनको जांच की अनुमति देता है. महाराष्ट्र में जब संजय राउत जी की सरकार थी, महाविकास आघाड़ी की, तब भी यहाँ के कई नेताओं को इस बारे में जांच के लिए बुलाया जाता था. जैसे हमारे नेता देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को सीआरपीसी 160 में बुलाया गया था. नारायण राणे साहब थे, वो तो कैबिनेट मंत्री, देश में 138 करोड़ की जनसंख्या है, उसमें 77 मिनिस्टर्स है, 30 कैबिनेट है, उसमें से नारायण राणे जी थे. 505 दो में बुलाया गया था. हमारी खासदार नवनीत राणा थी, उन्होंने हनुमान चालीसा के बारे में बाद में अपना आग्रह भी छोड़ दिया था, फिर भी 14 दिन जेल में डाल दिया था. हमारे आमदार नीतीश राणे हैं, क्योंकि कानून वही कहते थे, संजय राउत ही जो कहते थे कि कानून के सामने कोई नेता नहीं, कोई कार्यकर्ता नहीं, कोई छोटा नहीं, कोई बड़ा नहीं. तो आज उनको कवच कुंडल नहीं मिल सकता है. ईडी इस बारे में बड़े गंभीरता से जांच कर रही है, और जब ईडी समय देती थी ये गैर हाजिर रहते थे. तो पहली बार जांच की जा रही है, तो मुझे लगता कि संजय राउत जी ने एक वीडियो भी ट्वीट किया था कई साल पहले कि जांच एजेंसियों को अपनी जांच करने दो. तो आज तो उनके मतों में परिवर्तन नहीं हो सकता. ये कोई राजनीति नहीं है कि बाबा साहब के विचार से फिर कांग्रेस के चरणों में समर्पण कर दिए. आपका विचार था कि जांच एजेंसियों को जांच करने की अनुमति होनी चाहिए, वो उनका अधिकार है. तो अपने अधिकार का उपयोग अगर ईडी कर रही है, तो ये भावना व्यक्त करना कि मुझे सुरक्षा चाहिए, मुझे कवच कुंडल चाहिए, मुझे तो बीमा चाहिए कि मैं कुछ भी कहूं, कुछ भी बोलूं, मुझे कोई जांच के घेरे में ना खड़ा करे, तो ऐसा तो देश में नहीं हो सकता.
जी. और संजय राउत ने ट्वीट भी करा है, ये बोला है कि उन्होंने बाला साहेब ठाकरे को इन्वोक करा है, बोला है कि उन्होंने कुछ गलत नहीं किया है संजय राउत ने. और यही क्वेश्चन हम भी पूछ रहे हैं कि अगर उन्होंने, संजय राउत ने कुछ गलत नहीं करा है, तो उन्होंने जो समन्स थे ईडी के पहले वो स्किप क्यों करे?
यही तो बात है, कर नहीं तो डर क्या है. और कोई भी जांच एजेंसी अगर कोई पापी मन से कोई एक्शन करेगी तो यहाँ पे न्यायपालिका
All right, we seem to have lost that connection. That was Sudhir of the BJP, Mangetwar of the BJP speaking to us, questioning Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut there with regard to the Patra Chawl scam. In fact, independent MP Navneet Rana has also responded to the ED raids which are underway. Let's listen into what she had to say.
जो आज संजय राउत जी पे जो कार्रवाई हुई है, मुझे लगता है ईडी ने बहुत देर कर दी। ये कार्रवाई तो मुझे लगता है कई महीनों पहले ही हो जानी चाहिए थी, पर जिस तरीके से ईडी जो इनको समन्स भेज रहे थे, इंक्वायरी के लिए लेटर्स इनके घर तक पहुंच रहे थे, उनका आंसर इन्होंने दिया नहीं। कभी कहा कि मैं पार्लियामेंट सेशन में हूँ करके मुझे आगे की तारीख दीजिए, कभी कहा मैं हॉस्पिटल से अभी डिस्चार्ज हुआ उसके बाद दीजिए, कभी कहते हैं कि हमारा गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म हो रहा है उसके बाद मुझे तारीख दीजिए। तारीख वही मांगता है और स्पष्टीकरण वो नहीं दे पाता है जिन्होंने सच में भ्रष्टाचार किया है। पत्राचाल के रिलेटेड हो, अलीबाग का सब्जेक्ट हो और महाविकास अघाड़ी के एजेंट बन के ये संजय राउत जी काम कर रहे थे। और 25-30 कंपनियां ऐसी हैं जिसमें ये पार्टनर हैं और उनके साथ में मिलकर इन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज इनके घर में इंक्वायरी हुई है और ये जो ट्वीट कर रहे हैं कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता लड़ेगी, महाराष्ट्र की जनता लड़ेगी। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज ने हमें यही सिखाया है कि अन्याय के विरुद्ध में लड़ना कैसे कहते हैं और कैसे करना चाहिए, उसके विरुद्ध में आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता जरूर लड़ेगी।
Who's coming in? This one from J&K, we are told. Report coming in from Kathua, where 2 children have reportedly died as a result of a house collapse that happened because of the flash floods and mudslides in the Bilawar area of Kathua. So that's the update coming in. Sad news coming in from Kathua, where 2 minors succumbed to injuries as a result of a house collapse, which happened as a result of flash floods in Kathua region. So as you can see, the visuals also on your screens of the house that collapsed in the Kathua area, and as a result of which 2 children succumbed to these injuries. In fact, remember earlier in Kathua, due to the flash floods, 3 people had gone missing as well. So situation grim in Kathua because of the incessant rainfall that continues in several districts of J&K, and this news coming in from Kathua, where 2 children have died as a result of a house collapse which happened because of the flash floods in the area. Gursimran is joining us for more details. Gursimran, if you could talk to us more about the situation in Kathua as of now. We understand that the weather remains, the weather is harsh even as we speak, because 3 people we are told are missing, whereas 2 children have died as a result of a house collapse because of the flash floods.
Has collapsed due to the flash floods and the mudslides that have taken place in the Bilawar area of Kathua, in which 2 lost their life. Now the relief and rescue operations are on in the area, and also in the Guda Salati area, where 3 people have gone missing after the flash floods have occurred in the Tarna Nala area. Right now we are at that very place. This is the Tarna Nala area, this Guda Sarkari area, where 3 people have gone missing, and so far 2 people are dead. 3 are missing in the Kathua district due to the heavy rainfalls and flash floods that have occurred in this very area. Now the searches are on in the entire area to find out those 3 people missing. If Sarjeevan, I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the Jammu and Kashmir police and the SDRF, they have reached the banks of this Tarna Nala. We'll try to speak to some of the locals who sir, हुआ क्या था, कब ये घटना सामने आई, क्या हुआ?
ये सुबह कोई 5 बजे।
तो क्या हुआ?
उधर ट्रैक्टर भर रहे थे, अचानक पानी आ गया।
तो 3 लोग मिसिंग?
हाँ, 3 लोग मिसिंग है। 1 डेड बॉडी गई है, 2 ही बाकी हैं।
तो ऐसा लगता है कि आगे की तरफ चले गए होंगे काफी?
हाँ, शायद आगे की तरफ बह गए, ऊपर तक तो नहीं।
पानी कितना ज्यादा घरों तक आया था?
पानी घरों तक नहीं, नाला तो बहुत गहरा है ना, तो पानी घर तो नहीं, फसलें सब बर्बाद हो गई, सब निकल गई।
So this is the exact situation on ground. If I can ask Sarjeevan to show you that these
all their fields, they have totally been washed away. The river is on the other side, but due to the flash floods that have occurred early in the morning, the entire fields have been washed away. Now the police and the SDRF, they are going to the forward areas, the areas which are very near to the bank of the river, so that the bodies of 3 missing, because of what it seems that they are presumed to be dead. Now they are trying to find out the bodies. Even the tractor which was washed away due to the flash flood has not been found yet. So the searches are on in the area by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the SDRF along with the CRPF and the Special Operations Group to find out those 3 missing. We are getting to know that some body has been recovered. However, an official confirmation is awaited from the Jammu and Kashmir police. Yes.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for taking us through all the latest. So Gursimran reporting live from Kathua, the very same place where 3 people have gone missing as well, and the rescue operations that continue as we speak. So tragic news in fact coming in from Kathua, where 2 children succumbed to injuries as a result of house collapse, which happened due to the flash floods that have happened in the area. So search is still on to find those 3 people who are missing because of the flash floods that have happened in Kathua of J&K. Remember, the weather is still harsh in Kathua as we speak because of the inclement weather conditions. And the latest that is coming in, the house collapse incident that happened in this area where 2 children lost their lives.
दीदी की पार्टी है और भतीजे की पार्टी है, नवीन बाबू की पार्टी है, वो एक व्यक्ति की पार्टी है उड़ीसा में। आप YSR की बात कर लीजिए, जगन मोहन की बात कर लीजिए, परिवार की बात।
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache. So, live visuals coming in from Amritsar, where the SKM is staging a protest. It's a rail roko andolan in Amritsar by the Samyukt Kisan Morcha. We'll go across to Amandeep as well to get us more information. But the SKM leaders there raising slogans. The rail roko andolan by the SKM in Amritsar. News in brief, Vice President Venkaiah Naidu awarded police officers with President's Award for their distinguished and meritorious services in the uniformed services in Tamil Nadu.
The Tamil Nadu Police Department.
I am really happy to be here along with the Honorable Chief Minister for this prestigious President's Medal award function to Tamil Nadu Police, which is one of the best police force in the country. I have no hesitation to say it.
Union Minister and BJP leader Dharmendra Pradhan took part in Tiranga Padyatra as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in Dhaniktal in Odisha. The Tiranga Padyatra began from Bhubanpala Mandap to the birthplace of Shaheed Baji Rao. The Tiranga Padyatra was held as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is launched to encourage citizens to hoist national flags in their homes to mark the 75th year of independence. Odisha's Health Minister Naba Kishore Das held a review meet on monkeypox with senior officials and said that the state is taking all necessary measures in view of virus spreading while also keeping an eye on the situation in the country. Meanwhile, an expert committee for the treatment of monkeypox in Cuttack has been formed by the Health Department. After a resounding victory from Hasanpur in the 2020 Bihar elections, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav has decided to return to his home turf in the next assembly polls. Speaking to reporters, the Lalu Sain revealed his plans to contest the 2025 elections from the Mahua seat and promised to work towards converting the village into a district. A day before, in fact, the deadline to file our income tax return ends today. More than 5 crore income tax returns have been filed till Saturday evening. The department has also issued a notification stating that taxpayers and salaried class should file their returns within the due date of today.
डायरिया के इंसिडेंट्स घट गए। हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से मैं बोलता हूं कि डायरिया के इंसिडेंट्स घट गए। इसलिए स्वच्छता ही नहीं है, स्वस्थ परिवर्तन लाने का भी माध्यम है। लेकिन इन बातों को हमको बताना होगा, समझाना होगा, लोगों के बीच में जाकर के चीजों को रखना होगा। लोग जानते हैं। अब प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना, आप बताइए किसी देश ने दुनिया में कोरोना के संक्रमण में कोई इस तरीके का पैकेज किया? आज 80 करोड़ की जनता को और उसमें प्रदेश सरकार अपनी तरफ से भी कुछ जोड़ करके देने का प्रयास कर रही है। ये स्वागत। पिछली बार 100 साल पहले जब महामारी आई थी तो लोग बीमारी से ज्यादा भूखमरी से मर गए थे, लेकिन उसकी भी व्यवस्था की गई। ऐसी कितनी स्कीम्स है, मैं गिनाने लगूं और आप सब लोग जानते भी हैं, लेकिन इसके हमको बाहर बनना है और इसके बाहर बनने के साथ साथ चीजों को नीचे तक ले जाना है और एक दूसरे के साथ विमर्श करने का और अच्छी तरीके से रखने का अगर कोई स्थान है तो वो कार्यालय है जिसका हमको उपयोग। डिस्कशन होनी चाहिए, डिबेट होनी चाहिए, चर्चा होनी चाहिए। मैं आपको फिर से पुनः बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आज मेरे लिए तो सच में बहुत ही खुशी का विषय है कि आज उन लोगों को कितनी खुशी होती होगी जो दरियों पर बैठ करके और छोटे छोटे कार्यालयों में मिट्टी के मकानों में रहते हुए बरसात आ जाए तो पानी भीग जाए, कमरा भीग जाए, ऐसी परिस्थितियों में पार्टी को खड़ा किया था। आज 16 कार्यालय, नए भवन, विकास के मंदिर, परिवर्तन के मंदिर बनकर के तैयार हुए, संस्कार के मंदिर बनकर के तैयार हुए, 7 नए कार्यालय और तैयार हुए। मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं, बिहार जल्द से जल्द सभी जिलों में अपना कार्यालय बनाए और आगे बढ़े। हमारी इस शुभकामना के साथ आप विचारधारा को आगे बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Viewers, stand by with us at Sanjay Raut's residence in Mumbai because there is an increase in activity. There is a likelihood that something could emerge from Sanjay Raut's Maitri residence because the police is asking everyone to make way. So we'll reporting on this since the morning and we'll get you all the updates. There is a possibility he may be taken for a medical or to the ED. So stay with us on Republic. We'll be back after just a few seconds.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines at 1 p.m. Early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. Raut skips 2 summons. ED intensifies action. Raids Raut residence. ED tightens news on Sanjay Raut. Raids Dadar residence after Bhandup residence. Fresh trouble for Raut. The ED hot chase gets hotter. Sanjay Raut likely to be taken to ED office. Bindya Rani ups India's medal tally in Birmingham. Birmingham lifts another silver for India. Tally now rises to 4. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in this Sunday afternoon. Lots more lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast as well. Tracking the big story this hour of the mega ED raids which are currently underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. And more breaking updates coming in. We are learning that Sanjay Raut will be taken to ED office in a short while from now. So closely tracking all the updates. Ankit, they're getting us minute-by-minute updates from reporting from outside Sanjay Raut's residence. In fact, high drama unfolding outside Sanjay Raut's residence as well, where supporters of Sanjay Raut have gathered to protest the ED questioning with regard to the Patra Chaul scam case, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. So that is the latest coming in. Raids after the raids that were conducted at the Bhandup residence, raids also being conducted at the Dadar residence of Sanjay Raut. Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, when can we expect Sanjay Raut to be taken to the ED office for further questioning?
That's an interesting question, because just now what happened in the last 2 minutes was the chief police official here, he appeared at the gate and he motioned for people to move and clear a path. Then what happened was, instead of doing that, instead of creating space, the Shiv Sainik supporters of Sanjay Raut have sat down in front of the gate. So they are amassed in large numbers over there and they have renewed their chanting, which has galvanized them further. So it really remains to be seen right now what will happen next. But that is the impression. We have been told that 2:30 was the time frame, but it could also be before that. One thing we can say is that the constant supply of water and snacks into the bungalow continues. So that just gives us the idea that the questioning could continue for some time longer. At the same time, the number of Shiv Sainiks here has been increasing continuously. And every now and then it increases even more. When Sanjay Raut appeared at the window, they were again given an impetus and they again renewed their sloganeering. For then a little while after that it was quiet. Then again they have picked it up once more. Another thing to mention is that not only has the police deployment increased, but also there were a couple of jawans of the CRPF that also went in with slightly heavier gear. And we know that they are currently stationed inside along with these 12 ED officials who have been part of this process. And now my video journalist Samir is giving you the visuals of the Shiv Sainiks who have sat themselves on the ground in front of the road. We'll just get you a little bit closer, and so you can then see how when the police asked them to make way, instead they came over and they sat down. So in case there is a expectation of the police that they want to remove something from this residence, they are going to have to ask these people to get out of the way, because there is no other way out of here. There have been word going around that he could be taken for a medical. There is word that he could be taken just to the ED's office for questioning. So it remains to be seen what the official line of action is going to be. But for the moment, his supporters have picked up their decibels, and their slogans is something that I've been hearing essentially thematically for a long time now while covering the Shiv Sena. One of them is that Neta kaise ho, Sanjay Raut jaisa ho. Another is Modi Sarkar darti hai, ED ko aage karti hai. And these are essentially the line of slogans that are being raised. These are some of the softer ones. There are those that really have no space being said in public, that are reserved for certain BJP leaders like Kirit Somaiya. That is one of the better noirs of Sanjay Raut, and vice versa. And so there is an element of that also. But the police is remaining steadfast here. They are not getting in the way of any protest. At the same time, they're maintaining a strong enough presence to make sure that nothing untoward or so happens. So this is currently the situation, and there are police officials deployed and as well as women police officials, because there are a lot of women Shiv Sainiks here also, and it is they who have essentially that have been leading these slogans. And it was to one of their volleys that Sanjay Raut came out and for just about 10 seconds waved his hands, and these are visuals that we have sent to our viewers, and we have shown them how he came out and he waved to them and he acknowledged their support for him. But nothing has come in so far, Samiksha, in terms of real quantitative and qualitative counter evidence against whatever it is that the ED is claiming, which is very specific and very large and goes back some amount of time.
Yes, Ankit, we also understand a lot of political reactions have come in. If you could take us through some of these reactions from across the political spectrum on the mega ED raids.
So let's classify them into two types. One is those who believe that the ED does its job the way it wants to, and this is an interesting bucket, but because it also includes senior NCP leader and Deputy Chief Minister, former of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, who says that the ED, IT and CBI investigate matters that come to them, and this is part of the process, and Sanjay Raut should explain. And then there are those like the Aam Aadmi Party that claim that the ED is being used to silence the opposition. But one thing that is for sure is that there have been in just the last few weeks a number of times when the ED has seemingly got the upper hand of the politicians who are against them because of findings that have been made, recoveries that have been made, hard evidence that has been found in their searches. And so also in the Supreme Court, the ED has received an affirmation of its powers under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which are quite wide, and that has enabled them to carry on with these searches. And so really speaking, the onus appears to be on Sanjay Raut right now, and the ED appears to have the upper hand at the moment because there are a lot of questions but very few answers.
Yes. Ankit, stay with us. Let's, on that note, listen into some of the reactions that have come in so far.
जिस प्रकार से आज सुबह 7 बजे रविवार के दिन राज्यसभा सांसद शिवसेना के मुख्य प्रवक्ता श्री संजय राउत जी के घर पर ईडी की रेड हुई है, इसकी हम कड़ी निंदा करते हैं। यह घटना दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। जब संजय राउत जी को ईडी का समन्स आया, 2 बार आया, उन्होंने कहा, लिखित में अपने वकीलों के थ्रू एक मैसेज दिलवाया ईडी को कि पार्लियामेंट का सत्र चल रहा है, सत्र में बहुत सारे विषय पर चर्चा होती है, मेरा वहां रहना अति आवश्यक है, जब मैं वहां से समय पूरा करूंगा मैं आपके पास जरूर आऊंगा। लेकिन पता नहीं क्या आनंद फानन में यह फैसला लिया गया। 10-10 ईडी के अधिकारी किसी के घर में आ जाते हैं सुबह 7 बजे। देश में हजारों लोगों पर ईडी के केसेस चल रहे हैं, उन्हें समन्स भेजे जाते हैं 2 बार, 4 बार, 10 बार, लेकिन ईडी किसी के घर में चली जाती है, ऐसा होता नहीं। यह घटना पूरी तरह से राजनीतिक से प्रेरित है। जहां जहां बीजेपी आगे जाकर काम नहीं कर पा रही है, वहां वहां ईडी को आगे भेजती है। संजय राउत जी बोलना बंद कर दें, संजय राउत जी शांत बैठ जाएं, बीजेपी का विरोध न करें, ऐसी मंशा है। यह दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और आने वाले समय में देश सब देख रहा है, इसका जवाब देश की जनता देगी।
And Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, if you could talk to us about the grave allegations that Sanjay Raut is facing at this point with regard to the Patra Chaul scam.
So it's very interesting, Samiksha, that in 2007, an agreement was signed between 3 parties. One of them was this company that was led by Praveen Raut, who's said to be an aide of Sanjay Raut, and they were going to develop the Patra Chaul in Goregaon. Now, when...
Yes, we'll go across to Ankit in just a bit. We have Nitesh Rane of the BJP joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction on the ED questioning Sanjay Raut with regard to the Patra Chaul scam.
So see, you have to understand that Sanjay Raut is a fraudster, and this particular case that he has been investigated in, ED has summoned him the last 3 times, but he never bothered to go to them and face the investigation. He kept running away from them, and today they have taken non-cooperation on record and had gone to investigate him and asked him what is his connection with Praveen Raut, who is already with in the ED custody. There was a certain sound clip going around all over the social media yesterday about this woman, and where Sanjay Raut was abusing the particular woman. And if you would have heard that sound clip very clearly, Sanjay Raut is clearly telling that lady is, you either name the land on my name or Praveen Raut's name. So I think there is a direct connection between Sanjay Raut and Praveen Raut. So in accordance to that, he's been investigated. I'm sure he will take the right steps.
All right. Thank you so much for giving us your response. So that was Nitesh Rane of the BJP responding to the mega ED raids which are underway at Sanjay Raut's residence. Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, if you could complete your point there, you were telling us about the grave allegations that Sanjay Raut is facing.
Right. So in 2007, this contract was given for redevelopment. However, the 672 people who were supposed to be given new housing after being relocated from Patrachal were not given. But the allegation is that Praveen Raut's company instead sold that area to about 8 private firms who used it for their FSI development. And so that was a transaction worth an estimated 900 crore rupees. On top of that, despite not fulfilling the Patrachal redevelopment, he received about 95 crore rupee equity infusion. There is also a money trail that links a transfer of about, let's say, I think it is 85 lakhs from the wife of Praveen Raut to Varsha Raut, the wife of Sanjay Raut. And that amount was returned without any additional interest 10 years later after the ED started its case. So that is one money link and trail that is there. And also there are the seizures that are already made in this case amounting to about 11 plus crore rupees, including the Dadar flat which was purchased because of that interest-free loan that Varsha Raut had received. And also 8 parcels of land in Alibag, which is, I think, currently in the name of Varsha Raut, and also Swapna Patkar, who is currently complained that she has received threats and is now being provided security by the Mumbai police. And so all in all, there is about a 1,034 crore rupee transaction, and the ED has taken note of this, and those are the deals that are under the probe right now, as per what our sources in the ED are telling us in this ongoing 14-year-long case in which a FIR was finally lodged in the year 2018, and the ED has really picked up the questioning this year after the arrest of Praveen Raut in February, following which Sanjay Raut has been called multiple times. He has not responded to those summons in the affirmative, in the sense that he cited one reason or the other to not show up, and now the ED is at his home and he is likely to be taken to the ED's office very soon, is what we are told, Samiksha.
Yes, Ankit, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So Ankit getting us minute by minute updates on the ED raids which are underway as we speak at Raut's residence.
मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ आज अयोध्या दौरे पर आए हुए हैं, और ये जो सामने की तस्वीरें हैं, मुख्यमंत्री अयोध्या पहुंचने के बाद हनुमानगढ़ी में मुख्यमंत्री ने दर्शन किया है, और हनुमानगढ़ी से निकलते हुए ये तस्वीरें रिपब्लिक भारत पर आप देख रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री हनुमानगढ़ी से निकल रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री के साथ हनुमानगढ़ी के महंत राजूदास जी मौजूद हैं। मुख्यमंत्री हनुमानगढ़ी में पहुंचकर वहां पर उन्होंने दर्शन किया, परिक्रमा किया, और उसके बाद हनुमानगढ़ी के बाद अब मुख्यमंत्री यहां से रामलला के दर्शन के लिए जा रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री यहां से रामलला के दर्शन को जाएंगे। हालांकि आज का जो आने का उनका जो कार्यक्रम है वो स्वर्गीय रामचंद्र परमहंस जी की पुण्यतिथि के कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने के लिए आज आए हैं, क्योंकि 2003 में आज ही के दिन रामचंद्र परमहंस जी ने अपना शरीर त्यागा था, और उसके बाद से ही हर वर्ष अयोध्या में उनका जो पुण्यतिथि का कार्यक्रम है वो होता है। और परमहंस जी के जो शिष्य हैं उन्होंने तकरीबन 7-8 दिन पहले मुख्यमंत्री आवास पहुंच करके मुख्यमंत्री से यहाँ आने का समय मांगा था। तो मुख्यमंत्री इसके बाद पुण्यतिथि कार्यक्रम में शामिल होंगे, और उसके बाद यहाँ से मुख्यमंत्री प्रशिक्षण शिविर के लिए चित्रकूट निकल जाएंगे।
And more breaking news coming in. We are told that the NIA conducted raids at 4 different locations in Gujarat, which include Ahmedabad, Surat, Navsari and Bharuch, is what we understand. The questioning of 3 accused is underway. 3 persons, beg your pardon, is underway as we speak by the NIA. Also, NIA conducting raids at 4 locations in Gujarat. 3 people are currently being questioned there as well in connection to the raids that were carried out by the NIA at 4 different locations in Gujarat, which are Ahmedabad, Surat, Navsari and Bharuch. We'll go across to our reporters and Shravan as well to get us more details. But what we understand is that multi-location raids being carried out by the NIA in Gujarat. Shravan Sen, our senior editor, is joining us for the details. Shravan, if you could take us through the details of these NIA raids which are underway.
Well, in fact, these are searches that are being conducted at multiple locations in 6 states that is connected to the activities of an ISIS module. In fact, we've been told that searches are being carried out in Madhya Pradesh, specifically in Bhopal and Raisen districts. In Gujarat, it's in Bharuch, Surat and Navsari and Ahmedabad district. In Bihar, it is in Arya district. In Karnataka, it's Bhatkal and Tuzkur city districts. as well as Maharashtra, Kolhapur and Nanded districts. And as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, this is in the Deoband district where these searches are being carried out. This is based on FIR that was basically registered suo motu by the National Investigation Agency just about a few days ago. In fact, searches are being conducted as we speak right now. These are sections under which the case was registered was under 153A and 153B of the IPC and various sections of the UAPA Act.
All right. Shravan, thank you so much for taking us through all those details. So, as Shravan was telling us, NI raids which are underway at multiple locations, and in Gujarat, for that matter, where 4 different locations, we are told, are being raided, which includes in Ahmedabad, Surat, Navsari and Bharuch, and questioning of 3 persons is underway. And back to our top focus this hour of the mega ED raids which are underway at Raut's residence in Bhandup as well as in Dadar. The visuals in which you can see the ED crackdown on the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in relation to the Patra Chawl scam. We are told that the raids are continue for over 6 hours now. In fact, more details are just coming in is that Sanjay Raut is in all likelihood to be taken to the ED office for further questioning in relation to the Patra Chawl scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. So those are the details that we're getting at this point. Ankit reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence, getting us all those details. In fact, protests are also being held as we speak by the supporters of Sanjay Raut. Ankit is with us. Ankit, take us through the details that you're picking up from your sources.
So right now, Samiksha, like we were telling you a little while earlier, the protest ebbs and flows, and right now it is in a bit of an ebb, even though, as you can see, the protesters remain seated, and they have essentially parked themselves in front of the gate of Sanjay Raut's residence, and behind them you can see that the police are deployed in numbers as well. A short while earlier, the police had intended to clear this area. We thought that that was because someone could come out of the residence or something of that nature, but that is when the Shiv Senics decided that they will sit in and not allow anything to happen, and a lot of sloganeering was then conducted. But since then it has stopped for a little while. There is a large presence of police, of Shiv Senics and of media personnel, as well as just people who live in this vicinity here at the moment. And this questioning, which began at 7:30, continues even closing in on about 1:15 p.m. We heard a short while earlier that it would be at about 2 o'clock, 2:30 perhaps, that Sanjay Raut could be taken to the ED's office, but it could be even before that. There is also unconfirmed speculation that he could be taken for a medical for some reason. Before that, we have only seen him once when he appeared at the window of the first floor of his residence at for about 10 seconds, and he galvanized and he emboldened his supporters a little further. That led to further sloganeering, but since then it has ebbed a little bit. And so right now what you are essentially looking at is a bit of a standoff between the police and the Shiv Senics, and everyone's waiting to see what happens next. And in charge of deciding that are, of course, the Enforcement Directorate officials, 12 of whom are at the residence. They all arrived at 7:30 along with central forces for security purposes. This is Bhandup in Mumbai. It is in a slightly harder to access area in Bhandup, and so there are precious few roads out of here, and so if anything is to happen, it is to happen through these chock-a-block full streets. And we will for instance, when Sanjay Raut's lawyer appeared a short while earlier, he had tremendous difficulty entering the residence because he was swamped essentially by the media, and also because it was very crowded to get into the residence, and the gates are open very infrequently, one could say. In the last few hours, a couple of deliveries of water have been sent inside. and the ever-present supply of tea, perhaps some snacks once in a while. That leads us to suspect that the questioning is going to go on for some time further. But they definitely have a lot to ask, because Sanjay Raut has not attended 2 of their summons. And so we know for a fact that the ED was ready to question him, and ED had summoned him and he did not show up. And so now there is a likelihood that that questioning is going on inside at the moment. Will it only take place here, or will it also take place at the ED's office a little later? That, I think, is the big question at the moment, and we await finding a definitive answer for that.
Yes, and Ankit, one of the many grave allegations that Sanjay Raut is facing is also how allegedly Sanjay Raut colluded with Praveen Rawat to facilitate the flats illegally. We also understand that Sanjay Raut's wife has also been under the scanner when we talk about this Patra Chaul scam. If you could help us understand the allegations against Sanjay Raut as well as his wife when we talk about this 1,000 crore rupees scam.
So, insofar as Sanjay Raut's wife is concerned, it's because there is a transfer of money from Praveen Raut's wife to Sanjay Raut's wife that was made, and after that, it took about 10 years for that amount to be returned, and it was returned without interest. So what was the nature of that transfer is absolutely unclear at this point in time. But what it was used for is slightly more known. It was used to purchase this flat in Dadar that has been not only attached by the ED earlier, but it is also being raided at this moment as we speak. And so that, along with about 8 parcels of land in Alibag, along with other ancillary properties, totally amounting to a figure of about 11 crore rupees is what the Enforcement Directorate has seized. And that is part of the money trail that links these people. And so that is why Varsha Raut is also under the scanner here. She has been summoned a couple of times earlier as this case has been progressing. But right now,
So, Ankit, they're getting us minute-by-minute updates on the ED raids which are underway. In most likelihood, Sanjay Raut will be grilled by the Enforcement Directorate at their office as well. We are told he will be taken to the ED office at around 2:30 p.m. That's the time frame we are looking at around 2:30 p.m. Sanjay Raut will be taken to the ED office for further questioning in the Patra Chaul scam. Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, that's the time you're looking at, 2:30 p.m. to be precise. Around this time, can we expect Sanjay Raut to be taken to the ED office for further questioning?
That is what we are hearing at the moment, Samiksha. If you can hear my audio, that 2:30 is about when he could be taken, but it could also be before that. And what is the reality, that of course we'll only find out when it happens. But there have been many false alarms, or there have been many somewhat true alarms. It's hard to speculate at this moment because the police is not taking anything for granted. And now I can tell you that a speaker system has been brought here as part of the protest. We are just showing you visuals right now of the Shiv Sena having brought a speaker PA system here to the part of their protest, to lend voice to their protest. So a little while earlier, there was a speculation that perhaps because there was a likelihood that there would be too many people here, the ED would best be served by taking him to their office. Now it is perhaps past that time, because the Shiv Sena protest has received a big fillip because they've bought this large speaker, this large loudspeaker here, with which they have already started sloganeering. We've already told you the essential theme of their slogan. It's one, to support their leader, and the other is to attack their political opponents who they believe to be behind this grilling that he is facing.
Across all social media. ते महाविकास आघाडीचे मोठे नेते होते, त्यामुळे त्यांनी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं आहे दर दिवशी तुम्ही 9 वाजता त्यांची बाईट घेत होते सकाळी. भाजपकडे जाणार नाही असं ते म्हणतात. ऐका असं त्यांना कोणी बोलवलंय का? असं त्यांना कोणी निमंत्रण दिलंय का? आपल्याला मी जाहीरपणे सांगू इच्छितो, ईडीच्या कारवाईच्या भीतीने कोणी येत असेल तर आमच्याकडे कृपया येऊ नका. शिवसेनेकडे पण नका आणि भाजपकडे पण नका. बिलकुल आम्हाला दबाव टाकून कुणालाही पक्षामध्ये घ्यायचं नाही. हे मी जाहीरपणे या ठिकाणी आवाहन करू इच्छितो. कुठल्याही आपल्याला ऐका, अर्जुन खोतकर असू द्या नाही तर आणखी कोणी असू द्या, मी जाहीरपणे या ठिकाणी आवाहन करतोय की ईडीच्या कारवाईला भिवून घाबरून दडपणाखाली कोणी असं कुठलंही पुण्याचं काम करू नका. मी सांगतो आणि तुम्हाला मी सांगतो, ऐका 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 हे बघा, ज्या केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणांनी जे काही काम केलंय यापूर्वी देखील काही कारवाई केल्या, जर सुडाने काम केलं असतं, चुकीच्या पद्धतीने कारवाई केली असती, न्यायालयाने त्यांना लगेच दिलासा दिला असता. या पूर्वीच्या ज्या कारवाया झालेल्या तेही तपासून घ्या. आणि तुम्हाला मी सांगतो, सुडाच्या कारवाईची आवश्यकता काय? आम्ही एवढं मोठं सरकार जे बनवलं, सगळं झालं, ज्या घडामोडी पाहिल्या, त्याच्यामध्ये एकतरी सुडाची कारवाई केली का हो? कोणाच्या दबावाखाली जे आमदार आणि खासदार आमच्याकडे आले त्यांनी एकाने तरी सांगितलं का हो ईडीचं नोटीस मला पाठवली आणि म्हणून मी गेलो तिकडे, असं कोणीतरी म्हणालं? सरकार पूर्ण कालावधी करून पुढच्या निवडणुका आपण जिंकेल.
एवढं सगळं करून सरकार स्थापन झालंय. गृह आणि फायनान्स
थँक्यू.
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद.
So Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde there addressing the media as the ED raids are underway while we speak. As you can see in this visuals that we are putting out, how Sanjay Raut appears defined. This after he skipped 2 earlier summons that were sent to him by the Enforcement Directorate with regard to the Patra Chaul scam. Currently the ED is raiding Sanjay Raut's residence. We are told that in most likelihood he will be taken to the ED office for further questioning. Meanwhile, high drama unfolding at outside his residence where his supporters have gathered in large numbers to protest the ED questioning Sanjay Raut in relation to the Patra Chaul scam. So more details that are just coming in. Sanjay Raut is in most likelihood to be taken to the ED office for further questioning at around 2:30 p.m. That's the time frame we are looking at. Remember, ED raids have been taking place since early morning, since 7 a.m. to be precise, at multiple, in fact, at 2 locations that are linked to 2 residents of Sanjay Raut, one in Bhandup and the other in Dadar. The flat that has also been raided by the Enforcement Directorate belonging to Sanjay Raut in relation to the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. Remember earlier his aide Praveen Raut was arrested in the same scam. We'll continue tracking all the latest on the mega ED raids.
Because the Shiv Sena has brought a loudspeaker here and they have increased the scope of their protest. We are tracking it live. We anticipate that there could be action very soon. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
On the occasion of death anniversary of late Ramachandra Paramahans Das, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will offer tributes in Ayodhya temple today. Yogi Adityanath will also visit Hanuman Ghadi at Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Union Minister Nityanand Rai refuted the claim made by RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav that Rai had expressed to the latter his wish to join the RJD. Rai further called Tejasvi Yadav a liar and further slammed the party, saying that corruption reigns supreme in RJD.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines at 1:30 early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. Raut skips 2 summons. ED intensifies action, raids Raut residence. ED tightens news on Sanjay Raut, raids Dadar residence after Bhandup residence. Fresh trouble for Raut. The ED hot chase gets hotter. Sanjay Raut likely to be taken to ED office at 2:30 p.m. Bindya Rani ups India's medal tally in Birmingham, lifts another silver for India. Tally now rises to 4. Tracking the big story this hour of the mega ED action against Sanjay Raut, we are told that Sanjay Raut will be taken to the ED office for further questioning very shortly, in just a few hours from now. So we can expect Sanjay Raut, the Shiv Sena MP, to be taken to the ED office in relation to the Patra Chaul scam interrogation. So that's the latest coming in. And as we speak, ED raiding Sanjay Raut's Dadar flat as well. So ED there continuing with its raids at not just the Bhandup residence of Sanjay Raut, but also the Dadar residence belonging to Sanjay Raut. That's the latest coming in. Meanwhile, the supporters of Sanjay Raut have gathered outside his residence to protest against the ED raids which are underway as we speak in relation to the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. So a lot of details now coming in. This and the latest detail that is coming in at this point is that Sanjay Raut will be shortly taken to the ED office for further questioning. So he will be grilled again. He will be grilled at the ED office as well after being questioned at his residence as well. Ankit is reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut residence. Ankit, to begin with, if you could take us through some of the key reactions that have been coming in since morning from the NCP to the Aam Aadmi Party. A lot of reactions pouring in. Take us through the details.
In fact, an interesting reaction was of the leaders that spoke to you as well, Samiksha, Ram Kadam and Sudhir Mungantiwar, who both said that the ED does its job and Sanjay Raut hadn't answered the summons earlier. However, the Shiv Sena, that is the supporters of Sanjay Raut, they maintain that this is a witch hunt and this is vendetta against him. And their slogans are like, Bhajpa darti hai, ED ko aage karti hai. So that is the two sides of things that are going on. Then there are the parties who we don't know what exactly they may say. So in this case, NCP Brijmohan Srivastav, he said it was vendetta. But then Ajit Pawar, former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he said that the ED and the IT department and the CBI do what they have to, depending on what inputs they get. And so it needs to be Sanjay Raut who will answer.
Yes, Ankit, and also we understand that very shortly, in just a few hours from now, Sanjay Raut is expected to be taken to the ED office. Anything you're learning from your sources in that regard? Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Ankit. Ankit, if you can hear us, more details that you're picking up with regard to Sanjay Raut being taken to the ED office in a short while from now. Well, we'll connect with Ankit in just a bit, but several visuals, the visuals also that we are putting on our screens right now, in which you can see the high drama that has unfolded outside Sanjay Raut's residence, as well as the ED raids are underway. There are supporters of Sanjay Raut who have gathered outside his residence to protest against the ED raids and the questioning also with regard to the Patra Chaul scam. And as we speak, raids are being conducted not just at his Bandu residence but also at his Dadar residence. But Sanjay Raut there remaining defiant. Well, we have a lot of reactions as well coming in since morning. Let's listen into some of them.
कर नहीं उसे डर किस बात का? यदि शिवसेना नेता ने कुछ गलत पैसों की धांधली नहीं की है तो ईडी अफसरों ने जब उन्हें जांच के लिए बुलाया 3 दिन पूर्व, वे क्यों नहीं गए? अफसरों के सवालों से बचने का क्या कारण? उनके पास सुबह दोपहर शाम पत्रकार वार्ता करने के लिए समय है, पर ईडी के अफसरों के सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए उनके पास समय नहीं है। क्या देश इस बात की सच्चाई नहीं जानता? यह बदला हुआ भारत है। इस भारत में नेता हो, अभिनेता हो, उद्योगपति हो, छोटा हो, बड़ा हो, कानून के सामने सारे समान हैं। कानून अपनी कार्रवाई करेगा।
And Ankit is back with us. Ankit, if you could put this into context and give us some details, the grave allegations that Sanjay Raut is facing. We understand that his wife, there are allegations against his wife as well when we talk about the Patra Chaul scam case. Take us through the details of this case.
Well, it's crunch time now, Samiksha, and we are a short while away from finding out whether Uddhav Thackeray's main man, Sanjay Raut, will be taken to the ED's office or not. He has been questioned now for about 6 hours by the Enforcement Directorate since the morning, since they landed up. About a dozen officers, along with security, along with Mumbai police deployment. They came here at 7:30 in the morning, and the latest input is that there is a strong likelihood that Sanjay Raut will be taken to the Enforcement Directorate's office. Now, we heard that the time that could happen is about 2:30 p.m. It could happen before that also, is what we're being told. And from what we've seen, the police has been trying to create a little bit of space because there is not much of it here, and there are a lot of Shiv Sena protesters here who have come here to support Sanjay Raut. They have been sloganeering. In fact, at the moment they have performed. They're all seated there. Let's just take you to them right now. Sitting there in front of the gate, there is not much scope to maneuver over there. When the police ask them to side, they could withdraw something from the
loudspeaker in. They've got their flags, so all their props are in order, and the Shiv Sena is putting up a fight insofar as backing their man Sanjay Raut is concerned.
However, ED has a number of cases, a number of pieces of evidences, and a lot of money trail.
It was in the year 2007 that this Patra Chaul was given for redevelopment. There were 3 parties involved, and the main developer was headed by Praveen Raut. He did not hand over the redeveloped properties to the 672 people that were displaced from the Patra Chaul. Instead, the allegation is about 900 crore rupees were made from giving this land to developers. Private developers, in lieu of FSI space. So they gave them development space but did not rehabilitate the people who used to live in that chawl. Also, very importantly, family members of Sanjay Raut are a part of this probe, and that is why Uddhav's man is in very, very big trouble, because we know for a fact that the wife of Praveen Raut had allegedly made a transfer of money all those years back to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, and that was used to purchase a flat in Dadar, and that flat has also been attached by the Enforcement Directorate, and there are raids that are going on at the moment, and this is what the ED's sources have told us, and they are on the record also insofar
far as a number of details in this case are concerned. And this has really come to the fore in the last 2 months because the questioning of Sanjay Raut is not just a new occurrence. He has been grilled for 10 hours. Then he was summoned on 2 occasions. On both occasions, he said he could not answer those summons because he said on the first time the Maharashtra political crisis was ongoing, and the second time because the vice presidential elections were ongoing. We're going to take you closer up to the Shiv Sena's protests right now. As you can see, there are lots of them here, and we're going to show you the visuals right now. We are right on the periphery of their protest. You can see right behind me both the loudspeaker as well as in a gap between the protesters are a lot of Shiv Sainiks who are seated on the ground, and they have been chanting non-stop with a bit of an ebb and flow, it must be said, since about 9 o'clock in the morning. But despite all their chants, despite the protestations, will it be enough to secure Uddhav Thackeray's man? Will it free him from the ED shackles? That really remains to be seen. We've seen Sanjay Raut for just about 10 seconds this morning. He had appeared on that window on this white building. That is his Maitri bungalow. In the lower floor on the window is when Sanjay Raut had showed up, and he had waved to his supporters, and they had cheered back. They were emboldened and galvanized at him, and they renewed their sloganeering. But he tried to put up a defiant front. We've also seen 3 tweets of his where he has posed defiance, but he has not answered any purported allegations against him in any direct or concise manner. It has essentially been posing defiantly and also claiming that he has done nothing wrong. And so that is the sum total of what we have heard from Sanjay Raut. Meanwhile, there are a number of political parties also who have weighed in on this. The Shiv Sena, which is on his side, of course, says that this is political vendetta and that there is nothing in this case. This is an attempt to silence the opposition. And there is then the BJP, which says that if he's innocent, why hasn't he showed up before the ED on 2 occasions so far before their questioning? And then there are the fence-sitter parties, which you really need to see what they're going to say. The NCP has said 2 things. Brij Mohan Srivastav said that this is vendetta. Ajit Pawar, on the other hand, said that Sanjay Raut needs to answer why they're at his house. So really speaking, there is a cornucopia of responses that have come in on this. The Shiv Sena is out in numbers. Their voices are very strong at the moment. They can be heard. But will it be enough? Or will Uddhav Thackeray's main man, his spokesperson, his problem solver in this case, be engulfed in the various problems that he is currently embroiled in? And this is not the only one. There are developments taking place elsewhere as well, like the raids at his Dadar flat, like the fact that Swapna Patkar is being provided security by the Mumbai police after she claimed that she had received a dire threat letter. And also Kirit Somaiya has a defamation case against him, and he is amping pressure as well. So there are a number of hawks that are circling Sanjay Raut at the moment. How will he tightrope walk his way through this one? It really remains to be seen. But right now, as of 1:40 p.m., we appear to be just minutes away from finding out where this probe really goes. Will it end here, or will Sanjay Raut be taken, will it continue at the ED's office? So that is where we are currently, and any moment things are developing really fast. It could happen at any time. There have been a number of occasions when we've all flocked to the gate because it turned out that they were opening it so that batches of water could be delivered. Instead, it turned out that they were not withdrawing anyone. It was a delivery that was being made. And here you can see the Shiv Sena has also picked up its voice. You can hear it in the background that the Shiv Sainiks are behind their man. But then at the same time, there are about 12 ED officers inside that residence who will claim that they have just as many words, if not more, to say that they have Sanjay Raut where they need him to be, and Sanjay Raut is required for them to continue their probe in this case at the moment. And so that is where it is at the moment. We can also show you the loudspeaker that the Shiv Sainiks have brought. We've seen, as we followed various Shiv Sena protests over the last few months, that they like to bring their props in. If you remember, during the Navneet Rana arrest saga, they brought an ambulance. This time they've got something to embolden them and lend them a little bit of a helping hand in terms of their voice. The last time they sloganeered very loudly, Sanjay Raut appeared at his window and he gave them a wave. He has not since shown up, so one can assume that he's being questioned at the moment. But what exactly is going on inside, we hope to find out and tell you very soon, viewers. But most important, importantly, it remains to be seen where the future course of this probe will go. Will it remain limited to the Maitri bungalow of Sanjay Raut, or will it also proceed to the Enforcement Directorate's office? And that is the big question right now. 2:30 was the time frame that was given to us, but it was not a hard timeline. It was one that could also be brought forward. And so in that anticipation, we are here and we are bringing you all these updates, and we know for a lot of the details that the ED has shared on record, and from what we've heard from our sources of this long saga in relation to this case, the characters that are involved in it, the various people who have direct links, who have purported links, and so on and so forth. And at the center of it is the Shiv Sainik's main man, Sanjay Raut, viewers. And so we'll be getting you all the details as and when they happen. Stay with us on Republic. We are going to be tracking this very closely in Bhandup, Mumbai. Stay with Republic. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
On the occasion of death anniversary of late Ramachandra Paramahans Das, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will offer tributes in Ayodhya temple today. Yogi Adityanath will also visit Hanuman Ghadi at Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Union Minister Nityanand Rai refuted the claim made by RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav that Rai had expressed to the latter his wish to join the RJD. Rai further called Tejasvi Yadav a liar and further slammed the party, saying that corruption reigns supreme in RJD.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India
Tracking closely on all the updates that are coming in as ED raids are underway as we speak. In fact, in just a short while from now, we understand that Sanjay Raut will be taken to the ED office where he will be questioned in connection to the Patra Chaul scam. Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, while we await when Sanjay Raut in a short while from now will be taken to the ED office to track all those details, if you could throw more light on that point you mentioned earlier on how illegal proceeds were allegedly used to buy that Dadar flat belonging to Sanjay Raut.
People who are very key in this, one is Praveen Raut and the other is Sanjay Raut's wife Barsha Raut, because the claim is that a transfer of money was made.
We'll connect with Ankit again, but tracking closely on all the updates coming in, we are told that in a short while from now, Sanjay Raut, the Shiv Sena MP, will be taken to the ED office for further questioning in the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. And tracking all the updates, remember the raids began early this morning at around 7:20 a.m. and continuing for over 6 hours now. Well, it's been more than 6 hours that the ED raids are underway as we speak, at not just at his Bhandup residence. Raids are now being carried out at his Dadar residence as well. And more details that are now emerging at this point is that Sanjay Raut will be taken to the ED office to be questioned further in relation to the Patra Chaul scam. In fact, in the visuals, you can see the security deployment as well at his residence, where the ED raids are underway as we speak. Meanwhile, the supporters of Sanjay Raut have gathered outside his residence to protest the ED raids which are underway. So, raids which are currently underway at his Dadar residence as well as his Bhandu residence as well. And as Ankit was telling us, among the big allegations that have been levelled against Sanjay Raut also includes the illegal proceeds that were allegedly used to buy that Dadar flat of Sanjay Raut as well. We have a host of slew of reactions as well coming in. Let's listen into some of them.
Check audio.
So a lot of reactions as well coming in. BJP also demanding answers from Sanjay Raut in relation to the Patra Chaul scam. Remember, Sanjay Raut had skipped 2 summons by the Enforcement Directorate earlier as well. So a lot of questioning that remains on the cards with regard to the Patra Chaul scam that amounts to 1,000 crore rupees. Let's listen into that soundbite as well. Some of the many reactions coming in on the ED raids which are underway.
जिस तरह से देश में जांच एजेंसियों का इस्तेमाल राजनीतिक प्रतिद्वंदियों को या विपक्ष के नेताओं को झुकाने के लिए या अपने पक्ष में शामिल करने के लिए किया जा रहा है, मेरे ख्याल से 70 साल में ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। आज जिस तरह से संजय राउत जी पे रेड हुई है, वो कोई नई बात नहीं थी, वो तो हमारे लिए भी मेहमान बने हैं। अगर किसी विपक्ष के ईडी नहीं पहुंचती है तो हमें अचरज होता है, आश्चर्य होता है कि ईडी अब तक कैसे नहीं आई। तो ये जो इस्तेमाल है, ये इस्तेमाल करते समय ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आप अच्छे लोगों को अगर तकलीफ दोगे, जो लोगों के मुद्दे को लेकर लड़ते हैं, उसे विपक्ष न मानते हुए अगर आप दुश्मन मानोगे, तो इस देश की जनता वो अंतिम सत्य है। इस देश की जनता जानती है कि क्या सच है और क्या झूठ है। तो इस तरह का जो वेंडेटा पॉलिटिक्स जो है, उसको हम नकारते हैं, सिरे से ठुकराते हैं और हम संघर्ष के लिए तैयार हैं। सारा विपक्ष जो है अब ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स से नहीं डरता है।
And Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, your reporter, Ankit is live with us from outside Sanjay Raut's residence. If you can tell us the situation as of now, as we speak outside his residence, if the supporters are still protesting, the ED raids that are underway, and when can we expect Sanjay Raut to be taken to ED office?
So 2 visuals are very, very clear, and we're going to show you the first one first, which is the sit-in that is going on here. These are the Shiv Sainiks who have been camped here since about 9 a.m. and they have now sat down and they are refusing to leave. As you can see, they have brought a PA system, a public announcement system, a very large loudspeaker, and they have used that to lend voice to their chants. And their chants are for support of Sanjay Raut, and on 2 fronts. One is that he is a desirable kind of politician, and the other is that when the government is afraid, they bring the ED in. On the other hand, I would like to contrast with what can be seen in the complex. There are a number of police officials in there. There are also different security officials. I don't know if you can see them at the moment, but there were at least 4 CRPF security officials who were inside. And apart from them, what you cannot see is on perhaps the first floor of this building, this Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut, where the 12 ED officials are and they are grilling Sanjay Raut. And so, viewers, we are anticipating that something could happen very soon. Will he be taken to the ED's office? That is the big question. And the answer for that will come very soon. So stay with us on Republic. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition. In Tamil Nadu, Vice President Venkaiah Naidu awarded police officers with President's Award for their distinguished and meritorious services in the uniformed services in the state.
Society rests. The Tamil Nadu Police Department.
I am really happy to be here along with the Honorable Chief Minister for this prestigious President's Medal award function to Tamil Nadu Police, which is one of the best police force in the country. I have no hesitation to say it.
Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan took part in Tiranga Padyatra as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in Odisha. The Tiranga Padyatra began from Bhubanpala Mandap to the birthplace of Shaheed Baji Rao. The Tiranga Padyatra was held as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is launched to encourage citizens to hoist national flags in their homes to mark 75th year of independence. Odisha Health Minister Naba Kishore Das held a review meet on monkeypox with senior officials and said that the state is taking all necessary steps in view of the virus while also keeping an eye on the situation in the country. Meanwhile, an expert committee for the treatment of monkeypox in Cuttack has also been formed by the Health Department. After a resounding victory from Hasanpur in 2020 Bihar elections, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav has decided to return to his home turf in the next assembly poll. Speaking to media, the Lalu Sain revealed his plans to contest the 2025 elections from the Mahua seat and promised to work towards converting the village into district. The deadline to file ITR returns ends today. Officials have said that more than 5 crore income tax returns have been filed until Saturday evening. The department has also issued a statement through its official Twitter handle asking taxpayers, largely individuals and salaried class, to file their returns within the due date of today.
Viewers, it's the final countdown for Uddhav Thackeray's main man, Sanjay Raut, who has been grilled by the Enforcement Directorate officials for almost 6 hours now, since 7:30 in the morning. We are outside his residence along with many Shiv Sena protesters who are here to back him. But the big question is, will he be taken to the ED's office? We await finding out. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a little bit, just a few seconds. Track this on Republic, viewers. Sanjay Raut, will he be taken to the ED?
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari,
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. And this is 2 p.m. and these are the headlines. Early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. Raut skips the 2 summons. ED intensifies action. Raids Raut residences. ED ups the ante against Raut, tightens news raised Dadar residents after Bandrup residents. Fresh trouble for Raut. The ED hot chase gets hotter. Sanjay Raut likely to be taken to the ED office. Bindarani ups the India's media tally in Birmingham, lifts another silver for India. Tally rises to 4. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking, and let's first up get you all the updates with respect to the Enforcement Directorate that has upped the ante with respect to Sanjay Raut, now whose residence, in fact, we are learning is being raided. Let's get you all the breaking updates with respect to Sanjay Raut now, viewers. Now, after Bhandup, now raids are also being carried out in the Dadar residence of Sanjay Raut is what we are learning. We had been keeping a track of the entire investigation that was being carried out with respect to the Enforcement Directorate against Sanjay Raut. And earlier as well, we had been bringing you all the updates as far as the investigation is concerned. And let me go across to my colleague Ankit, who's joining us on the broadcast. Ankit, tell us more about these raids that are being carried out. We are now seeing, after the Bhandup residents, we are seeing Dadar residents as well of Sanjay Raut being raided. What is the investigation? Walk us through this entire procedure right now.
So it's very interesting. This is the main residence of Sanjay Raut, where we are in Bhandup, where the Shiv Sena protesters are, and they have been camped for almost 6 hours now, ever since the ED began its raids. And you can see that there is a mass presence here. And what you can't see is, because it's hidden by the protesters, is that there are a number of them who have sat themselves down, because we anticipate that there could be a chance that Sanjay Raut is brought out. So they have camped there and they have been sloganeering. Right now there is a bit of an ebb, but they have been sloganeering essentially non-stop in support of their leader. Meanwhile, there is another residence of his, a flat in Dadar, which has already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate as part of this very investigation. That is also being raided at the same time. The claim is that there was a money transaction between Praveen Raut's wife to Sanjay Raut's wife, which was used for the purchase of that Dadar flat. So that is happening in Dadar. But our main focus remains what we are seeing in Bhandup, which is where Maitri, the bungalow of Sanjay Raut, is located. That is the building in front of us where he is. And also you can see, viewers, right in front of the gate are all the Shiv Sainiks. They have been camped there, and so are the police officials. And inside are the ED officials. You can't really see them, but there are the police and the security officials who are a part of this complement in the CRPF. And also we'll speak in Hindi so that the Republic Bharat viewers also know what is happening here. तो ऐसे हम दिखा रहे हैं आपको तस्वीरों में कैसे मैत्री बंगलो, जो संजय राउत का घर है, उसके सामने बहुत सारे शिव सैनिक इकट्ठा हो चुके हैं. उनके साथ बहुत सारे पुलिस के भी ऑफिशियल्स हैं. और अभी ये एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि लगभग 2 या 2:30 बजे के आसपास हो सकता है कि संजय राउत को इधर से निकाला जा सकता है और उनको ईडी के पास ले जाया सकता है. तो ये है जो करंटली एक्सपेक्टेशन है. हाउएवर बहुत सारे जो शिव सैनिक हैं इधर, ये कंटिन्यूसली नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं संजय राउत के पक्ष में. उद्धव ठाकरे के जो मेन जो स्पोक्स पर्सन है संजय राउत, उनके पक्ष में, जिनके घर पे 6 घंटों से सुबह 7 बजे से 12 एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के ऑफिशियल्स पूछताछ कर रहे हैं. अभी 2 घंटे हो गए लगभग जब ये नारेबाजी चल रही थी. तो संजय राउत आए थे. ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर वाले जो विंडो है उस पे आए थे संजय राउत, और उन्हें अपने जो शिव सैनिक जो सपोर्टर्स हैं उनको वेव किया और उनको और प्रोत्साहित किया कि वो अपना नारेबाजी कंटिन्यू करें. मीनवाइल ईडी के जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं वो अंदर हैं, पूछताछ उनकी चालू है. 6 घंटे हो चुके हैं और ये है करंटली सिचुएशन भांडुप में. जो संजय राउत का जो घर है उधर ऐसे चल रहा है. तो व्यूअर्स, जैसे आप देख रहे हैं इधर ये नारेबाजी चालू है, एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की पूछताछ चालू है और संजय राउत को किसी भी समय ले जाया जा सकता है, ऐसे ये एक्सपेक्टेशन है. जैसे हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं उधर पुलिस के भी कर्मचारी हैं, उनके ऑफिशियल्स हैं जो इधर काफ़ी नंबर्स में हैं. देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल. जो ये भांडुप जो एरिया है वो उधर बहुत सारे लोग पहुंच चुके हैं इस समय और सुबह से आते गए हैं. जैसे संजय राउत के ऊपर जब छापा पड़ने लगा तब से इधर आ रहे हैं, पहुंच रहे हैं. बहुत सारे पुलिस के कर्मचारी भी आए हैं, सीआरपीएफ के भी ऑफिशियल्स हैं और ईडी के मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली लगभग 12 ऑफिशियल्स हैं जो पूछताछ कर रहे हैं. अभी इसके पहले संजय राउत को 2 बार समन्स इशू किए गए थे, बट वो नहीं आ पाए. पहली बार क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में जो पॉलिटिकल गड़बड़ चल रही थी उसके वजह से, और दूसरे समय क्योंकि उपराष्ट्रपति का जो इलेक्शन होना है उनमें संजय राउत बड़े इन्वॉल्व हैं शिवसेना के तरफ से, तो उसके वजह से वो नहीं आ पाए थे. बट आज सुबह इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट उनके घर पे पहुंच गई है और हमें बोला गया है कि अभी और 2:30 बजे के बीच में उनको ऐसे हो सकता है कि उनको ईडी के ऑफिस लेके जाएंगे. तो इसी एक्सपेक्टेशन से हम इधर खड़े हैं और यही एक्सपेक्टेशन लेके ये शिव सैनिक भी इधर हैं. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले उनने एक बड़ा सा एक लाउड स्पीकर इधर लाया था, वो उसको यूज़ कर रहे थे अपने नारेबाजी के लिए. उनके पास अपने झंडे भी हैं, तो ये उनका चलता रहा है. उनके बेसिकली जो नारे हैं वो 2 किस्म के हैं. एक में वो कहते हैं कि नेता कैसा हो, संजय राउत जैसा हो. दूसरा है कि जब जो गवर्नमेंट डरती है तो ईडी को आगे करती है. तो ये उनका एलिगेशन है. ऑन द अदर हैंड जो केस है वो 2007 के एक डील के ऊपर है और उस पर काफ़ी तत्व ईडी ने सामने रखे हैं. तो ये है करंट सिचुएशन और हम इसको बहुत नज़दीकी से क्लोजली हम ट्रैक कर रहे हैं ऑन रिपब्लिक एंड रिपब्लिक भारत व्यूअर्स.
Well, absolutely, Ankit. Ankit, stay on with us. We have the largest team of reporters on the ground. Abhishek is also joining me from Dadar. Abhishek, you know, as Ankit was pointing out, we have always seen that the first sentence that we see out of the mouths of the likes of Sanjay Raut, he said that this is a political vendetta. But we are seeing that there is a legitimate case that the Enforcement Directorate wants to investigate. Walk us through the details of that.
Yes, Priyanka. So right now we are at the Garden Court Tower in Dadar, where ED has raided here as well. Now earlier we saw that at Sanjay Raut's residence in Bhandup, ED went in the morning itself, and there are raids being conducted there. And slowly we learned that at this tower, Garden Court, there is a flat in the name of Sanjay Raut's wife. Now it is alleged by ED that in the year 2010, rupees 83 lakhs, which is supposed to be the criminal proceeds from the case, were used to buy a flat here in this very building. And now we learned that ED is here and ED is holding a raid. There is a security personnel standing there right at the gate itself as well. Now, one thing to remember is in April itself, ED had attached 8 parcels of land, and this flat here in the other building, in the other tower, was also attached. Now, of course, Sanjay Raut in his defense has always said that he will, that he will not bow down, that he will not give in. He's called all this as pressure tactics of the ED. But the fact remains that there are cases, there are multiple grounds on which the ED is holding its investigations, and there is legible and there is a larger ground that ED has to hold probe in this case. Back to you, Priyanka.
But of course, several cases, in fact, Abhishek, that have been registered against Sanjay Raut. Now, of course, one of the reasons that the Enforcement Directorate has carried out these multiple location raids, as well as that of the connection of Sanjay Raut with respect to the redevelopment of a chawl in Mumbai. And of course, Sanjay Raut maintaining that he has no hand in this and that absolutely this is a political vendetta. Let me bring in Ankit once again. Ankit, speak to us a little bit about the kind of supporters that you've been seeing since morning that have been gathering. You were mentioning that there was a loudspeaker as well being used to make sloganeering for support of Sanjay Raut. Walk us through what's really happening there.
So a couple of things have been happening. The supporters have been here since about 9 o'clock, and a short while ago they have, in fact, even right now you can see they are seated there. They have sat in front of the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. They also have their flags. You can see some of their flags have been strung up against the pole over there. And there is also a loudspeaker that was here a short while back, which I can't see right now. I think there is a short break because right now some of them, lunch has been brought for them. So clearly there is a large presence of the Shiv Sena here in support of Sanjay Raut. We've already taken you through some of the slogans that they have been raising. They have been an ever-present there, and along with them ever-present has of course been the police as well as the media. And they have been sloganeering what they have been doing, but it's very little that has been coming in terms of answer to the ED's allegations. And so we have been speaking to some of them. They are of the opinion that this is a political vendetta, and that is what is being said in their slogans, apart from much else. And we've also heard some of the political reactions that have come in. Now the political reactions are very, very interesting, Priyanka, because not all of them are along expected lines. In fact, Ajit Pawar made a very slightly interesting sort of statement on this, where he said that the agencies probe what they have to based on the inputs that they get, and only Sanjay Raut can answer why it is that they have landed up at their door. And so he's clearly putting the onus on Sanjay Raut. He's not getting into this. On the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party has firmly, at least in principle, backed Sanjay Raut, because the Aam Aadmi Party and Saurabh Bharadwaj have said that this is an attempt to silence the opposition. And as we know, Sanjay Raut is one of the most outspoken, at least spokespersons of Uddhav Thackeray. He is his main man insofar as various political meanderings go. He is his problem solver in a lot of ways, and we saw that really come to the fore. He has said in the past and continues to say.
Well, absolutely, Ankit. Ankit, you're getting us very important images from the ground there as well, because we have been seeing that the Enforcement Directorate carrying out those multiple location raids, and of course Sanjay Raut has been under the scanner. But Ankit, we've been getting several voices, political voices as well. Stay on with us as we play out that exclusive conversation that our senior editor Shravan Sen had with the former finance minister and a senior BJP leader. Let's listen it.
पहले आपसे सवाल करना ये चाहूंगा कि संजय राउत के ऊपर जो कार्रवाई हो रही है, संजय राउत लगातार ये कह रहे हैं कि ये फॉल्स एक्शन लिया जा रहा है और वो सैक्रिफाइस नहीं करेंगे, वो शिवसेना छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिसके कारण उनके ऊपर एक तरह से दबाव डाला जा रहा है ईडी की कार्रवाई करके। आप इस पर क्या कहना चाहिए?
एक तो वो अपने मन से ये गलतफहमी निकाल दे कि उनको कोई पार्टी शिवसेना छोड़कर अपने पार्टी में लेना चाहती है, क्योंकि उनका राजनीतिक जो वजूद है वो कोई पार्टी को बढ़ाने वाला नहीं है। उनका राजनीतिक जो कार्य है वो पार्टी को छोटा करना है, जिसके बारे में पूर्व जो शिवसेना में मंत्री थे, आज जो मुख्यमंत्री है, उन्होंने बार बार कहा कि शिवसेना का सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान किसने किया है, तो वो संजय राउत जी ने कहा किया है। तो इसलिए मन में अगर उनकी ये भावना होगी कि ईडी की कार्रवाई इसलिए हो रही है कि वो शिवसेना छोड़कर और कोई पार्टी ज्वाइन कर रहे, तो ये गलतफहमी है। इस गलतफहमी को वो मन से हटा दे। ईडी जो काम करती है वो ईडी कोई कंप्लेंट है, कोई उनके पास तथ्य है, कोई जानकारी है, तो ये जांच एजेंसी को जनता के टैक्स में से इसलिए सैलरी दी जाती है कि इस देश में अगर कोई गलत कामों में लिप्त है तो वो जनता के सामने बेनकाब हो। और ऐसे लिए बहुत बार कई नेताओं को भी जांच के लिए बुलाया गया, और जांच के लिए बुलाने के बाद अगर जांच में वो सही जवाब देते हैं तो उसके बाद उनको बाइज्जत बरी किया जाता है। ऐसा कोई आवश्यक नहीं है कि आप आरोपी हो, मगर आप आरोपियों को मदद नहीं कर सकते। इसके पहले भी आपने देखा है, माननीय विश्व गौरव गरीबों के मसीहा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की 9 घंटा तक चौकसी हुई, एक शब्दों से उन्होंने कहा, कुछ नहीं कहा। माननीय अमित भाई को भी जांच के घेरों में अटकाने की कोशिश की, कुछ नहीं हुआ। इसके पहले कांग्रेस की सरकार में भी मायावती जी हो, लालू प्रसाद जी हो, कई ईडी की चौकसियां हुई, सीबीआई की चौकसी हुई। तो मैं समझता हूं कि सीबीआई ईडी काम करती है, जांच एजेंसी अपना काम करती है, इसको राजनीति से जोड़ना ये अपने आप में ही एक हमारे जनतंत्र को धोखा हो ऐसी बात कहना है। हमने कोई कवच कुंडल लेके हम पैदा नहीं हुए हैं कि हम ऐसे व्यक्ति है कि हम संविधान से बड़े हैं। इसलिए संजय राउत जी जो कह रहे हैं वो बहुत गलत बातें हैं, मिथ्या बातें हैं। उन पे कोई दबाव नहीं डाला जा रहा, वो खुद को बहुत बड़ा समझ रहे हैं, तो वो उनकी गलत बात है। वो कोई इतने बड़े आदमी नहीं है कि कोई पार्टी उनको देना चाहेगी।
सुधीर भाई, जो सवाल ये भी करना चाहूंगा, पत्राचौल रीडेवलपमेंट स्कैम को लेकर कई सारे आरोप लगे हैं। कुछ ऐसे आरोप संजय राउत पर भी लगे हैं। जो मैडम पटकर जी हैं उन्होंने ये लगाया है कि उनके ऊपर एक तरह से थ्रेट कॉल्स आने लगे हैं, उनके ऊपर दबाव आने लगा है। क्या आपकी सरकार इस वक्त कोई तरह से प्रोटेक्शन देंगी उनको? क्योंकि जो ऑडियो इस वक्त संजय राउत को लेकर जो निकला हुआ है उसमें साफ तरीके से लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें धमकाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। इसको लेकर आपकी सरकार इस वक्त क्या करेंगी?
नहीं, सरकार तो प्रोटेक्शन देने के लिए हमारे यहाँ कुछ नियम है, कुछ व्यवस्था है। इसके बारे में गुप्तचर विभाग से एक अहवाल आता है, रिपोर्ट आता है। गुप्तचर विभाग जो है वो ये हमें कहता है प्रोटेक्शन देने के लिए, तो हर किसी को, वो चाहे कोई भी पार्टी का हो, उसके जान माल की रक्षा करना ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है। अगर इस दृष्टिकोण से गृह विभाग की तरफ से कोई रिपोर्ट आता है तो सरकार गंभीरता से मदद करने के लिए आगे बढ़ेगी, और ये आगे बढ़ना ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी है।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा सुधीर भाई, वो है कि जो आरोप आपके सरकार के ऊपर लगातार लगती आ रही है और आज संजय राउत के ऊपर जो कार्रवाई हुई उसके बाद वापस महाविकास अघाड़ी आपके ऊपर ये आरोप लगा रही है कि आखिरकार उन्होंने साबित कर दिया है कि ये ईडी की गवर्नमेंट है। ईडी माने एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट। आप इस पे क्या कहेंगे?
देखो, ऐसा है कि राज्य में उनकी सरकार थी तो माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी बहुत सभ्य सज्जन नेता है, बहुत विकास के काम के लिए जो जाने जाते हैं, उनको सीआरपीसी 160 में बुलाया गया। जो हमारे दूसरे विरोधी पक्ष नेता थे दरेकर जी, एक ऐसी केस में अटकाने की एक नाकाम कोशिश की गई। एक श्री सरकारी वकील थे चौहान, 125 घंटों की रिकॉर्ड है, एक बहुत बड़े राष्ट्रवादी के नेता के साथ उनका संवाद है, जिस संवाद में वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता को पकड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैंने तो देवेंद्र जी को कहा है कि उप मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पे आप इसकी सीबीआई जांच की अनुमति देनी चाहिए। आपने देखा कि देश में 138 करोड़ जनसंख्या है, उसमें देश को चलाने वाले 77 मिनिस्टर्स है, जिसे भारत सरकार के मंत्री के नाम से जाना जाता है। उसमें 30 कैबिनेट है। आपने नारायण राणे जी पे सूड की भावना से 505(2) लगाई। उनके बेटे आमदार नीतेश राणे, इनको आपने जेल में ठूस दिया। हमारी एक सांसद है, हमारी बहन नवनीत राणा, उन्होंने हनुमान चालीसा के बारे में आग्रह किया था, बाद में वो पीछे भी हट गए। फिर भी 14 दिन आपने गुनेगार लोगों के साथ में उनको दे दिया। आपको पता है कंगना राणावत जी के साथ आपने कैसे व्यवहार किया। हमारे मंत्रालय में 48 महीने कोई फाइल आगे नहीं सरकती, मगर महानगर पालिका ने 48 मिनट में कागज आगे सरकाते हुए उनका मकान तोड़ दिया। ऐसे कई प्रकरण मैं आपको कह सकता हूँ। तो आप केंद्र पे ये आरोप करते हो कि वो सूड भावना से चलती है। सूड भावना क्या होती है ये तो महाविकास आघाड़ी ने बता दिया। आप जेल में ठूस देते थे। अगर किसी ने थोड़ी भी कमेंट की तो आप में इतनी भी सहनशीलता नहीं थी, आप डायरेक्ट सारी पुलिस व्यवस्था को पीछे लगा के उनको धमकी देते थे, जेल में देते थे। तो ये तो भगवान का नियम है भाई, जैसा कर्म करोगे वैसा फल देगा भगवान। अब ये तो संविधान की रक्षा के लिए जब कोई ईडी आपकी जांच करती है तो आपको, मुझे लगता है कि आपने रोने का काम क्यों शुरू किया। रोने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। और आप ये दूसरा एक गलतफहमी निकाल देना चाहिए। वो कहते हैं कि यहाँ पे जो सरकार बनी है वो ईडी की वजह से बनी, यानी जो शिवसेना के विधायक है वो बहुत कमजोर थे, ईडी के डरते हैं। ये नहीं डरते, ये पत्थर के बने हैं क्या? ये बहुत महापराक्रमी है क्या? वो डरते हैं, वो डरपोक है, और ये निडर है। तो ये जो गलत भावना इन्होंने मन में ऐसा लगाया है कि वो ईडी से डरने वाले लोग थे और हम ईडी से भी डरती है, गलत भावना है। वो भी नहीं डरते, आप भी मत डरो। आप सिर्फ भगवान से डरो। अगर गलत किया नहीं है तो आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करो। गलत नहीं किया है, कर नहीं तो डर काहे का। अगर गलत नहीं किया तो हमारी न्याय व्यवस्था है, अगर ईडी कोई गलत काम करेगी तो ठोक देगी। सीबीआई ने कांग्रेस के समय गलत काम कर दिया तो उन्होंने तोता तक कह दिया। तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि सीबीआई और ईडी का कोई अधिकारी अगर गलत काम करेगा तो उसको भी तकलीफ हो सकती है। इतना हमारा संविधान मजबूत है। हमारे संविधान पे अमृत महोत्सवी वर्ष पे हमने विश्वास रखना चाहिए।
ट्रांसफर है ऑफ अबाउट 80 लाख रुपए जो किया गया था फ्रॉम प्रवीण राउत की पत्नी से वर्षा राउत, जो संजय राउत की पत्नी है, उनको। ये है ईडी के सूत्रों के मुताबिक, ये इंफॉर्मेशन बहुत टाइम से ये पब्लिक डोमेन में है। और इसके ऊपर संजय राउत को जुलाई 1 को 10 घंटे के लिए इंटरोगेट किया था, पूछताछ की थी। उसके बाद लगभग जुलाई 20 तारीख और उसके बाद 27 तारीख को उनको बुलाया गया था, पर वो नहीं आ पाए। पहली बार उन्होंने कहा कि महाराष्ट्र में जो पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस जो चल रहा है उसको लेकर वो बिजी हैं तो वो अभी नहीं आ सकते। उसके बाद जो उपराष्ट्रपति का जो चुनाव जो अभी होना बाकी है उसको लेके वो शिवसेना के लिए वो जो राज्यसभा में जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, जो सांसद हैं, उनमें वो उसमें पार्ट ले रहे थे, इसीलिए वो नहीं आ पाए। बट आज वो मुंबई में थे और सुबह में 7 बजे ईडी के 12 ऑफिसर्स, उनके साथ सीआरपीएफ के भी काफ़ी जवान और इधर बाहर मुंबई पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स इधर तैनात हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारे शिवसैनिक हैं इधर, बहुत सारे मीडिया पर्सन्स हैं। ये एक एरिया है जिसमें थोड़े से जो रोड्स हैं वो थोड़े से नैरो हैं, तो इधर आना जाना मुश्किल है। और यही हम अभी देख रहे हैं कि उनको ले जाया जाएगा या इधर ही पूछताछ खत्म की जाएगी। ये उद्धव ठाकरे के मेन स्पोक्स पर्सन है। व्यूअर्स, बैक टू द स्टूडियो।
Well, all right, Ankit there reporting from the ground and getting us all the details as far as what's really happening outside of Sanjay Raut's residence. But let me also bring in my colleague Abhishek, who's joining us from Dadar. Abhishek, this is a massive scam. This is the Patra Chaul scam that runs up to 1,034 crores. And there are several aides of Sanjay Raut whose names have also cropped up. They had been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. They had been questioned. So walk us through the details of this entire 1,000 crore, multi-crore scam that has come to light, which Sanjay Raut says is being investigated because of political vendetta.
Yes, Priyanka. So this case isn't something new. This case dates back to the year 2007. Now it is said that that a firm which had connections, which eventually the ED has been saying, and now slowly the links are getting established, that the firm had links with Sanjay Raut and that it did not do the work that it was granted the funds for. And most importantly, allegations, there have been many allegations, counter allegations in this matter, but the fact of the matter remains that many people close to Sanjay Raut have also come under ED net in the investigations in this case. And now today we see some very strict action by ED. Now remember, Sanjay Raut was given summons twice before. Now once he did not appear before ED, but today we saw ED itself reaching Sanjay Raut's residences to conduct a raid and find out more about the case. And we had visuals earlier as well from the Enforcement Directorate building in Mumbai, where we saw that bandobast was being made. We saw that arrangements were being made, security arrangements, which clearly point out that there are high chances that Sanjay Raut might be taken to the ED office for questioning. And as questioning takes place, surely more details are bound to come out, which will further inform the people about the facts about this case for sure. And
well, we seem to be having trouble with the connection with Abhishek. We'll bring him in back in just a few seconds. But viewers, we are tracking the latest as far as the Enforcement Directorate's investigation is concerned and the multi-location raids that have been carried out by the authorities. And of course, we had seen that this entire scam that had come up to 1,034 crore rupees of scam, which was the Patra Chaul scam, the land scam, in fact, that was being investigated by the authorities. And of course, the authorities had been looking into it for quite some time. And that is why multiple summons had also been sent to Sanjay Raut. And we will be bringing you the latest as and when the story develops. And let's get you some story from brief from across the country. Trouble mounts for Shiv Sena spokesperson Sanjay Raut as Enforcement Directorate is conducting mega raids at his Maitri residence at Mumbai's Bhandup in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case.
संजय राउत को आखिर हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। 1200 करोड़ का पत्राचाल घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएससीएल बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा।
According to sources, a team of 12 Enforcement Directorate officials are conducting raids at Sanjay Raut's place, where officials reached at his house at around 7 a.m. for conducting the searches. As per the sources, the Sena leaders are being questioned by the agency sleuths in connection with the money laundering case. After 3 Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were caught with a huge amount of cash in West Bengal's Howrah on Saturday, a state party chief, Rajesh Thakur, claimed that there is a conspiracy to destabilize the government and hitting out at the Congress. After the incident, State Bharatiya Janata Party said that since the formation of the government in state, corruption is rampant.
और जिस तरह से आसाम सेंटर बना हुआ है, चाहे महाराष्ट्र की घटना देखिए, तो सारी बातों को अगर अब हम जोड़ के देखते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से ये दिखाई देता है कि सरकार को अस्थिर करने की साजिश है। अब ये तो जो विधायक पकड़े गए हैं वही बेहतर बता पाएंगे कि क्या है मामला।
A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Patan, Baramulla, has been neutralized in the Baramulla encounter. Bhatt was linked to the terror organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered a huge cache of arms, including the AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from this slain terrorist. The BJP on Saturday has released its list of candidates for the August 11 Legislative Council by-elections in Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. The BJP declared the names of Dharmendra Singh Sentwar and Nirmala Paswan as candidates for the council by polls in Uttar Pradesh, while Babu Rao was fielded in Karnataka, according to the party's National General Secretary Arun Singh. An incident of cloudburst has come to light in due to which the Valley Bridge has been washed away and debris got accumulated as a part of the Lalrinnunga river.
Stand by. Viewers, we are live and reporting from outside Sanjay Raut's house, where any moment there is an expectation that he could be taken to the Enforcement Directorate's office for a continuation of the questioning in the Patra Chaul redevelopment case. We'll be back after a short break, after just a few seconds. Stay with us, viewers. There's a developing and hot story.
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
On the occasion of death anniversary of late Ramachandra Paramahans Das, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will offer tributes in Ayodhya temple today. Yogi Adityanath will also visit Hanuman Ghadi at Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Union Minister Nityanand Rai refuted the claim made by RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav that Rai had expressed to the latter his wish to join the RJD. Rai further called Tejasvi Yadav a liar and further slammed the party, saying that corruption reigns supreme in RJD.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why?
It's 2:30 p.m. viewers. These are the top stories. Early morning ED action in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut now raided. Raut skips 2 summons. ED intensifies action, raids Raut's residences. ED ups ante against Raut, tightens nose, raids Dadar residence after Bhandup residence. Fresh trouble for Sanjay Raut as the ED hot chase gets hotter. Sanjay Raut likely to be taken to the ED office. BJP tears into Sanjay Raut, asks Raut to give up drama and surrender. Bindya Rani ups India's media tally in Birmingham, lifts another silver for India. Tally rises to 4. And welcome back, viewers. We're straight away cutting across to what's really happening with the Enforcement Directorate's investigation. We're getting you some breaking updates now. Sanjay Raut's lawyers are pushing for the next date of the summons. Now, the lawyers suspect that the ED will take Raut to their office for questioning, and earlier, Sanjay Raut had asked for extension of the summons till August the 7th, and he had told the ED officials on July 27th that he is busy with the parliament session and vice presidential elections. Now, remember, viewers, we have seen multiple summons that have been issued by the Enforcement Directorate to Sanjay Raut, and he has skipped several of them, and he had been, in fact, asking for an extension since he had stated that he had been busy with the parliament session and the vice presidential elections as well, and he had asked for the last summons to be extended till August 7th. Now, for more on this, let me bring in my colleague Alisha Nair, who's joining us on the broadcast. Alisha, tell us more about this entire investigation, the kind of back and forth that we have seen with respect to the summons between the Enforcement Directorate and Sanjay Raut. Enforcement Directorate also saying that they need Sanjay Raut so that he can be questioned about the entire scam that they're investigating. And as of now, Sanjay Raut calling it a political vendetta. But speak to us about these summons and the extension that has been asked for Raut.
Well, yes, Priyanka, we know that Enforcement Directorate is at Sanjay Raut, a resident in Bhandup, and the searches has been carrying out since 7 hours now, because we know that Enforcement Directorate in the early morning by around 7 a.m. where they have reached at Sanjay Raut resident, and there were the searches that has been carried out. But what we know that even lawyer of Sanjay Raut, who has reached at his resident where the searches has been carried out, where the lawyer has asked for an exemption because they suspect that ED could take Sanjay Raut to their office, and there could be the more time, and of course there could be a possibility of arrest as well, which is why a request that has been made by lawyers of Sanjay Raut asking them to give some exemption and give time till 7th of August is just because the parliament session is ongoing, and also there will be a campaigning for the vice president election as well. So this is a assumption that has been made by lawyers. We have to wait and watch whether the fact Enforcement Directorate are going to really accept the request that has been made by the legal team of Sanjay Raut, because at a certain point there are not only one resident but also the other resident in Dadar, which has already been attached by Enforcement Directorate in the month of April. That has also been raided, and the searches has been carried out by Enforcement Directorate, and there have been questioning is what we have been told, because 12 team of Enforcement Directorate has reached at his resident in Mumbai, that is in Bhandup, and there are continuously questioning and also the searches that has been carried out. But what we know that there were 2 earlier summons that was kept by Sanjay Raut, and after which ED has taken such action, and the same reason was given to the Enforcement Directorate, clearly stating that he could not be able to appear before the agency is just because he needs to attend the parliament session, and also he needs to campaign for a vice president. And that is what now even put forth before the ED by the legal team of Sanjay Raut, where they have been present at the same location, where they have asked to give an exemption and give time for Sanjay Raut till 7th of August, because the parliament session is ongoing, and also he need to attend the campaign for vice president election as well.
Well, that being said, Alisha, you cover the agencies in Mumbai very closely, and we have seen what will be the next logical course of action as far as the investigation is concerned, because as you're pointing out, that the lawyers of Sanjay Raut also have this apprehension that the ED might call him in for questioning, and it might lead to a possible arrest as well. We've seen this in the case of Nawab Malik. We've seen this in the case of other ministers as well that have been brought in. So what really will be the course of the investigation that will be carried out, keeping aside the political hyperbole?
Well, Priyanka, let me put things into perspective, because we know that this is a case of 2008 where it was first registered with Mumbai Police EOW, that is Economic Offence Wing, and the complaint that was given by Mahada officials. After which ED has registered case against Rakesh and Sarang Wadhawan and other person, that is also Pravin Raut, who was the director of Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited. So this is a agreement that was signed between Mahada and Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, needed to rebuild the Patra Chawl, and there were 672 tenants that will be giving a property, a flat in the same rehab project. But it's been 14 years, but no house been given to those tenants, and after which Mahada made a complaint. While in all this, it has been said that 83 lakhs that was also given to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, and from that money as well is what the flat has been purchased in the Dadar, where the enforcement directorate officials are still present, and the officials the searches has been carried out. While talking about the further course of action, well, yes, it's been more than 7 hours where ED is still at Sanjay Raut residence. It has been told that by around 2:30 or any time from now, where ED will take Sanjay Raut, most likely will take Sanjay Raut to the AD office for the more questioning. But the request has already been given by Sanjay Raut, a legal team, stating that can they, the next, you can ask him to come for the next summon, that is after 7th August. And this was the same request has made earlier as well, because we know on 10th June where Sanjay Raut has already come to the ED office where he was questioned for around 10 hours. But there are more questions that need to be answered by Sanjay Raut, which is why there was another summon that was sent to Sanjay Raut, but he had made a clear, and his legal team has sent an assumption application stating that there is a vice president election and he has to be there for the campaigning, and there is a parliament session which he could not be able to join the probe. After which, and that also point of time, he asked for a 7th August, the date till 7th August. But the fresh summon that was issued and asking him to appear on 27th July, where he did not appear. And for the time, we know that when Enforcement Directorate got the information about it, that he is in Mumbai at his residence, for which today early morning at 7 a.m. they have reached at his residence. The questioning has been, the search has been conducting. It's been more than 7 hours, and we have to wait and watch.
Absolutely, Alisha. You've been tracking this story very, very closely, and of course, you've given us quite a lot of perspective as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, the investigation that is being carried out, the raids that have been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. But Alisha, stay on with us. We're getting several voices as far as the political fraternity is concerned, reacting to the kind of statements that Sanjay Raut has been making. Let's take a look at those.
बाळासाहेबांची शपथ घेण्या इतका मोठा माणूस तो नाहीये. बाळासाहेबांची शपथ घेण्याचा अधिकार आम्हाला आहे. आम्ही त्या शिवसेनेमध्ये 40 वर्ष काढले, त्याचा अधिकार फक्त आम्हाला आहे. यांनी नोकरी करता करता नेते होणं इतकं सोपं काम नाहीये, आणि त्याची जाणीव आता त्यांना होईल. उद्धव साहेब, एक दिवस असा येईल की
जो संजय राउत जी पे जो कार्रवाई हुई है, मुझे लगता है ईडी ने बहुत देर कर दी. ये कार्रवाई तो मुझे लगता है कई महीनों पहले ही हो जानी चाहिए थी. पर जिस तरीके से ईडी जो इनको समन्स भेज रहे थे, इंक्वायरी के लिए लेटर्स इनके घर तक पहुंच रहे थे, उनका आंसर इन्होंने दिया नहीं. कभी कहा कि मैं पार्लियामेंट सेशन में हूँ करके मुझे आगे की तारीख दीजिए, कभी कहा मैं हॉस्पिटल से अभी डिस्चार्ज हुआ उसके बाद दीजिए, कभी कहते हैं कि हमारा गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म हो रहा है उसके बाद मुझे तारीख दीजिए. तारीख वही मांगता है और स्पष्टीकरण वो नहीं दे पाता है जिन्होंने सच में भ्रष्टाचार किया है. पत्राचाल के रिलेटेड हो, अलीबाग का सब्जेक्ट हो, और महाविकास आघाड़ी के एजेंट बन के ये संजय राउत जी काम कर रहे थे. और 25-30 कंपनियां ऐसी हैं जिसमें ये पार्टनर है और उनके साथ में मिलकर इन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया है. तो मुझे लगता है कि आज इनके घर में इंक्वायरी हुई है, और ये जो ट्वीट कर रहे हैं कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता लड़ेगी, महाराष्ट्र की जनता लड़ेगी. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज ने हमें यही सिखाया है कि अन्याय के विरुद्ध में लड़ना कैसे कहते हैं और कैसे करना चाहिए, उसके विरुद्ध में आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता जरूर लड़ेगी.
Well, there you have it, viewers. It is creating quite a lot of ripples, this entire investigation that is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. At one side, we see the political fraternity, like those voices that we just heard, condemning Sanjay Raut and claiming that he should give up drama and actually go in for the questioning that the ED wants to carry out. On that note, let me bring in my correspondents, my colleagues as well on the ground. Abhishek is joining me from Dadar. Abhishek, we heard the political hyperbole since the very morning, where Sanjay Raut has been talking about how this is a political vendetta, that this is the vendetta being carried out by the BJP, that the BJP leaders are doing this. So speak to us a little bit about that, and also where is Sanjay Raut right now? What is expected? When will ED be taking him to the office for further questioning?
Well, yes, Priyanka. So as far as Sanjay Raut's defense is concerned, his defense from the beginning has been very clear. His defense in many ways has also been opposition's voice, what opposition has been saying about the ED. Now, Sanjay Raut has been alleging that the ED is after him, that it is a pressure tactic, that the ED is a tool of center, that the center is trying to use ED against him. But as this case has shown, and as the details, as more and more details keep emerging about this case, shows that there is a strong ground for every action that ED is taking. Now remember, it is not, Sanjay Raut is not alone in alleging that ED is being used against him by the center. All opposition leaders, and especially it is a sort of a trend which has kept cropping up in the past few days, that whenever ED takes action against any leader, and especially against opposition leader, there's a hue and cry made out saying that ED is being used by the center and that the center is misusing the ED. But it is very clear in this case that ED has strong grounds, that ED has multiple cases, in fact, that ED has multiple grounds to work on, and ED is taking its action very clearly. As far as Sanjay Raut is concerned, now raids have been going on at his Bhandu residence since morning. Now, later on, we also learned that at this very building, Garden Court in Dadar, in a flat, the ED is conducting its raids as well. We had earlier visuals coming in from the ED building in Mumbai where security arrangements were being made, and it seems the ED might take its course any moment of time, and Sanjay Raut might be brought to the ED office if what the actions indicate.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Stay put there at Dadar, and also please keep bringing us all the updates as and when they develop. And viewers, we are keeping a close eye on what's really happening with respect to Sanjay Raut. This is one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you today. We're taking a short break right now, though.
हम लोग को रास्ता दिखा रहा है कि आप लोग रास्ता देखिए ला रहे आदमी।
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
On the occasion of death anniversary of late Ramachandra Paramahans Das, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will offer tributes in Ayodhya temple today. Yogi Adityanath will also visit Hanuman Ghadi at Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Union Minister Nityanand Rai refuted the claim made by RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav that Rai had expressed to the latter his wish to join the RJD. Rai further called Tejasvi Yadav a liar and further slammed the party, saying that corruption reigns supreme in RJD.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders and acting on a tip.
Welcome back, viewers. Coming across back to the biggest story that we're tracking for you now with respect to the investigation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in the Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut with respect to his connection to the Chawl scam that the Enforcement Directorate has been investigating into, the multi-thousand crore scam, 1,034 crore scam that has come to light of the Patra Chawl, and the connection of Sanjay Raut has come to light, and of course we have several reactions that we're picking up, viewers. Let's listen into those.
जिस प्रकार से आज सुबह 7 बजे रविवार के दिन राज्यसभा सांसद शिवसेना के मुख्य प्रवक्ता श्री संजय राउत जी के घर पर ईडी की रेड हुई है, इसकी हम कड़ी निंदा करते हैं। यह घटना दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। जब संजय राउत जी को ईडी का समन्स आया, 2 बार आया, उन्होंने कहा, लिखित में अपने वकीलों के थ्रू एक मैसेज दिलवाया ईडी को कि पार्लियामेंट का सत्र चल रहा है, सत्र में बहुत सारे विषय पर चर्चा होती है, मेरा वहां रहना अति आवश्यक है, जब मैं वहां से समय पूरा करूंगा मैं आपके पास जरूर आऊंगा। लेकिन पता नहीं क्या आनन फानन में यह फैसला लिया गया। 10-10 ईडी के अधिकारी किसी के घर में आ जाते हैं सुबह 7 बजे। देश में हजारों लोगों पर ईडी के केसेस चल रहे हैं, उन्हें समन्स भेजे जाते हैं 2 बार, 4 बार, 10 बार, लेकिन ईडी किसी के घर में चली जाती है, ऐसा होता नहीं। यह घटना पूरी तरह से राजनीतिक से प्रेरित है। जहां जहां बीजेपी आगे जाकर काम नहीं कर पा रही है, वहां वहां ईडी को आगे भेजती है। संजय राउत जी बोलना बंद कर दें, संजय राउत जी शांत बैठ जाएं, बीजेपी का विरोध न करें, ऐसी मंशा है। यह दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और आने वाले समय में देश सब देख रहा है, इसका जवाब देश की जनता देगी।
We at Republic are on the ground bringing you all the latest updates. Keep watching Republic for every important details breaking.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at...
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
Prestigious President's Colour to the Honourable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu on behalf of the Supreme Commander of Armed Forces.
I would urge the police forces to be extra sensitive in matters relating to crimes against women. An emerging area of concern today is a sharp rise in incidents of cybercrime and other modern-day offences such as online frauds and transboundary crimes. Our police forces must be skilled and equipped to deal with these 21st century crimes and an effective and
Viewers, the raids at Sanjay Raut's residence in Bhandup in Mumbai have been going on now for over 7 hours, and the expectation is that the ED will at some point very soon take him out of his house and take him to his office, and that is why we are on standby. We have broken all the details of the investigation so far and of the Shiv Sena protest which is in favor of Sanjay Raut. But which way will the pendulum swing? Where will he be taken? Which way will this investigation go? Stay tuned to Republic for all the updates and all the visuals as they break live. We'll be back in a few seconds.
Round up of all that's making news from across the country. Trouble mounting for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, after Diamond City, ED conducted raids at Bulgaria residence. ED teams also collected CCTV footage and several documents from Arpita's residence. Following back-to-back cash hauls and summons, sources have informed that TMC is likely to go in a major organizational overhaul as well as a reshuffle in its cabinet.
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India? Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Three Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were stopped in West Bengal's Havra district by the police after a huge amount of cash was recovered from the Congress leaders, and acting on a tip-off, the vehicle in which the MLAs were travelling was intercepted on National Highway 16 at Renihati in Panchala police station area in West Bengal. As forces intensify crackdown on terror, 3 Lashkar terrorists were apprehended in Baramulla's Rafiabad. Additionally, huge cache of arms and ammunition, including pistols, were recovered from the apprehended terrorists. A terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed Bhatt of Baramulla has been neutralized in the encounter that happened early morning. Bhatt was linked to, the terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have recovered huge cache of arms including AK rifle, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the slain terrorist.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently, we're asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Thanks for tuning in, viewers. Let's get started with a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Top story this hour, trouble mounting for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut as the Enforcement Directorate conducted mega raids at his residence in Dadar as well as Bhandup in connection with the Patra Chaul scam case. According to sources, a team of 12 ED Directorate officials currently raided Sanjay Raut's location, which reached his residence at around 7 a.m. this morning. As per sources, the Sena leader was questioned by the agency sleuths in connection with the money laundering case. As mega ED raids are underway at the residence of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in connection with the Patra Chaul scam case, the leader remained defiant, maintaining that he has done nothing wrong and will not surrender to the agency's pressure. As ED searches continue at Sanjay Raut's Bhandup and Dadar residence, sources have informed Republic that Shiv Sena MP may soon be taken to the agency's office for questioning. Raut's lawyer is currently present at his residence. After Bhandup House, now ED officials also raided Sanjay Raut's property in Dadar, which has already been attached by the agency in the money laundering case. It is alleged that 83 lakh rupees, which was part of the proceeds of crime, transferred to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, who used the money to buy a flat in Dadar. While the ED raids are underway at Sanjay Raut's residence, the BJP hit back at the Sena MP for skipping the earliest summons by the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP questioned that why is Sanjay Raut scared of Enforcement Directorate if he has done no wrong.
संजय राउत को आखिर हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। 1200 करोड़ का पत्राचाल घोटाला हो, वसई नायगांव में जो यूनिटेक पीएससी बिल्डर का घोटाला हो, माफियागिरी हो, लोगों को धमकियां देना, जेल में डालना, जिस प्रकार से एनडीए सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र में भ्रष्टाचार का आतंक फैलाया था, अब संजय राउत को अपने भ्रष्टाचार का, माफियागिरी का, दादागिरी का हिसाब देना पड़ेगा।
While trouble mounting for the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, sources have said that the Mumbai police will provide police security to Swapna Patkar, who is a witness in the Patra Chaul scam case. In a complaint filed earlier, Swapna had alleged that she had received a threat letter pressurizing her to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut in connection with the case. Meanwhile, an FIR has also been registered in the matter. While ED continues raids at Sanjay Raut's residence, the BJP has hit out at the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut and has demanded answers from the Shiv Sena MP. Now, talking about the ED raids at Sanjay Raut's residence, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that the investigation is underway and the law will take its own course. Hitting out at Sanjay Raut, former Finance Minister and senior BJP leader Sudhir Mungatiwar said that Sanjay Raut should realize that no one is interested in taking him in any party, so he should give up this drama that ED is being used to defame Sanjay Raut. And in more news coming in, after the second day of Commonwealth Games 2022, India's medal tally has now risen to 4. India opened up the gold medal tally after Mirabai Chanu's historic feat in 49 kg women's weightlifting. Indian contingent ensured 1 gold, 2 silver and a bronze medal as well so far. Star weightlifter Mirabai Chanu won the first gold medal for India at the Commonwealth Games. She has thanked the entire country for unconditional support and the love.
मैं बहुत खुशी हूँ। टोक्यो की बात ही मैंने कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स मेरा सबसे पहला कंपटीशन थी बड़ा, तो मैं इसमें सबसे इंडिया के लिए गोल्ड मेडल दिया है, तो मैं ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही खुशी की बात है।
अगर आप अपने परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में बताएं, 201 का जो टोटल है आपका, उस परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में आपका क्या कहना है? टोक्यो में 202 था, यहाँ 201 है, आपके परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में बताइए।
ये इस आज का कंपटीशन का जो परफॉर्मेंस है, ये मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई क्योंकि मैंने 88 स्टेज में कभी किया ही नहीं थी, तो मेरा जो 88 मैंने स्टेज में करके किया है और 90 पे मैंने टच किया है, तो ये परफॉर्मेंस मुझे बहुत ही खुशी हुई है। बहुत मतलब इसी से मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस मिला है।
India's Bindya Rani Devi won the silver medal in women's 55 kg weightlifting at the Commonwealth Games in dramatic fashion to take India's tally to 4 now. 23-year-old lifted a total of 202 kgs. She lifted 86 kgs in snatch round and registered a Commonwealth Games record lifting of 116 kgs in the clean and jerk round.
बहुत ज़्यादा खुश है। आज मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट टाइम है गेम्स, इसमें सिल्वर मेडल लिया, मैं बहुत खुश है।
And after the news broke of the 23-year-old girl who has clinched a silver in Birmingham, celebrations also erupted at her native village of Bindya Rani Devi. The family of the silver gold medalist shared their feelings as well. Let's take a look.
I feel very happy and I feel very proud because she proved that she is Manipuri, my teacher.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi also applauded the historic feat of wrestler Mirabai Chanu and Bindya Rani Devi as well. Prime Minister Modi called Mirabai Chanu's victory exceptional and said that the exceptional Mirabai Chanu has made India proud once again. Prime Minister Modi also congratulated the silver medal winner Bindya Rani Devi as well. The Union Sports Minister, meanwhile, Anurag Thakur also applauded the golden girl Mirabai Chanu after her historic gold medal win at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
Heartfelt congratulations to all the weightlifters, especially to Mirabai Chanu, who has won the gold medal for India. Not only gold, but she has set the games record also. It's a great achievement, a big day for India.
President Draupadi Murmu hailed the 23-year-old wrestler Bindya Rani Devi for making it to the podium at the Commonwealth Games 2022. She took to Twitter and I quote, "You have put up your best ever performance at the Games and demonstrated the zeal to raise the bar. Every Indian shares the joy of your success." Lalrinnunga Borgrain had started her Commonwealth Games campaign on a winning note as she defeated New Zealand's Ariane Nicholson in the light middleweight 70 kg category on Saturday. Lalrinnunga will next lock horns with Commonwealth Games 2018 silver medalist Rosie of Wales in the quarterfinals, which will take place on Wednesday. Indian badminton team scored another victory in the group match of the Commonwealth Games by thrashing Australia by 4-1 in their mixed team event to enter the quarterfinal now. Star shuttler Kidambi Shrikant led the charge to confirm the quarterfinal berth. The Indian women's hockey team beat Wales by 3-1 to register their second consecutive win at the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games. With this win, India rises to the top of Pool A with 6 points in 2 matches. And in fact, Vandana Kataria scored twice while Kaur scored a goal for India. And arrested Bengal minister, the ex-Bengal minister Partha Chatterjee, who is at the center of a multi-crore school job scam, today claimed that the money recovered during the ED raids does not belong to him and that time will tell who is conspiring against him. The Congress, meanwhile, has suspended 3 Jharkhand MLAs who were detained with a mountain of cash in West Bengal's Howrah district on Saturday. Addressing the media there, State Congress in charge Avinash Pandey announced that the party president Sonia Gandhi has ordered the immediate suspension of all 3 Congress legislators. Prime Minister Modi, during his Mann Ki Baat address today, said that Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is turning into a mass movement and urged people to put Tiranga as profile picture of their social media accounts between August 12th to the 15th.
भारत
अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे करेगा। हम सभी बहुत अद्भुत और ऐतिहासिक पल के गवाह बनने जा रहे हैं। ईश्वर ने यह हमें बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य दिया है। आप भी सोचिए, अगर हम गुलामी के दौर में पैदा हुए होते तो इस दिन की कल्पना हमारे लिए कैसी होती।
Sanjay Arora, who is a Tamil Nadu cadre IPS officer currently serving as a Director General of the ITBP, has been appointed as a Commissioner of Delhi Police. Arora will succeed Rakesh Asthana, who is indeed a Gujarat cadre IPS officer. As many as 10 people sustained grievous injuries and several others were hurt after a temple chariot overturned on devotees in Pudukkottai in Tamil Nadu. The incident took place earlier this morning near the Pragatambal temple, about 5 kilometers from the Pudukkottai-Tiruchi road. In news from J&K, where amid heavy rainfall in Kathua, where 2 children have lost their lives while 3 others have reportedly been washed away due to flash floods in the region. Notably, due to incessant rainfall in the Kathua region, flash flood and mudslide occurred in the Bilawar area, resulting in death of 2 children. A special court in Bihar's Jehanabad district sentenced former MP Arun Kumar to 3 years in prison for his controversial remarks against Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in June 2015. Pronouncing the sentence on Saturday, Special MP MLA Special Court Judge Rakesh Kumar Rajak also imposed a fine of 5,000 rupees on Kumar, who is the former RLSP MP of Jehanabad. Home Minister Amit Shah will address the valedictory session of the 2-day joint national executive meet of different BJP cells. Shah is expected to arrive at the Patna airport at around, in fact, he's arrived in Patna and will hold crucial meetings with the cadre. 2 children, meanwhile, died after a house collapsed following heavy rains in J&K's Kathua district. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha expressed condolences over the loss of lives and directed the district administration to provide necessary assistance to the affected family. Now, the Director General of the Civil Aviation Chief Arun Kumar said that there is no need to panic by the technical snags faced by the domestic carriers in recent weeks, as they did not have the potential to cause havoc, and that even foreign airlines that came to India reported 15 technical snags in the last 16 days. A special court in Bihar's Jehanabad district sentenced former MP Arun Kumar to 3 years in prison for his controversial remarks against Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in June 2015, pronouncing the special. In fact, in more news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where Vice President honored the brave cops at a special ceremony that was held.
I am really happy to be here along with the Honorable Chief Minister for this prestigious President's Medal award function to Tamil Nadu Police, which is one of the best police force in the country. I have no hesitation to say it.
A Tiranga Padyatra was held in Dhenakanal in Odisha, which saw a lot of people who attended the Padyatra to take part in the Tiranga Padyatra, which is part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. In Odisha, Health Minister Naba Kishore Das on Saturday held a review meet on monkeypox with senior officials and said that the state is taking all necessary steps in view of the virus, while also keeping an eye on the situation in the country. Meanwhile, an expert committee for the treatment of monkeypox in Cuttack has also been formed by the state officials. After a resounding victory from Hasanpur in the 2020 Bihar elections, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav has decided to return to his home turf in the next assembly poll. Speaking to reporters on Saturday, the Lalu Sayan revealed his plans to contest the 2025 elections from the Mahua seat and promised to work towards converting the village into a district. The ITR deadline to file income tax return ends today. In fact, more than 5 crore income tax returns have been filed until Saturday evening. The department has also issued a public message saying that asking the taxpayers to file their income tax returns by today. After 3 Congress MLAs from Jharkhand were caught with a huge amount of cash in West Bengal's Havra on Saturday, State Party Chief Rajesh Thakur claimed that there is a conspiracy to destabilize the government, hitting out at the Congress. After the incident, State BJP said that the formation of the government in the state corruption is rampant in the state. Meanwhile, a terrorist who's been identified as Irshad Ahmed was neutralized in an encounter which happened in Baramulla. The terrorist was linked to organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, and forces have also recovered a huge cache of arms including AK rifles, 2 magazines and 30 rounds from the neutralized terrorist. The BJP on Saturday released its list of candidates for August 11th Legislative Council by-elections in Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. The BJP has declared the names of Dharmendra Singh Senthawar and Nirmala Paswan as well as candidates for the council by polls in UP, while Baburo Chichanshu Suro was fielded in Karnataka according to National Party's National General Secretary Arun Singh. An incident of cloudburst also came to light in Pithoragarh district of Uttarakhand, due to which the Valley Bridge was also seen washed away and debris also was seen accumulated at a part in the Dhauli Ganga river in Pithoragarh. Bidding in the 24th round on day 5 of India's first 5G spectrum auction continued on Saturday as well for the 5th day, with the government already having received committed bids worth over 1.5 crore rupees. In fact, 1,49,000 crore rupees at the end of day 4. And news from across the world: thousands of followers of an influential Shiite cleric continue to occupy Iraq's parliament. They are protesting government's formation efforts led by rivals of cleric Mustafa al-Sadr on Saturday. Remember, following the occupation, Iraqi security forces initially used tear gas to try to repel the demonstrators in the area. In Ukraine, President Zelensky once again urged the international community to recognize Russia as a terrorist state in response to an attack on the prison holding Ukraine detainees. Shifting the blame for the attack to Russia, Zelensky said that all evidence of the strike would be collected and those who were guilty would also be found. The interim commander of the Ukrainian military Azov regiment pledged revenge against Russia for a strike which killed dozens of Ukrainian prisoners of war being held in separatist control area of the country's east.
The founding members of the 101st Airborne Division fought, sacrificed, and died to secure the peace that Europe has enjoyed since 1945. A peace that NATO has helped secure since that time, and one that is now threatened by the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
The US military inaugurated its official deployment of troops in Romania on Saturday as a response to Russian invasion. In neighboring Ukraine, 5,000 troops from the 101st Airborne Division will be hosted as the country's eastern area airbase, which will serve as a main occupational hub in the coming months as well. Moving on, according to officials, at least 25 people died, including 4 children, when torrential rain swarmed towns across Appalachia. Rescue crews, meanwhile, continue to struggle to get into hard-hit areas, some of them among the poorest places in the United States. President Joe Biden, meanwhile, declared a federal disaster to direct relief money to more than a dozen Kentucky continues. Spain reported its second monkeypox-related death 1 day after announcing what is believed to be the first fatality linked to the current outbreak in Europe. According to Health Ministry's Emergency and Alert Coordination Center, 4,298 people in Spain have been infected with monkeypox, making it one of the world's hardest-hit countries. The All India Senior Selection Committee has picked the squad for the 3-match ODI series to be played against Zimbabwe in Harare. Shikhar Dhawan will lead the side in Zimbabwe in 3 ODIs. He also recently led Men in Blue to a comprehensive win over West Indies in the recently concluded ODI series in the Caribbean. Australia won 3 events in the swimming pool on Saturday's second day of competition at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. The men's and women's 4 into 100 meter freestyle relays were once again dominated by the Australians. The former quarter with a new Commonwealth Games record, while team member Katja Denikind set a world record in winning the women's 50 meter freestyle in the competition. New Zealand won 3 track cycling gold medals on Saturday's second day of competition at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Now, Byron Botha was also victorious in men's and women's individual pursuit finals, the latter with a new Commonwealth Games record, while team's mate Elise Andrews picked up gold in the women's sprint. Australia's Jessica Stenson, who had previously won 2 bronze medals, took the women's marathon at the Commonwealth Games in 2 hours, 27 minutes and 31 seconds on Saturday. In the men's marathon, Uganda's Kiplanga claimed the gold in 2 hours, 10 minutes and 55 seconds despite appearing to go the wrong way at one point. Union Minister and BJP leader Dharmendra Pradhan took part in Tiranga Padyatra as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in Dhaniktal in Odisha. The Tiranga Padyatra began from Bhubanpala Mandap to the birthplace of Shaheed Baji Rao. The Tiranga Padyatra was held as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is launched to encourage citizens to hoist national flags in their homes to mark the 75th year of independence.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
After a resounding victory from Hasanpur in the 2020 Bihar elections, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav has decided to return to his home turf in the next assembly polls. Speaking to reporters, the Lalu Sain revealed his plans to contest the 2025 elections from the Mahua seat and promised to work towards converting the village into a district.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a
In the 2008 Patra Chawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. About 12 officers accompanied by various other security officials are at his house. Inside, there are a number of supporters of Sanjay Raut and they are unleashing a constant volley of chants in support of Sanjay Raut.
And back-to-back updates coming in on the mega ED raids which are currently underway as we speak. Raids being conducted at residence of Sanjay Raut, the Shiv Sena MP. The visuals also that we are showing to you right now. As we speak, as the raids are underway, we are told that the police presence is being increased at the residence of Sanjay Raut where the ED is conducting raids. We are also told that Sanjay Raut will be taken to the ED office in a short while from now. Ankit is reporting live. Ankit, if you could give us more details, when can we expect Shiv Sena MP to be taken to the ED office for further questioning?
Yes, not only am I going to give you details, we're going to show you the visuals of how present. Samiksha, I beg my VJ Sameer to show you. Look at the number of police vans on this side. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's a fifth one out of frame. They are all on the other side of the road. Then there are another couple of police vans which are on the same side of the road as we are. Apart from that, there are so many officers in khaki here, and that is clearly indicative that something is going to happen. There are also different kinds of police vehicles. We've shown you the big vans. There are a number of smaller vehicles also there, and so the police is clearly not taking anything for granted. Just now, it's very important to say, when one of the vans came in fact, that one you can see with the door open, it had appeared to want to back into the residence of Sanjay Raut. We are on a different side of it. This is the roomier side, and the gate opened just a little bit. And for a second, we thought that police van would go inside the residence and then things would kick off from there. But for the moment, there is a bit of a wait and a bit of a delay, because we were told that 2:30 would be the time that he would be taken to the ED. But that has not transpired. It is now almost an hour past that, and we await, however, any time for that to happen because of the security arrangement that is there, Samiksha. It could happen any time now.
All right, Ankit, just stay with us. Let's play out some of the reaction bites as well we've been getting since morning on the mega ED raids which are underway.
नाही काय कारवाई चौकशी चालू आहे ना. आता मला नाही माहित अटक, मी काय तिकडे अधिकारी नाहीये, त्यामुळे ते ईडीची चौकशी सुरू आहे. त्यांची चौकशी होऊ द्या आणि बघा. ते तर म्हणालेत ना, मी काय केलेलं नाही, तर कर नाही त्याला डर कशाला असली पाहिजे. त्यांची चौकशीला ते सामोरे जाणार बोलत होते. आज चौकशी होऊ द्या, त्याच्यातून काय पुढे येईल ते तुम्हाला कळेलच. त्यामुळे ते महाविकास आघाडीचे मोठे नेते होते, त्यामुळे त्यांनी तुम्हाला सांगितलेलं आहे, दर दिवशी तुम्ही 9 वाजता त्यांची बाईट घेत होते सकाळी. ऐका असं त्यांना कोणी बोलवलंय का? असं त्यांना कोणी निमंत्रण दिलंय का? आपल्याला
So ED, they're conducting raids at the residence of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in connection with the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. Several questions arising at this point, whether Sanjay Raut colluded with his aide Praveen Raut, who was arrested earlier in connection with the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. So several questions arising at this point. In fact, raids also being conducted at his Dadar flat, which is said to have been bought through illegal proceeds that were used by Sanjay Raut and his wife to buy the Dadar residence. So those are some of the questions that are arising. The allegations also that Sanjay Raut is facing at this point. We can expect Sanjay Raut to be taken to the ED office in a short while from now. Ankit reporting live from outside Sanjay Raut's residence, telling us how the security has been stepped up at his residence, outside Sanjay Raut's residence. And as you can see, the Jawans who've also been deployed, CRPF Jawans, in fact, for that matter, who are also present at the residence of Sanjay Raut, where the ED is currently conducting raids. In fact, in more visuals that are coming in of the supporters of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who've gathered outside his residence since 9 a.m. This morning, protesting the ED raids which are underway as we speak. So this is in relation to the mega 1,000 crore rupees Patra Chaul scam, for which ED is conducting raids. Remember earlier, ED had in fact, Praveen Raut was also arrested in connection with the same scam. Slipping into a very short break for now. So on the other side, we'll continue with our live coverage on the ED raids which are underway at the residence of Sanjay Raut.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live is streamed with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
After a resounding victory from Hasanpur in the 2020 Bihar elections, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav has decided to return to his home turf in the next assembly polls. Speaking to reporters, the Lalu Sain revealed his plans to contest the 2025 elections from the Mahua seat and promised to work towards converting the village into a district.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a vision,
in the 2008 Patra Chawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. About 12 officers accompanied by various other security officials are at his house. Inside, there are a number of supporters of Sanjay Raut and they are unleashing a constant volley of chants in support of Sanjay Raut.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Headlines at 3:30 p.m. viewers as Raut skips summons twice. ED news tightens raids on for over 7 hours at Raut residences. ED ups the ante against Raut, raids Dadar residents after Bhandup residents. Swift moves by ED, hot chase gets hotter, Raut to be dragged to ED office next. BJP launches scathing attack on Sanjay Raut, says no party wants Raut, he should now give up drama and surrender. India shines bright at Birmingham and Bindya Rani lifts the silver for India, tally rises to 4. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and we're keeping you ahead on the biggest story today, that is of the Enforcement Directorate's investigation. Now sometimes it is the parliamentary session and the others it is the vice presidential elections. These are the excuses that have been made by Sanjay Raut for extending the summons, and now we are seeing that the lawyers also at Sanjay Raut's residences along with the ED officials who have been viewers carrying out several raids across the maximum city at the residences of the Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut, and the lawyers suspect that the ED will take Raut to their office for questioning. And earlier, Raut had asked for extension of the summons till August 7th, and he had told the ED officials on July 27 that he is busy with the parliament session and the vice presidential elections as well. And now we have seen multiple summons that Sanjay Raut has skipped and has stated that he will need an extension. However, he has already been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, and it seems as though there are more questions that the ED has been wanting to ask him. And on that note, let me bring in my colleague Ankit Prasad, who's been joining us from the ground, who's been getting us updates from Sanjay Raut's residence as well. Ankit, first up, tell us what's happening now, the timeline that is expected for Sanjay Raut to be brought to the ED office and whether he will be brought at all, and also the investigation that is being carried out. What's really happening at his residence right now?
So at his residence, at Sanjay Raut's residence, it's called Maitri. The expectation was that about 2:30 the ED would take him to their office. However, it is now an hour past that and there has not been movement on that front. However, there are lots of signs that that is what is going to happen, because if I can show you, and my VJ Samir can show you, there has been a huge increase in the amount of police deployment. Let's start here. Let's show you the shots of how many police vehicles there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the other side of the road there are a further 3 more. These are full-size buses of the police that are there, which explains why there are so many officers in khaki that you can see, and all of them are standing in front of this complex, which you can see the brown facade. That is the main gate to the residence of Sanjay Raut. This is a roomier entrance, and the reason that we have moved here is because this is closer to the highway, and so the expectation is if he is to be moved, then this is the more accessible area, even though there are far more Shiv Sena protesters on the other side. Now along that, just at a point when one of these police vehicles, if I can show you, there is a vehicle there with its door open. That vehicle, when it had come here, it had made a movement as if it was going to enter the complex, and so for a very brief while, just a few feet, that gate opened and there was a humdrum of activity suddenly, but however instead it decided to park itself where it has done now. But the police are on alert. All of these vehicles, where at least half of these vehicles, engines are on. So they are in a state of readiness. That is what we can see, Priyanka. Accordingly, the Shiv Sainiks who are here have also raised their chants. Their same chants which we were hearing on the other side all morning have now moved themselves here. It's the same essential line that the ED is deployed because the government is afraid, and we are standing behind Sanjay Raut. In English, there are many variations of these slogans in Hindi and in Marathi also, which they have been unleashing non-stop since the start. They have not brought, however, a loudspeaker on this side. So in terms of the props that they're using, they're still a little shorn. However, since in 7:30 in the morning, 12 ED officials have been camped there in Sanjay Raut's bungalow. We have only seen him once. He had appeared at about noon. He had appeared for 10 seconds at a window. He had waved at his followers, and then he had gone back inside. And since then, we have been waiting perhaps for him to be taken for the Enforcement Directorate's office. We know all the details of this case. This case goes back to 2007, and there are many facets of it, and the various deals that have gone into this, which amount to somewhere in excess of 1,000 crore rupees. 1,034 is the number that has been quoted according to ED and what it has put out and what the sources have told us. And so there is a whole lot of money trail that is likely to be probed, and that is perhaps what Sanjay Raut is being questioned about. And like you said in your introduction, he has avoided summons twice already, and so that's why they are here, Priyanka.
Well, absolutely. Ankit, stay on with us as Abhishek also joins us from Dadar. Abhishek, I want you to take that point ahead as Ankit was trying to talk about the investigation as well. Let's also recap this for our viewers, as he had been mentioning that this is a 1,035 crore scam, the Patra Chaul scam that is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. And of course, Sanjay Raut himself had stated, and I just quickly quote from what he had said in the morning, where he has said that this is false action, false evidence, and I will not leave the Shiv Sena. Even if I die, I will not surrender. Jai Maharashtra. Now, this was the statement coming in from Sanjay Raut, but talk to us about the investigation so far that has been conducted by the Enforcement Directorate, and also the reactions that we are picking up with respect to the political fraternity, Abhishek.
Yes, Priyanka, so when one talks about this case, this is no ordinary case. Remember, it is a case that involves people's houses. It is a case that involves people's savings. What are the details of the case? The details of the case are that a firm which had links to Sanjay Raut and which was known to Sanjay Raut was supposed to develop flats for tenants, 672 tenants. Now, they did those 672 tenants did not get their flats. On top of that, it is also alleged that the firm siphoned off money and siphoned off huge huge money. The entire scam runs over 1,000 crores, which is no small amount. And even today, the people, those tenants, are still waiting for their houses. And as ED keeps on investigating this case, there are layers which are coming off. Now, as it is known that Sanjay Raut was given summons, he did not attend the previous summons that was given to him. Sanjay Raut has kept on saying in his defense that I will not bow down, that I am going to be with Shiv Sena forever. He has also gone so far as to allege that this is a plot to take him away from Shiv Sena. But those defense grounds do not find much weightage, because when one sees ED's investigation, ED is moving forward with very strong evidences, with very strong actions, because it is seen that Sanjay Raut did not attend the summons. The ED itself today conducted raids at his house. Earlier, the first raid was around 7:30 a.m. in the morning at his Bandu residence, and then around 10:30, the place where we are standing, Dadar, this Garden Court building, where a flat is in his wife's name, and it is said that rupees 83 lakhs in the year 2010 was used from the criminal proceeds of that case and a flat was brought here, and now ED is conducting its raids. There are security personnel sitting down. They have been here right since the raid has been going on, and it has now been over 5 hours, close to 4-5 hours that this raid is being conducted. So it is sure that the ED is well up there and trying to find some evidences. And also coming to the politics of it, now it is the politics over this whole investigation has been going on ever since this case came in spotlight, and especially since the Mahavikas Aghadi came to power and this case started gaining more limelight. And Sanjay Raut has been saying in his defense that this is just a ploy to frame him, that it is a step taken motivated by the BJP, which wants to frame him, which wants to put pressure on him. But ED has always maintained its ground. ED has kept on investigating the case and keeps on finding new grounds in this over 1,000 crore scam case, which makes the savings of common people, which has the savings of common people at stake. Over to you, Priyanka.
Well, Abhishek, on that note, let me also go across back to Ankit as well. Ankit, there are specific names that have come to light, like that of Praveen Raut, his connection with the Guru Ashish construction as well, and how there was a siphoning off of funds that was being carried out. In fact, Praveen Raut has already been arrested once. He had been questioned by the authorities as well in this entire 1,000 crore scam that had come to light. But speak to us a little bit about not just Sanjay Raut, but also his accomplices, like the likes of Praveen Raut, his wife as well, and several other names of this construction company that is coming to light, Ankit.
So, Priyanka, everything that we know is from what the ED has investigated so far, from what is out there in the public domain, and from what the sources have told us. Now, Praveen Raut was the proprietor of this company, this Guru Ashish Constructors, and this was one of the three parties that was involved. One was Mahada, the other were the tenants of this Patra Chaul, and the other was this company of Praveen Raut. And so a contract was signed and he was to redevelop Patra Chaul. Now when redevelopment happens in Mumbai, it is given to private builders, and also they construct a building or two so that the residents of that slum, they can get rehabilitation. So 672 of them were to get flats, but they did not. Instead, the entire land was sold for FSI, that is for development, for a price of about 900 crore rupees estimatedly to about 9 developers, and so that is where money was made of it, and not for the established purpose. The other aspect is that despite not having fulfilled that purpose, an infusion of 95 crore rupees allegedly was obtained by Praveen Raut's company. On top of that, a transfer of cash was allegedly made from the company, from the wife of Praveen Raut to Varsha Raut, who is the wife of Sanjay Raut. And so these are some of the things that the ED is probing according to what the sources have told us and according to what is out there in the public domain, and these are the people who are involved.
Absolutely, Ankit. I believe you've broken it down for our viewers splendidly about what's been happening with the investigation and, of course, the accomplices of Sanjay Raut and how the investigation is going to go on further. I want to thank both you and Abhishek for joining us on the broadcast, and we trust you to keep us ahead on that story. Now, viewers, shifting our focus from the political happenings to the world of sports and how we have been tracking the Commonwealth Games and how India's head is held high with respect to the medals and the tally that is going up. The tally has now gone up 2-4 now, and let's take a look as to what Bindya Rani has been doing. She's won the silver medal for the country. Let's take a look.
When it was late at night in India, it was a sunny morning for the 23-year-old Manipur girl in Birmingham. It was a silver medal day for weightlifter Bindya Rani Devi at Commonwealth Games 2022. Continuing the nation's tryst with weightlifting, Bindya Rani podium finish in 55 kg category has taken up the medal tally to 4.
बहुत ज़्यादा खुश है। आज मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट टाइम है गेम्स, इसमें सिल्वर मेडल लिया, मैं बहुत खुश है।
The latest silver medal came after Bindya Rani, who is called Mirabai Chanu 2.0, lifted a combined 202 kg in the women's 55 kg final category. Bindya Rani missed the gold medal for only 1 kg as the Nigerian weightlifter lifted 203 kgs combined. But nation's new star in weightlifting is eyeing gold for the country in future.
सालों ने सोचा मेरा स्नेस में थोड़ा वीक है, क्लीनजअप तो अच्छा है, इसके लिए सालों ने अपने क्लीनजअप अच्छा करेगा तो गोल के लिए बहुत सालों ने भी बोला ये अच्छा जरूरी करना है। मैंने 140 फेल किया, इसके लिए मेरा हाथ से गोल चलेगी। मैंने भी सोचा आज मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट टाइम है तो मैं सेंटर में खड़ी ना है, गोल लेना है तो भगवान ने नहीं दिया, नेक्स्ट टाइम ऐसा करेगा।
Soon after Bindya Rani's historic feat, celebrations broke out at her native residence.
I feel very happy and I feel very proud because she proved that she is Manipuri, my teacher.
Prime Minister Modi took to Twitter to praise Bindya Rani. He said, and I quote, "Congratulations to Bindya Rani Devi for winning a silver medal at Commonwealth Games, Birmingham. This accomplishment is a manifestation of her tenacity and it has made every Indian very happy. I wish her the very best for her future endeavours," unquote. Congratulating the silver medalist, President Draupadi Murmu said, and I quote, "You have put up your best ever performance at the Games and demonstrated the zeal to raise the bar. Every Indian shares the joy of your success," unquote. With Bindya Rani's silver clinching podium finish in Birmingham, now the entire country is looking forward towards this new sensation for more such proud moments. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
From Bhandup, outside the residence of Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament of the Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, who has been interrogated by the ED now for almost 7.5 hours. The police outside his house has just cleared a number of people who had gathered, and there is an expectation that he could at any moment be taken to the Enforcement Directorate's office. That is what we are waiting for, and there is a huge deployment of police officers here. And so, viewers, stay with us. We'll share you all the details of the probe into the Patra Chaul redevelopment case and everything that has happened all day today, including the only visual of Sanjay Raut that we have got so far, plus 3 of his statements, none of which are very specific on the charges. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few seconds on Republic.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Odisha's Health Minister Naba Kishore Das held a review meet on monkeypox with senior officials and said that the state is taking all necessary measures in view of virus spreading while also keeping an eye on the situation in the country. Meanwhile, an expert committee for the treatment of monkeypox in Cuttack has been formed by the health department.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
News in brief, Vice President Venkaiah Naidu awarded police officers with President's Award for their distinguished and meritorious services in the uniformed services in Tamil Nadu.
The Tamil Nadu Police Department.
I am really happy to be here along with the Honorable Chief Minister for this prestigious President's.
In the 2008 Patra Chawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. About 12 officers accompanied by various other security officials are at his house. Inside, there are a number of supporters of Sanjay Raut and they are unleashing a constant volley of chants in support of Sanjay Raut.
Welcome back, viewers. She won the silver medal in the Tokyo Olympics and now she's gotten the maiden gold medal for India at the Commonwealth Games. This is Mirabai Chanu. Let's take a look as to what has been going on in the Commonwealth Games, where the tally for the medals that India has won has gone up to 4.
It's Mirabai Chanu who ensured the first gold medal for the country as she continued her golden run at the Commonwealth Games. After 2018 in Gold Coast, once again she made it to the podium in Birmingham this time.
बहुत ही खुशी हुई मैं आज इंडिया के लिए सबसे पहले ही गोल्ड मेडल मैं दे पाई हूँ, तो ये इसीलिए ये मेडल परफॉर्मेंस के लिए मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हूँ कि मैंने पहला दिन ही मेडल दिया है, तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच इंडिया, जो भी भारतवासी ने बहुत ही हम मेरे लिए सपोर्ट किया है, तो मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहते हैं.
Adding another gem to her crown, Mirabai has made the entire country proud.
प्रेशर होते हैं बहुत ज़्यादा इनकी, हाँ ऐसा लगता है कि सभी मेरे ऊपर खौफ किया है, सभी ने मेरे ऊपर ऐसा लगता है कि मीराबाई मेडल ज़रूर लेके आएगी, तो इसी के ऊपर मुझे प्रेशर आते हैं कि मैं आज अच्छा करूँगी, कर पाएगी या नहीं, ऐसा प्रेशर आते हैं कि मैं, हाँ मेरे अंदर से तो ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ मैं पूरा कोशिश करूँगी इंडिया के लिए मैं मेडल देने के लिए, तो प्रेशर ज़रूर होते हैं. अभी तक तो कुछ सोचा नहीं है, पर पूरा टीम खत्म होने के बाद हम इंडिया जाके सेलिब्रेट करेगी.
In the women's final of 49 category, Mirabai lifted combined 201 kg to clinch the maiden gold for the country. The 28-year-old bagged her first Commonwealth Games medal in Glasgow in 2014 by winning a silver in the 48 kg weight category. She carried it with her rich run of form to win a gold medal in Gold Coast Commonwealth Games 2018. Mirabai Chanu scripted history in Tokyo Olympics 2021 as she became the first Indian weightlifter to win a silver medal in the Olympics. After Mirabai Chanu's golden feat in Birmingham, the entire country lauded her efforts. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called Mirabai Chanu's victory exceptional. He tweeted, and I quote, "The exceptional Mirabai Chanu makes India proud once again. Every Indian is delighted that she's won a gold and set a new Commonwealth record at the Birmingham Games. Her success inspires several Indians, especially budding athletes." Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur also applauded Mirabai Chanu's historic victory.
Heartfelt congratulations to all the weightlifters, especially to Mirabai Chanu, who has won the gold medal for India. Not only gold, but she has set the game's record also. It's a great achievement, a big day for India.
From silver in Tokyo to gold in Birmingham, Mirabai Chanu's struggle and rich run of form will continue to inspire the youth of the country. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And now, viewers, let's take a look at all the news in brief from what's really happening in the Commonwealth Games. After the second day of the Commonwealth Games 2022, India's medal tally went up to 4. India opened up the gold medal tally after Mirabai Chanu's historic feat in 49 kg women's weightlifting. So, Indian contingent ensured 1 gold, 2 silver and a bronze medal. Star weightlifter Mirabai Chanu won the first gold medal for India at the Commonwealth Games of 2022. She has thanked the entire country for unconditional support and love.
टोक्यो की बात ही मैंने कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स मेरा सबसे पहला कंपटीशन थी बड़ा, तो मैं इसमें सबसे इंडिया के लिए गोल्ड मेडल दिया है, तो मैं ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही खुशी।
And we're getting some more breaking updates, viewers, this time again from Birmingham, the Commonwealth Games that are underway right now. We have learned that the second gold medal that has been won by India in the Commonwealth Games. And we had seen how the maiden victory that was being tracked right now from the Commonwealth Games. But as of now, we are seeing how the Indian contingent in the Commonwealth Games making the country proud, since the medal tally has already gone up to 4, and we are tracking for you the latest as far as the gold medal is concerned, where a second gold medal has been secured in the Commonwealth Games of 2022 by India, and we will be getting you all the updates from Birmingham as well. We are tracking for you what's happening in the Commonwealth Games, and the second gold medal, viewers, the second gold medal secured by the Indian contingent in the Commonwealth Games is what we're learning from Birmingham. And we are getting you all the updates as far as the Commonwealth Game is concerned, where we are learning that the Indian contingent has won the second gold medal at the Commonwealth Games of 2022. And Srijani, my colleague, joins me from the Mumbai newsroom. Srijani, tell us more about the second gold medal now being secured by the Indian contingent in Birmingham. Take us through the details.
Oh, well, absolutely. Weightlifting, the sport of physical strength doesn't cease to surprise us. Yet again, we have got a 5th medal, that too again in weightlifting, and this time it's Jeremy, the 19-year-old teenager who has got us the fifth medal for India, and the second gold medal right after Mirabai Chanu got us the first gold medal yesterday, and this time it's Jeremy. And what a spectacular show it has been. I mean, he has also battled several injuries last year, but what a comeback, and right now he has got a Commonwealth gold as well.
Well, absolutely. But speak to us, as you had been talking about the maiden gold medal that had also been secured by India, by Mirabai Chanu, and also now Jeremy getting us the second gold medal. Walk us through the entire performance, the trajectory of their performances that we have been seeing, Srijani. Take us through the details of their performances as well, because this is a huge feat for our country, Srijani, isn't it?
absolutely. In fact, a lot of hopes have been pinned on this 19-year-old teenager that he'll make a brilliant comeback, and this is what he has done, and he has proved everybody wrong. He has proved himself wrong, and he has beaten all odds to actually get the biggest gold medal of his career. And he has also been a Youth Olympics gold medal winner in the past as well. In gold also in the Youth Olympics. I beg your pardon, in the World Championships as well. But this time, a Commonwealth gold seems like the biggest sporting glory of his career. And Tokyo, he had also missed out on a berth in the Tokyo Olympics last year. But what a comeback this has been, and this is going to be remembered forever now.
Well, definitely, Srijani, this was the weightlifting men's 67 kg in which Jeremy has been able to secure the gold medal, winning us the second gold medal at the Commonwealth Games for India. And of course, we had been tracking all the updates as far as the day 3, of course, of the Commonwealth Games, where the weightlifting men's championship for 67 kg, in fact, that had been going on, in which Jeremy has now gotten the second gold medal. But Srijani, coming back to you, speak to us about not just Jeremy, but also all the medals that India has been able to secure. Our sports person out there making the country proud. Walk us through their performances, Srijani.
Oh well, absolutely. This is the fifth delight for India. In fact, in the same sport of weightlifting, and it was first. It started with Sankit Sargar yesterday, and he got the first gold medal. I beg your pardon. He got us the first medal for India, and then it went on to Gururaj Pujari, who got us the bronze medal, and then it went on to Mirabai Chanu, who, as usual, has beaten all the odds to overcome all the difficulties, all the injuries, and she got us the gold medal, the first gold medal for India at the Commonwealth. And then overnight, an overnight sensation in the form of Biryandra Devi, and she also got us a silver medal. And now it's Jeremy. It's Jeremy, the 19-year-old teenager, the local sensation from Mizoram. He has also got us the gold medal at the Commonwealth.
Well, absolutely, Srijani. The second gold medal that we are tracking for India. And of course, expecting that this number going up in the coming days as far as the Commonwealth Games are concerned. And of course, the weightlifting being a very expected victory that we had seen of Mirabai Chanu. And now, of course, Jeremy, the 19-year-old, also keeping India's head held high because of his performances there. Walk us through the weightlifting championship, who he had been going against, who he has defeated, the champions that he has defeated to come this far and get the gold medal for the country, Srijani.
Well, yeah, it was a stiff competition between Samoa, India and England. But at last, it is India, it is Jeremy, who battled all odds to grab the top position in the medal tally. And why not? I mean, he has overcome all the odds. He has battled several injuries, and he had